Things look good now? Okay, good. Yeah, my OBS was frozen on the starting screen, so even if I moved the thing, it didn't show it on my end. It showed it on the stream, but it didn't show it on my end, and I'm not dealing with that because I want to be able to see it, right? But it is what it is. We're back. That's what matters. Just reset everything here. So, the GSL came out, guys. I was told that there wouldn't be a GSL this year. That StarCraft II was dead. That we would never see this. And here it is. So I'm very interested to see how this is going to play out. Because I haven't watched... I don't think 2024 there even was a GSL. What's up, Callie? I'm all visually impaired eyes, Callie. Yeah, Sean's an old man who can't see anything. Okay, that should do. Stop being awesome. I don't know, Callie. I don't think I'm awesome. So, if you think I'm awesome, that's pretty cool. I appreciate it. How dare you accuse me of being awesome? Okay, so this is the full VOD. So we want to watch the full thing. Let's give her. Let's go, guys. Alright, here we go.
What is up, everybody?
What's up, Tasteless?
We are finally back.
Hell yeah.
The rumors of the GSL demise were not true.
That's
we
right.
return again in
Yes.
2025.
Immortal Zombie GSL. What's up, everybody?
I'm the old one. I'm exactly
Literally
30.
11 months.
Yeah,
I'm
it's been basically a
34
year since we've been in
soon.
the GSL studio.
Is my camera freaking
It
out?
feels crazy.
That's wild.
Am I having another issue
We
here?
had a long period where we didn't know the future of StarCraft II.
Is this on
primarily
the
with
stream or is
EWC.
this
Is it
just
gonna
on
be
my
happening?
end?
It was the last game that was announced. Our tournament is a, for lack of better words, a filter tournament. Our tournament is like a pathway
can't
leading
capitalize
to those players
it.
Are going to go to the Esports World Cup. Obviously,
Oh,
we're
it's-
here.
it's
Esports
EM
World Cup is happening
backflip.
for StarCraft II, and so GSL is back on for 2 more seasons.
Hell
It's gonna be really
yeah.
exciting, man.
So yeah, is my
It was a
camera lagging
stressful
to you
time
guys?
For me. Not gonna lie,
Yeah.
waiting for the EWC announcement. You know, I was an optimist. I was like, December, it's gonna come.
Yeah, January, it's going to come.
Yeah, the new year,
February,
maybe.
maybe.
But we had a long time to wait.
Okay.
This was the longest downtime ever for StarCraft II. There's
Yeah.
been maybe 1 or 2 other times where the announcements were delayed for various reasons, but we're excited to be back. It's going to be a very quick season since the Esports World Cup is just around the corner here. It'll be in the summer as we're getting closer and closer to that. So we're going to be going through this entire season in 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's actually going to be a
Wait,
crazy
what?
couple of months for StarCraft just in
2
general, because
weeks for the
EWC is
entire
only a couple of months
season?
away. We have to
That's
run through 2
insane.
GSL seasons. There are international events that are also going to be happening. Of course,
Right.
the GSL champion qualifies directly into
My wife
the
says you look
EWC.
cute
It's part of the
and
road
have a
to
cute
EWC.
voice. She also
So
loved
we're
your
going
makeup
from
stream.
what felt like
Oh, Sean,
half a
tell her
year,
she's a
maybe
doll,
like
and
half a
thanks.
From
year.
basically a StarCraft II Dark Ages
I appreciate it.
into
chaos.
went to absolute warp speed, not just here but everywhere, as we're going to basically.
Yeah,
cram
StarCraft 2, I was
lots of
afraid StarCraft 2 was
possible
fucking
qualifications-
dead, man.
Qualifiers, I should say.
Blizzard is having some
for the
fucking
EWC
issues
coming
with
up here.
that shit.
$700,000 prize pool for the Esports World Cup. So, I mean,
That's a lot
that's
of money.
A lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
A lot of these players very hungry to get in here and qualify for that. So the competition
Usually they're
begins.
70,000,
If
not
you wanna come
700,000.
and visit our studio, we only have 5 days this season. So here are the days.
Dude, an entire, imagine an entire sports season played in 5 days.
The round of 8.
That's fucking insane.
And, sorry, all of the round of 8.
Like the Super Bowl. The entirety of the Super Bowl, 5 days.
You can get it by scanning the QR code. Usually day 1
and that's like day 1, 2. That's like Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That's not like 5 Sundays in a row. That's back to back to back to
The reason why I'm
back.
saying this is that I know some of you are traveling to Korea, whether it's overseas or you're somewhere else.
I wrote 1,000 words today. Hell yeah, Callie. That's amazing.
It will sell out, and
Fuck
you will
yeah.
not be able to get into the studio.
Love to see it. Love to hear it.
138 seats that we have here in the studio, and
right.
for the semifinals and finals, that will always sell.
My life was PSO and has been the Dobby Bobby feminization character.
We're going to go through the round of 12 classic GSL groups of 4
Not sure what
players,
PSO
Group A,
is.
Group B, and then we're going to continue on next week on Wednesday with a round of 8. Group A, Group B, and then we're going to go back to the action-packed finals with both the semis and the finals on the same night. It's going to be a lot of fun. If you want to support the GSL, you can do so at Patreon/GSL. So
oh, that's funny.
Perks you get on screen. For me, of
that's
course,
that's
$10
great.
a
I
month
fucking
GSL
love
replay
that.
package. You gotta love it, especially if you're playing the game and you want to learn.
Right.
I remember the dark ages of GSL for me back in like the early 2010s when I would watch players play like MC and I would try to figure out how they're doing their builds through the GSL VODs. And it's like,
not the most efficient way.
Yeah,
a lot of people watch streams. That's a good way in some sense to learn, but really replays are the best way if you're going to try to improve, if you're going to get the exact timings down. So yeah, consider supporting the GSL. We're in an ecosystem now where really the future of StarCraft II will be driven and will be decided by the community.
But I've always thought maybe I should do one of those because those things are like
format.
super fucking popular.
Round of 12, round of 8. These are the classic GSL groups that you know and love from previous seasons.
Like it's like the top two categories of porn are like death family and feminization.
First brackets. And so some players directly seeded into the round of 8.
What fucking timeline we're living in, guys.
But besides that, I mean, in terms of the broadcast, it's basically going to be same old classic GSL.
Right. It's going to feel very familiar. We've reorganized this so that round of 12 kind of filters back up into the round of 8 and another group. So you're still going to have about 2/3 of the tournament as groups and the final third as a bracketed format. The finals are going to be nuts, by the way, because we have the semifinals on the same day, so it's going to
the semifinals and the finals. That's going to be like a 9-hour fucking day.
Tournament are going to be very fresh.
Yeah, we have a lot of really fun, really interesting ones. So I was playing a bunch of ladder getting ready for this GSL, and man, I was having a blast as we look at the matchups here. Group A, that is today. Cure, SOS, Rainer, and Solar. So we have a foreigner competing. Rainer is back here
about any of the patches.
in Korea.
I'm gonna try
SOS,
something.
the money man himself,
See if I can fix this on my end.
I'm not sure how hard, but he has been playing in qualifiers for GSL for the past couple of years.
Did that fix it?
I mean, I don't want to.
I feel like that fixed it on my end at least.
It felt like he wasn't really practicing full time. But maybe
I think it was in the exposure setting or something like that.
$700,000 this year. He is back. He's qualified.
Yeah, now it's good
already. Yeah, I am stoked for this. You can also see Group A and Group B round of 8. We have Classic, Gumiho, Byun, and Hero already qualified, and then round of 12 Group B, another foreigner along with Maru, Rogue, and Nightmare. We have Trigger, who is living.
What's up, Callie? I got stronger somehow.
For his first GSL. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Did you do anything specifically,
so
Callie?
Today,
it's pretty easy.
As far as non-Korean players.
I thought you were doing that.
And today, you know,
every person had to do 3 characters. She not only performed perfectly, but actually recognized the individual caller and notebooks with all the information she learned about them, such as birthdays and the like, which wowed her clients. She would go online as soon as I went to work, probably earned $500 a month. That's not bad at all.
He is somebody we would have expected in the past, or I guess we should say we did expect in the past, to take one of these. Former world champion, easily one of the best players, not just in Europe, but really in the whole world. However, for whatever reason, GSL has been an obstacle he has not been able to overcome yet.
Yeah, I think a lot of that goes into players.
We don't wait around here.
Really,
I said this already.
On preparing for him in the first round of GSL.
That's okay, Callie. You're allowed to repeat yourself.
Before you head in, it is a preparation.
Guys, help every day is the same. It is. It's Groundhog Day all over again.
Now, guys, and then we're gonna go into our match.
Oh, but Callie, I'll let you in on a little secret that might help you out a little bit.
From Italy.
I'm completely AI.
팀리퀴드 소속 큐어 김도욱입니다. 이번에 다시 이제 몸 관리도 하고 좀 걱정도 떨치고.
Well, I guess they have the subtitles so we can kind of see what they're saying for these.
질풍노도의 시기가 왔다고 해야 되나?
Because I went
RPG
bit
게임을
through
좀 되게
emotional.
열심히
I got
했었거든요.
through
몇
playing
달 동안
RPG
하다
games,
보니까
playing a few months
이게
suddenly.
현타가 너무
Felt how pointless it all was. Then I came back to StarCraft II because StarCraft II is the only thing I really hated losing to players in about 5,000 MMR range.
5,000크스라고.
What we call the 5,000 nubs. Wow, I just couldn't win at first. Fortunately, I'm now back at the skill level where I can beat those players. Hero, who's recommended me to play this game again. We play soccer together sometimes, and so I was annoyed.
진짜 그냥 백수처럼 지내는데요. 심심하고 엄청 심심하고
Really boring and felt empty.
So I just took some time off, spent some time with my family, played some other stuff, and yeah, just enjoyed my time. Now I'm back at it though.
Always
지금
back.
좀 심각할 정도로 밸런스가 많이
Protoss is seriously broken right now, balance-wise, so I really hope they patch it soon.
Protoss.
Well, I haven't practiced
I
any
don't think I'll be
Protoss,
playing
so I
any
don't
Protoss,
think I'll
but we'll
play any
see.
Toss,
Maybe
but we'll see.
One map.
저는 저도 못 이기겠던데.
Still can't beat Zerg.
그래도
PvT
가만히
feels
있어도
manageable even when I just sit back. I'm scared to go for Rush. But if I don't rush, Protoss just takes every base. It's another day in the hamster wheel. Round and round she spins. When she stops, nobody wins. True, Sean.
Oh, this day.
They're like, ah, shit.
와.
Something feels wrong here.
누가 짰죠?
Who made this group? We're to Group B. The balance here is just overwhelmingly tight. SOS is the least, though.
I would say I would rather play Solar maybe. I think my ZVZ is quite good, and I'm actually struggling against Terran, so maybe Solar.
Go back to your country while you are here.
Talk show my life goal has been accomplished. Hell yeah, that's great, Callie. Not many people can say that. After all the worry and waiting, it's made me want to work even harder with more determination. Yeah, exactly, Sean. Pick a new life goal. Never settle. Always be pushing yourself, Callie. GSL fighting!
일단 너무 설레고요. 새로운 시즌을 시작하면 그냥 가서 게임만 해도 재밌을 것 같고. 파이팅!
I don't know, I'll just do my best and see where I can go. So, yeah, cheer for me. Fighting!
Wait, the life goal continues. There's always more to do, Callie. Never sell yourself short. You are a powerfully minded individual, and you can change the world. Always believe.
All right, we are back. We're ready to hop into our game. I love the pacing of a GSL.
Notice this is the exact same studio as the ASL. They do ASL and GSL in both the same studio.
First match is going to be
My first life goal was to write a book.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
Kira is by far the favorite in this matchup. I was actually surprised that SOS in his interview said that he can't beat Zerg, but maybe he's a little bit more competent against Terran. I feel like that's not really the case for a lot of players right now.
I've also found that like SOS interviews reflect nothing with what's going to happen. in the
Yeah,
game.
he's a very troll kind of person
He's
when it
got
comes
kind of
to
an
like
unusual way of looking at everything.
his interviews. He likes
But
to
I
he likes
think
to
you're
push you in the
right,
wrong
Dave, that
direction.
Right now, Kira looks like probably the strongest.
I don't know where anyone is, but I don't think
He's
Dark
by
is
a
on
lot.
that list.
He could possibly
And
win
Dark
this
is my
entire
favorite
GSL.
StarCraft II player.
He's been in phenomenal shape. Now that being said, we've had a lot of off time here for StarCraft II competitive in the way that we're
Life
used to.
goal
it,
1,
where
write a
it's
story.
been
Life goal
nearly
2, write a
10
better,
months.
longer story. Life goal 3, rewrite the first story and make it even better and
That's gonna
longer than
factor
the
in
second
ways
story.
that I think we can't necessarily even expect here, because I think there's a big question about what form everybody is going to be in competing in GSL today, especially at the start of the tournament, these first initial groups, because Kira, again, he's the guy who was getting basically top 4 and it felt like every single GSL for a very long time. It was him and Maru, number 1 and number 2 Terrans in Korea for what felt like forever, but with kind of the off-season and the ambiguity of what scale StarCraft II would have here in 2025, people were saying in the interviews that, Raynor, he
I want
was
my
playing
second
other
life
games. I know he
goal
was
to be
streaming
get
some
a
League of
part of
Legends.
my
Yeah, we were talking about
skeleton
how he
as
felt
my
kind of
book cover.
directionless a little bit. probably wasn't practicing quite as much.
I think
know-
everybody felt like that.
Like getting like an
Fans started-
X-ray,
myself
Callie,
included.
and then like
Yeah,
having
it was
someone
like, okay, so
artistically
what's
draw that out as
next?
like a
Is this worth
skeleton,
the
and then
investment
have
time?
that
And,
as like
you see some
Gawain.
guys were
That would be
playing
fucking
RPGs or
amazing.
trying, you know,
It's
MOBAs.
really funny.
There's
I like SOS saying he's playing RPGs. He's like, wait, what is the point of this?
Yeah.
What a waste
I
of
thought
time.
that the first time I saw him, but no, I've never been a big MMO guy myself.
Yeah,
I'm
me
assuming
neither.
that's what he meant. Maybe he's playing single-player RPGs. There's a lot of different RPGs you can play nowadays, but yeah, cool to see that.
No,
he's back
use an
here.
MRI
Hopefully they get
and do a
this
3D
issue,
printed
whatever it is,
copy of your
resolved so we
rib
can hop into
bones.
this game. I imagine this will be a 2-0 with Cure winning. If it's not, that's awesome.
I mean,
a
that's
crazy
interesting.
upset.
Mhm.
Can't
that
do
would be a
my
real
actual
testament to,
X-ray.
you know, SOS as a player, and that he would even be able to beat someone like Cure, who's been so solid. Cure's just steadily gone up over time.
Yeah.
Every year he's a better version of himself. I guess many of the players have improved. They built a new layer of skill on top of the old one, but I mean, if SOS took this, it would be wild.
It would be insane, but you know, in some ways, having such a long off season between 2024 and 2025 kind of plays in SOS's favor, because if he's starting to practice at the same time as basically everybody else was when the EWC news
I
got announced
can't
and
is
GSL
a
got
question.
renewed for season 1 and season 2 this year, then suddenly everybody
I
has
mean,
a rust to shake off.
you
Not just
could,
SOS,
Callie.
who hasn't really competed in StarCraft 2, at least.
I
in a
wonder if
major
they ever do
tournament like
MRI
this
to
one
3D print for
in
science
years,
research.
right? So
Not sure, Sean.
I
Probably.
could see some upsets coming in from SOS. I don't know if it's going to be against Cure, though. This guy has absolutely killer TVP, and he has been having killer TVP for, like...
Like, I wonder if, like, you know, like the dummies and stuff, like the crash dummies, like real life, like, you know,
he's got a very
literally
good
built
grasp
like a
on the
human
matchup.
crash
You know, the
dummies,
thing about SOS, though, is when he's playing
are
well,
made like that.
it's
I wonder.
very hard to prepare for. He has had more one-off crazy strats than anybody we've ever seen. I would imagine if we're going to see him bring anything today, it might be some weird stuff that no one is ever going to have ever thought of. Yeah, you know, there's a way to play StarCraft where you might be able to do something one time, and if they, you know, it'll never work on them again, because it's like learning how a magic trick works, right? Like they know how the coin disappears, but maybe he'll have something like that planned for us here.
I mean, if anyone's going to do it, I feel like it's SOS.
Yeah.
Yeah, SOS is crazy.
One of the things about SOS, though, going back to, you know, those magic tricks and them getting revealed and then hard to replicate, is that SOS back in the day when he was a world champion caliber player, was winning these $100,000 tournaments, he just had so many tricks that he would do these things like, yeah, you're going to do that once. Are you going to be able to do it again? But he would just have trick after trick after trick, game after game after game. He was such an anomaly of a Protoss player, one of the most distinctive Protoss styles we've ever seen in StarCraft 2.
I feel like I'm looking at our map lineup right now, and this is like the final boss of a spelling bee here. Like
Persephone.
Persephone. Tuckamuck. Yeah.
Can you use it in a sentence? Can you give me a definition of Persephone?
I can do that. Oh my god.
I do love
Yeah, you
this
can do
map
that,
so much.
Callie. I don't know why you wouldn't be
It's
able to
gonna
do
be
that.
a
You
lot
just
of
go
fun.
get an
It's gonna shake
X-ray,
things up a
full
lot
skeletal
during the season of
X-ray,
GSL,
and then you get a copy
our
of
game
it.
is getting loaded up.
Boom,
Cryogen
easy.
versus SOS going to be kicking off GSL in
That's a hard.
2025 here in
That
Group
cover
A.
goes
I cannot
fucking
wait to
hard
get
if
this
that's
started.
your
I cannot
cover,
wait to see
Callie.
what SOS is going to bring to the table. Oh man, it's going to be a fun day of StarCraft.
Yeah, it's going to be sick, man. Our first map, Persephone, is loading up very slowly. Let's see if this thing actually, we might have to restart here.
I started that intro expecting the loading screen to go a little bit more quickly.
Yeah, they're taking their fucking shit off. They're like, what's going on here? Oh, it's StarCraft II. The game crashed.
So,
Never get a game crash in StarCraft 1. First game, fucking game crashes.
Come over there and see what the issue is, but I bet this is going to require a restart. Maybe blue screen of death.
Yeah, hopefully not. If it's a blue screen, I feel like usually it takes a little bit of time to...
Wouldn't that be creepy if someone was like going through the library and saw the author's X-ray, like student body, Sonata, actual author's skeleton? I think that's cool though, Callie.
With the game installed and updated, so if
It makes it
something doesn't work,
personable.
they just unplug it and they run the next PC out and plug it back in.
Yeah, we basically have like a crew from an F1 race.
Yeah,
They're
that's
just
right.
changing out the tires on all these PCs, man.
They
do
change
it
out the
quick.
wheels on the computer chair and
Oh man, I'm antsy to get started.
I'm excited to hop into this. We'll see what the issue is. It looks like they're going to reload the map.
Oh yeah, I guess that means...
So
Probably
it looks
don't
like
need to
his
sub out the
game might have
PC.
crashed, not his PC. So they're going to get him loaded in there. Such a treat to have SOS come back.
I'm so excited. Whenever I saw him playing in the GSL qualifiers, I believe it was last year and maybe even the year before that, I was always just...
I think that was on an episode of a show, Sean.
Make it, because SOS back in the day, one of my favorite players to watch ever, just because you never knew what he was going to do. He was capable of macro play, but usually he wouldn't go for it. He would go for proxy dark shrines, proxy 2 gates. He would go for the most zany all-ins you had ever seen. He just made it work. It was magical.
Yeah, okay, guys, we're ready to go into game 1. Cure versus SOS finally starting now. Finally, GSL is back. Okay, Cure down here in the bottom left, and SOS in the top left. This is a map where you both spawn on the left side. There are speed boosters on the
See
far
what the
right.
meta for
By the
this
way,
is.
Just while we have a little bit of downtime before the games actually pick up.
The
I'm
plug!
really excited by the maps we're using here. I think that StarCraft II, you know, looking back on the 15 years of history that this game had, I think it's, hindsight's always 20/20, right? But I do think it's worth pointing out that was not as much courage in map
There we go.
making. That's not a knock.
Can
on
you
map
spot
makers,
the
but I think
difference,
that
guys?
map
What just happened?
Tournaments, they could have been more risk-taking and a little bit crazier, and I feel like we've got that now. And I know it's always a balancing act between maps that pros are comfortable on and then maps that create new play and new games but might be hard to learn on. But I'm glad we're going more in this direction. And by the way, I get it. Like, if I ladder, I don't want to be on the weird maps. Okay, if I'm in a tournament for money, I don't want to be on those maps because I want to play on the maps I've played on a million times before. But I think having a good balance of that is really important. By the way, it's so cool to see you guys back in the studio, all of you. Remember, if you're going to be coming tomorrow or next week, we have 3 days in a row next week, you need to get a ticket immediately. The audience is a little bit light here today because I think the news is you know, pretty...
Yeah, it kind of came out of nowhere.
For StarCraft for a while for StarCraft 2.
Because I had heard it was
And then,
canceled.
GSL finally came back, and I think a lot of people might not have been plugged in to the StarCraft news cycle, but once this show starts, the studio tends to fill up pretty fast. So anyways, the point I'm trying to get to is make sure that you get a ticket ASAP, whether you're in Korea or just visiting. You don't want to miss out.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, I think all of the tickets for next week go on sale this Friday, Korean time. So try and get those as soon as possible, especially for the finals. If you can attend, if you want to attend, make sure you do it because those tickets will sell out and they will sell out very quickly.
So, for now, we've got just normal teching for the time being. By the way, we're in a new iteration, a new patch of the game.
Yeah.
And without that many games having happened, I'm, you know, I guess on like a kind of GSL, EWC circuit tour level, I'm super interested in exactly what strategies and plans are going to be used and how people are going to adapt, not just to the new maps, but the new patches as well.
Yeah, and all the map features that are being added to, like the Zerg rocks that slowly decay over time, all the extended use of acceleration zones and stuff like that. It's really fun. SOS, he's throwing down a second gateway back at home and proxying a pylon down here. Man, this looks like the ladder games that I played last night. Just using the acceleration zones on the right side to boost a probe down here and do a proxy. Oh, I love this so much here for SOS. You know, I was wondering exactly what his game plan was because he didn't go for the early sentry that we're seeing a lot with Protoss players because you do now have that energy charge ability on the Nexus to get a hallucinated scout immediately. Instead, he's just going to go classic SOS style, very aggressive, very in your face with his proxy pylon, 3 gateways. I wonder how much pressure this is going to be on the front line.
Okay, so as this medevac is inbound towards SOS's base, SOS has already warped in Adepts down here at the bottom, or sorry, Stalkers down here at the bottom. So this is going to be kind of crazy. Who's got less defense back at home? The Reaper's locked out. Oh my God.
Oh, he bounced over the wall.
Yeah, still no bunker here. The natural expansion for Kira, though. The probe's going to get up, scout the Cyclone and the 2 Marines popping there in the main base, but the damage is being dealt here in the main of SOS. Adept's going to focus down the Marines. They're able to get a couple of them. And the pressure
I think
is
SOS
right now.
definitely
So
did more
far, it's
damage.
going better for SOS. 7 SCVs have fallen. The drop is getting thwarted
Only
again. And the
4
natural extension,
probes
that
so
medevac now
far.
down to only 99 HP.
But, hey, you know,
as
he's getting
Gas
more.
really needs to start chipping away this probe line, find some balance.
Almost
and damage.
7.
Does get a couple more probes there to equalize things a little bit.
Yeah, and he's gonna get another
And
one,
I
so it's
feel like
8,
Kira's gonna
7 to
stay low.
8.
It was looking scary there for a moment. Oh, SOS is actually going for this Cyclone. No repair.
Dude, this
Oh,
is insane.
shit.
SOS is looking so strong.
See, StarCraft II is a lot
Yeah,
more
yeah, you know, that
aggro.
Stalker, so it just disappeared like the guy in Looper. So the drops are going to continue. Right now, Kira's hurting. He's way lower on workers, but he's getting some work done over here. With the siege tank finished, I think this attack is
Banshee.
going to be done. The Banshee's going to comb this area of the map, identify where the pylon is. And I think the game might quiet down at least for a little bit, but there's a warp prism being made, and I think this might, you know, we sort of ended with the attack from the Stalkers and the push and the denied drop for Terran, but I think it's going to pick back up, being reminiscent of kind of a 3-gate or 4-gate Stalker warp prism harass.
Yeah, but I think SOS is realizing the situation he's in. He doesn't really have the momentum to do it. The Warp Prism would be too slow, so he canceled it. Instead, he starts an Observer, he starts an Immortal, and he's going for Twilight Council instead. This is SOS saying, all right, that Warp Prism tech not going to work. Instead, we're going to try and focus on just building up for the mid-game and potentially absorb the impact of the push that Kira is almost inevitably going to do. Siege tank production is continuing. Banshees with their high DPS often paired up with these siege tank pushes on 2 bases as more barracks get thrown down. And SOS is being very smart in bracing for impact, and it's actually not even going to be Blink, it's going to be Charge. I like that decision here going into the siege tank deck.
Yeah, this is smart. This is a great way to clobber a big counter push coming up here. So the Banshee right now is just traveling through the speed boosters. Stalkers, I believe, are basically positioned in a way where I don't think this Banshee is going to get a whole lot done. Still 2 base versus 2 base. The first Banshee is going to come up here into the main. The second's going to come to the right side.
Ooh, we got the
One
probe.
Stalker there, so not able to really do too much damage to that Banshee. Kira does delay the 3rd Nexus for SOS by at least a couple seconds.
Night,
so.
Sir Ito.
Nice for
Rick,
him.
how's it
His Templar
going?
Archive's coming down really
Have a good
quickly.
night.
Nice. He's
Thanks for stopping in, buddy.
Little auto turret thrown down there.
Finally got some StarCraft II going on. The GSL is
And I think
back,
SOS might be playing a
baby.
more passive game. He's basically deflected all the attacks, little assaults from the Banshees. No, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's actually going to move out across the map with the Warp Prism. I guess whenever you have a Warp Prism in the game,
The Global
it's never a bad idea to try to get
StarCraft
value out of
League.
it by moving out.
It's the World Championships for
He's going Storm.
StarCraft
I
II,
love
just
this
like
for SOS.
ASL
I was
is the World
wondering if he was
Championships
gonna
of
go straight to
StarCraft 1.
Archon Charge Zell to try and stop that siege tank push that is likely going to come, although, you know, carrying out
Great
down the
slapping
third center, maybe
league.
he is also decided
does
to play
slap.
more of a longer, protracted game. But no, it's going to be Storm, and with the energy charge ability that we have on the Nexus now, Storm, it's almost like we have Kadarian Amulet back a little bit.
Yeah.
It is really fun. It is really powerful, and so I love this tech choice coming in here for SOS.
Cool, hell yeah.
We've had these moments where sometimes StarCraft 2 influences StarCraft 1 or StarCraft 1 influences StarCraft 2, but Storm drops in the last couple of years really picked
Do you
up.
know what I
in
haven't
StarCraft
checked
1.
because I'm
Whether it
retarded
was
is
just in mineral
Discord.
lines or
Has
just
anyone
a
dropped any new
blanket
shit in the
push that's coming
Discord?
in there so that they can't be stopped, but I think we're going to be having a little bit of that here now. SOS, by the way, pretty active in StarCraft 1 as of late. So he's going to come in here with a little bit of a drop, drives the SCVs back.
Oh, someone dropped.
Is there anything he has to stop this?
Are they going to clump? Does he know there's Templar in them? I think he has a good idea.
Also, I'm
A
not
bit of
in
a
the
whiff right there.
Discord.
He is gonna get,
Sick
like,
ideas
4
like
SCVs, maybe
bug
not
like
even.
stuff.
Not great.
Yeah.
Not great, honestly. The Vikings going to come back there and try to pin it.
I hate
That's
that
a painful
Discord has a
loss for
limit on
SOS.
how
Those
many
are also the very
channels you
first
can
Templar that he
follow.
got too, so that's a lot of
It
energy
does?
drained.
I only
Yeah,
follow
thought
like
for a
10 or
little bit he was just
15
gonna put
channels.
4 Templars in there and be ready for some kind of a push and try to storm that way. I didn't think it was going to be a storm drop. Because I think that's a little bit hard to push to pull off if they know it's coming.
Yeah, I feel like that's
You
the
know?
kind of play that you need to be causing
Only have
a
like
problem
2.
on some other
Right.
side of the map.
You need a distraction.
This army here for Kira is getting really scary, by the way. Only 3 Templars now on
Mines
the field
and a
for
Minecraft
SOS.
one.
Although
I'm
am
most likely
curious
reaching
about the medevac
100.
count here for Cure. I know he made a lot of
I
banshees.
limited out and had to weed out
Couple
channels
Vikings.
I
Is it
followed
really
just to
these two
follow.
medevacs? Yeah, it is.
That's annoying.
These storms, if they connect, can do a lot of damage that will not get healed up. And actually, SOS, he's going to commit to this attack. I was
The
not expecting
storm!
that. Moves in, snipes the siege tank, uses one storm to push away the army, and then retreats. And that stim, very expensive here for Cure. Keep in mind, he has a low number of medevacs right now, so the healing, there's not a lot of it on the board right now for Terran. SOS setting up a counterattack with a second Warp Prism as Cure chips away at this wall in here in the main base. That army right now for Terran, a lot more squishy than it was a moment ago, but this is still a very tough position for SOS to try and break if Cure continues to kind of entrench himself and push towards that natural expansion.
Two Zealots are going to come in here for a small counterattack. I don't think it's going to do that much with the Marauders ready to defend. Is he going to actually pick up and drop into the main? Yes, he is. He's going to elevator in there and start to damage the infrastructure. So it's an uncomfortable spot. Nice storm down there. Takes out a decent amount of the infantry.
With a cannon and a battery, too. I love that positioning from SOS. That was like
Your abs are
a
tight.
classic like
Damn.
parting kind of defense
Cali.
right there. With just
Yeah.
like one Templar, one cannon, one shield battery deflecting that drop. Oh, I love that. It's moments like that that make me really excited to watch SOS play today, because coming into today, I
It's
didn't
so
really know
rigged.
what
It's
his
so
form was going to be,
fucking
but he's
rigged,
actually looking really
guys.
solid right now, going up against one of the best TV players in the world.
Yeah, he looks great right now.
Also an
I
arena
do like the
breakout
slow
channel.
drift of Zealots just running
Nice.
into the main and causing a distraction.
Wait, is
Cure's advantage
tomorrow
his position.
or the next
And it
day
makes sense. He
the
realized he's not gonna be able to get
the
anything
collab
done.
with
You know,
Levi?
the Templars can
Shit, I
just
can't remember if we were doing it
continuously
tomorrow
spray
or if we were
out
doing
side
it.
storms to the point where it kind of doesn't make sense to engage. The fourth base is done for
Friday?
SOS. He's a little bit behind in supply, but not so much
Yeah,
that I
it's
would
Thursday
be worried.
today.
He is developing a pretty sophisticated army. I see a second. Was that a second cybernetic score? Or is
Nah,
he
the first
remaking
one
it?
got sniped.
Okay.
It's
okay.
a sick mobile
Thought for a
shooter
second
game. I've
someone's
heard of it,
nod
Rick.
to like air fleet.
Anyways, have a good night,
so
Cerrito.
Cure's gonna move
Have a
out
good
again.
night,
Now,
Rick.
he can
Take
move
care.
through the, speed booster.
Ha
pretty
ha
fast.
ha
It's
ha
gonna,
ha, Sean,
shockingly
you
quick
lost it
setup
all.
outside of this
Bitch.
fort. This is crazy
When
looking.
they're stimmed, they're actually so quick. All right, that Templar War.
Sorry, I couldn't say one. There's no worry, Rick. Stopping in just now and then. That's all good, man. No expectations around here. It's a really bad time slot, I know. But you gotta do what you gotta do, right? You laugh when I get my goal. So funny.
All these storms are so solid, but still, the army for Cure, the positioning is just fantastic.
That's because I make the rules, Sean. You follow the rules.
Can't quite make this work.
Yeah.
He's basically lost everything. That entire army he
Take
built up into was
my
he's got what 3
point.
Suns, a Colossus and a Depth 2 Zealots. It's not going to be enough. And Terran can easily rebuild what was already lost. We've got a final attack in here to try to shut this down. Maybe he can make it happen. The Nexus is at half health with no shields.
That's a max energy Templar able to drop off 2 storms.
Ah, damn,
He
I
doesn't
didn't
have
get
the
under.
siege tank, but
It was close,
the
though.
reinforcements coming in from SOS, I don't think it's going to be enough.
He's going to dive
Escapes
in.
into the
GG
darkness.
takes that first
Till
game,
next
but I gotta
time.
tell you, man,
Noogies,
that was
Sean.
a fun TVP.
You got Noogie.
At the start, I think SOS did a good job.
Bitch, I'm better than you.
Exceptional.
Take it.
harnessing of the structure of the map.
Yeah.
From Cure in the end, I think had those speed boosters not have been there,
Damn.
he would not have been able
Close.
to get up there as
Hey,
quickly.
power level isn't
Given
everything,
the-
okay? Especially within
Given the
that
situation
range.
that SOS was in, he controlled that fight really well, but you're
Right.
trying to basically attack down this narrow ramp with your Nexus and other structures, almost walling off sections of your army into siege tanks, into stim bio, close to acceleration zones. That is a tough angle to defend that
Leg.
base right there, at the top right on that map. And so for SOS, all of those storms looked really good.
Yes, someone
His
occupied.
army just couldn't connect. You're able to take that brilliant fight to win map 1 on Persephone. He's up 1-0 now as we get ready to go to Takama. This is the kind of thing where, like, I read these when I'm playing the game. I don't say them
Takama.
out loud.
Yeah,
and now
I had the
realize
same
I have
thing.
no idea how to
I think it's
pronounce.
Takama.
Come
I
on.
think so. I know I just look at
Bot
full
literally
trying to say
hates
these
me.
things.
All right, guys, game 2.
Ooh, a
let's
Kate
go.
Sith. You're a chibi cat girl. You're a Sith! Hell yeah, join the dark side. It is the month for that. It's Star Wars month.
Here in the top right, SOS in the bottom left. On yet another new map. Again, I think SOS played really well that last game.
Yeah, he was solid. He was even giving up on upgrades there against Kira for a long time. Got the 4th base up very quickly. I feel like if he had vision of the acceleration zone a little bit sooner than he did when Kira was coming in, if he was able to get into a good position on the 4th base, that game could easily have continued. But
Join the dark side, Merle.
We've
got
take down that base and
catnip.
ultimately the game. But up until that point, SOS, he looked solid. I think the only real error I would say in his play up to that point was the Storm Drop just didn't really get anything done. He killed a couple of mules, lost his first 2 Templar and a Warp Prism. But besides that, he was so solid. He did not look like he was that out of shape at all, which means that SOS has been grinding hard in preparation for this GSL.
Okay, the probe's going to come in here right away. And let's see what exactly SOS wants to do. I mean, I think it was a very SOS move to do the little proxy pylon and try to do some harass. Here's done a lot.
My
of just
overlords
one-base
got their
drops,
first
or, sorry,
leaves of
two-base
fresh
drops.
catnip for the year yesterday.
Terrence always
Nice.
had like the drop variety pack.
Yeah.
In the early game, you never know what the combination's going to be, but there's different techniques and tactics you can use with all of them. But for now, this game looks identical in a lot of ways to the previous game, although the features of the map are very different.
Yeah, you're going for a one guess expand as opposed to a 2 guess expand though. So probably
They just
not gonna be the
focus
same
1 full year, maybe 3 to 6
insanely
months on
high
releasing
pressure
2
attack coming in
audiobooks.
from Cure. That
I mean,
SOS done
that's a
last
good
time
plan, Callie.
with the Cyclone drop.
Next
the
goal,
medevac
I guess?
Marines. I mean, that was a real skirmish that happened very early on in the previous map. I think this one's going to build up a bit more slowly, and I'm curious what SOS is going to do again. And actually, it is looking
my
very
God.
similar to map number 1.
This is the Groundhog's Day series. We got to cast.
See,
a
even
perfectly
they
written
know.
cycle. Yeah, let's see if
The
Kira
days
goes
are
for a drop
repeating.
coming up here or not.
Although there are some differences here for SOS. The second gate hasn't been thrown down.
Oh, it's a robotics
No
facility.
Robo, and this is not something I expected. It's not the 3-gate pressure. It's proxy
Audiobook
tech.
fan
Is that
here.
Immortal?
But get a good company to do
I
it,
guess
like full
so.
cast audio.
SOS is back. Immortal, and what is that, a gateway?
Yeah, gateway for
gateway.
the warp in.
Okay. So
Very cool.
he's going to go for a bust here. Double Hellion. Soon to be, more, I believe there should be 2 more right after this.
Yeah, I would be
Hello.
surprised if there weren't.
What am I watching?
Yeah.
Book Buyer, welcome,
No, it's
welcome.
gonna be
We are
nice.
watching StarCraft II
Alright.
World Championship.
I am surprised. I
How
guess.
are you? Well, normally we do writing content, but once a year there's a StarCraft II championship, and once a year
Interesting
there's a
setup.
StarCraft 1 championship. So
I feel like I haven't seen a
that just
proxy
happens
Robo
to be,
in
and we
just
didn't even
this in a
know.
very
Like
long
we
time. I
thought
think we're getting
StarCraft
thrown
2
down
was
by SOS
dead,
on the main base, so it'll be 3 games.
and
With a
boom,
proxy Robo,
here it
Immortal
is.
already in
So
production,
that's what
Warp
we're
Gate
on
just
right
about
now.
to finish. And Kira is
But
dedicating
yeah,
a lot of
so
production time.
if you write
Like, he's
Book
getting a tech
Buyer
lab right now on
and you
his
want
barracks.
to
He's putting in
want me
production
to
time
read
on
anything
reactor
that you
factories. Widow mines, which
write,
are
feel
definitely
free
gonna
to
be
join the
sent in
Discord and
cross-map.
post in the public stories.
He's not going to have a lot of units on the ground to actually deal with this attack that is coming. There isn't even a bunker here in the natural expansion. It is
I am
just
currently
2 Marines
reading, well, the
tasteless.
plan is Catversion, which is Sean's book.
So,
And if
similar
If,
to the last game,
Callie
you
would
mentioned,
give me
oh my God, he's gonna throw a pylon
more,
right now.
I would read
So
that
he's gonna
too.
be
I'm just
working
writing
right
for
over
myself
here.
right now, but
Easily
thank
gun
you.
down the
Alright,
depot
no
before
worries,
it
Book
can be
Buyer.
healed.
Yeah.
We'll be doing Chapter 21 of my story,
Response,
Catversion tonight, providing nothing
Take one,
unexpected
take it out.
He might
happens.
just go to
True,
supply
Sean.
block here right now. He's already supply block. Another depot's going to go down.
Oh,
Banshee
that's
and
crazy.
Cyclone in production. The Hellions in the main base are getting cleaned up by the Stalkers. Probe splits coming in from SOS just out of range of these Widow Mines, so they are not getting the connections that they would like. And this is an insane attack from SOS. I mean, that Immortal, as soon as it popped, just immediately coming cross snap. All right, Widow Mines, there's 2 more in the bank. Oh, he's going to get
Oh!
nice damage being done, but there isn't too much to deal with this. Now,
There's only 22
going for the
chapters,
XPs
so only
around.
one more
the,
nights of reading
Cyclone
that.
could just cut
Wait,
it
I thought
like
there was
infinite.
27
Wow.
chapters. Is that the end of the book,
Those
Sean?
SPVs really are
Or is that
gonna be
just
there
everything
on
that
the
you've
body
edited?
box.
The Banshee is going to be enough that he can just drive this back. I don't know what's back at home right now for SOS. I think the strategy's so cool, but I think,
The Cyclone
Kira's ability to
completely
kind of just
destroys
manage
the
everything might be
Immortal.
slightly better.
I'm aiming for a
Yeah.
monster
It's
of a
been
book,
10 SCP
500
kills
plus
to 5
pages or
book kills, so Terran's still
200k
hurting.
plus. Nice. Hell yeah, book buyer. I just wrote my longest single short story yesterday. Well, we finished it. 10,000 words. That's it. 22 chapters, 65k words. Damn, Sean, I'm sad then. I thought it was longer than
He
that.
doesn't have stalkers on the front line to help support the Immortal pushing into the main base and deal with the Banshee and deal with the Cyclone. And so SOS losing a little bit of momentum here, but
How many chapters are in Queen of Shalaria?
So SOS just going to anchor his position here right outside the actual expansion.
So, I can't
Those two
remember.
Zealots to absorb the impact of those siege tank shots and then push in.
God.
Is he going to go? He is. Adept's coming in, going to focus fire down the SCVs and the Marines. Immortal tagged onto the siege tank. It will fall. The Banshee does fall. The Viking gets taken out. And Cure is bleeding more SCVs.
Another big warp in comes in over here. A siege tank on the high ground. But the Stalkers and Immortal are going to shimmy over to the side. And they can target the command center here. This needs to lift off. I think even if it lifts off, it might not get away. The tank unsieges. Cure's going to push down a little bit further. He needs to repair this.
Oh, it's solo on HP. You got to
It's
lift that one up.
dead.
The Immortal's going to take it down.
I don't know why. That was probably a really bad move. He goes greedy there.
Out of the hat. Somehow was able to salvage the situation after the initial bust. Doesn't get quite as much done as I think he was hoping for. The follow-up push kills the command center.
I'm kind of
resets
thinking
the
there might
armor
be a
there for
sequel
Cure.
story. Kiddie version following one of her children, perhaps, or maybe another.
Beautiful play.
I hope you
Oh
are
shit,
enjoying the stream.
Bookfire! Thanks for following, bro.
Been wiped.
Welcome to the community, good sir. Always good to have more people around.
He's got 4 Marines right now, Tasteless.
Smoking?
Dude, SOS is always going to be
Why are you
SOS.
smoking?
Big warp in
Dun,
over here.
dun,
Right
dun.
in the
When did you
Immortal.
start
The tank is
smoking?
going to pop out and die immediately.
So you have been lying. Now makes sense.
Man.
You
Ah.
the burning pine-scented
I can't believe we're going to go to game 3 here. SOS
Glory.
taking this one in just an incredible fashion.
And I've got a big smile on my face right now. I mean, I love Cure. I want to see him go deep in this. GSL, but the fact that SOS is playing this well here against one of the best PvP players in the world is just so exciting.
It's crazy, man.
I think
It's
so
so
many
cool to see.
people saw Group A and kind of wrote SOS.
Gone
off
over the
as
Queendom of
underdog just because it's been so in
Shalara.
practice
Well,
for
there's
so
Currently has
long.
7
But look
chapters,
at him right
roughly
now.
1,000
He's one
words
of the
per
best PvP
chapter,
players in
some
the
over a
world.
couple
Well, you know, the
hundred.
thing is that, you know, people have all gotten so much better since he left. He's been gone for a long time. So, you know, on one level, it's like SOS, one of the greatest RTS game players of all time. How could we ever have doubted him? But on the other hand, it's like, yeah, but everybody's been grinding so hard. But he's coming in here with his own flavor, his own approach. It looks great.
Just to
They're
warn
on
you
one
then,
base right
book
now.
buyer.
SOS just growing into the I think this should be probably the beginning of the end here. I think there's just literally no way that you're going to get anything done. That's it. GG.
Yeah, Cure gonna fight all the way to the bitter end right
Excuse
there.
me.
Finally taps out when he spots the third.
Currently
base, and the
183
defense
words.
there.
Ah, it's not bad, Bookfire. That's a
Some
start,
really
right?
interesting
And then you just
games
keep
between you two guys.
keep
SOS
piling on
game
that,
number 1 going
and then the
for
next thing you
big
know,
impression
boom,
against
you're at
the Cyclone
100,000.
Raindrop. Game number 2 going for
Started
a
today?
really
Hell
bad
yeah.
Proxy Robo. I was even
But just to
wondering
warn you,
until he gets, like,
the-
Immortal in a prism
we
or something
like
before
to,
pushing out. There's, like, 2 gateway units in Immortal.
We like to be,
Natural expansion.
a little
Off the
spicy.
water.
That was so sick.
Wow.
I mean, who knows?
Around
man?
here.
SOS could take game 3, and we would already have a crazy upset. You can see Cure's a
So
little
don't
bit
mind Eggy when he shows
You
up.
never really see Cure lose to rushes like that. Especially getting the snipe with the command center. That was wild.
Yeah, this is.
Damn
Then
it, double
you also
digits. That's
feeling
not
of
fair.
You know, an immortal train coming at your base just right outside your natural.
And so quickly, too.
Yeah, let's see if we can say this map name.
Maganatha.
Maganatha.
Between Maganatha and Takamak, it's like a tongue twister.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll be talking. Usually when Eggy's
Next
around,
season,
we
the
we
matchups are
we,
gonna be
we
the
orbit
Empire.
around Fuda conversation
Guys, game 3's ready.
and femboys, because I do cosplay and makeup. And on the 12th, I'm over the age of 18, so go ahead. Yeah, we're doing a Hatsune Miku makeup stream on the 12th of May. So in 4 days. In 4 days, guys, Hatsune stream.
Okay. Cure in the
Yeah.
bottom right. SOS
We did the
top left.
unboxing
Will we
event,
have an
like,
expand
2 days ago?
drop opening?
So
And
I got all the shit ready.
Proxy pylon again. If I'm
I'm just interested in how the wig works because the ponytails aren't attached to it. I have to attach them, so I'm wondering if they're going to be like a little bit off. We'll see how it goes though. I haven't even tried it on yet. I have to do that tomorrow. Should have done it today.
SOS is probably one of the best build order.
I just want to finish a novel.
Layout.
Well, I've been working on mine in my head for 18 years, and we've got chapter 1 on paper now.
Yeah, his planning is very good.
Like he'll have build orders that.
But yeah, most of the parts of this channel is all about like learning how to write, improving your writing, writing technique, reacts towards videos on world building and on writing. I don't have a lot of patience, and I'm a perfectionist. Same here, book buyer. So yeah, it's never gonna be what I want it to be. But that's why sometimes, like right now, like most of the stories that I've written are unedited and they're just in their first draft, and I'm just learning to write shitty stories in their first draft and then learning to like edit them. And today is the first edit of Cryogen, which is the story we finished yesterday, which is 10,000 words.
You see him in a best of 7 and you might expect 7 different builds from Maru. SOS is one of these guys where for sure he's going to have 7 builds in a best of 7, but he might go back to one of them like 3 times in a series. Whereas a lot of players add in a lot of variety. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw SOS again go for some kind of proxy pressure, whether it be a robo, whether it be 3 gateway again, even though Cure might expect it.
I might try writing my story as a novel at first and then work on it more to make it 200k. Yeah, that's always a good idea, to get the idea out and then extend and go in more in depth, because you can always go back and fill in between the lines, right? That's the really cool thing about writing.
Wait, is this?
Wait, did I see that correctly?
No, I think that's
no,
the factory.
I'm crazy. I'm sorry. They had the command center selected, but I saw the factory, and I'm like, whoa, that's wild.
Sorry, we had a long break, Tasteless.
Yeah.
we're also
getting
back into this.
It's good to be back since casting the Esports World Cup Finals. I'm finally here again, StarCraft II. So this time around, we don't have a proxy pylon yet, but it seems like it's going to be triple gate. Possibly into Robo.
Yeah, we do have I believe, a pro patrolling all the way in the bottom left.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
So
on
maybe
these
he'll throw a
monitors, it's hard
there.
to see.
I always
Yeah.
get judged for this,
Tiny
but I do use
monitors
AI
in
to
the
help
studio.
me. It's a recent thing, and I find it very helpful. That's one of the
So it's
reasons
gonna
I
be the
only write for
factory in the
myself.
starport. No add-on
Ah!
yet. Probe stops, it was on
See,
the
I
trail.
use
So
AI
we'll
as
do
a
that in
tool
second.
to improve my writing.
I
Like,
feel
we
he's got
have...
two.
Oh my
Twilight
God.
Council. He threw that down after he saw the Reaper
We
coming
make
in, so I don't
plot
know if this is gonna get
outlines.
paid. I imagine it
For
probably won't be.
instance,
But I am curious
this
what
one?
the plan is going to be here for this pylon. Oh, there actually isn't a pylon. Is he doing a delayed scout?
wait,
is he going to the third base?
is this bugged out?
He might want to. Oh, he's just going to throw it down now.
Okay,
Okay.
I don't know
I'm actually
why that was
surprised
being
he's
so
building it
fucking
close,
weird.
Considering I would be expecting Kieran to
But-
be on point in terms
Well,
of scouting
especially
phase, right?
after seeing a Twilight Council, right? Like you
Yeah.
kind of look at that and go,
So
all
we
right,
take a
well,
plot,
you know, probably Blink Stalker. That's super common still to this
and
day
then we
in the matchup.
I wonder if we're gonna have
prompt
3
it
more in-depth
into
warfare here from SOS.
Grok.
Yeah, there they are. This is one of the things that he loved to do a long time ago, was he would get like
to get
7, maybe even 8 adepts,
story.
shade into the natural expansion, trade them out while going into Blink.
Yeah, it's a smart move.
I guess here's the
So that's going to be
stage.
exactly what happens. The number is going to be 5 this time. So he's going
Grok is the Twitter AI.
Come in and just start
Yeah, I
taking
don't
fights.
have
Triple Threat
ChatGPT.
Yeah, good mic.
So yours are probably better than mine,
Right under the command center, going to be focusing down these
because I don't pay for
And
it.
he's going to trade about evenly here. Didn't really get the worker damage that I think he wanted.
But yeah,
Also,
I think
shots
people are
being
dumb
staggered
for
are
not
really
using
easy.
AI because that's
A little bit
that's
painful. I
I don't
feel
pay
like
for
SOS would have liked this to
ChatGPT.
have gone
Wait,
a
there's
little
free
bit better for him.
ChatGPT? I didn't know there was free
And one of these things
ChatGPT.
that
I thought you had to pay
sometimes
for
want
it.
to do with adept pushes like that one is at least trade a bit more effectively with a marine count, because one of the scariest
Well,
things
shit.
for Protoss dealing with Terran and TVP in the mid game is just the initial swell of bio with the first couple of medevacs. And so anytime
But you do
can
have to
trade
use different
evenly before
versions.
Stim is
I
out,
use
before combat
Grammarly
field
free
is out,
version, but really only
you feel a
pointing out
lot
my
safer there as
mistakes or
Protoss,
what
but
it thinks are mistakes, then I
5
fix
adepts
them.
for just a handful of Marines. It's looking better for Cure right now.
Yeah, Cure I think is handled.
You get
pretty
like
well,
2
but there's no
hours
reason
of the
why
good
SOS
one,
couldn't,
and then
know,
you get the
get ahead and get
suckier
a good
one.
spot later
Yeah, that's
on.
why I prefer
Yeah,
to
Death
just
Attack
use the
was
free
definitely
one on
not
Grok because it's
great.
consistent.
You were
Then I
mentioning
don't
due to the fact
then
that
I don't
Grok
have to worry
was
about like
really
going
all
up and
kind of
down
fire
on
in unison.
things, right?
Um,
So I like to have a
so
standard.
for now,
That makes things especially when you're using a
it's gonna be a little
tool.
bit slow. It seems like. You know, Terran's not going to be jumping to the third base.
It's
just
better
yet.
to have a
He is sending
standardized tool
small
than just to use
medevac,
multiple different tools,
drop
especially
around
if you're
the map.
learning
There's
via that
I believe
tool.
it's spot
At least the way that I
finalized.
learned.
This. Yeah. He's actually going to send the Adepts in to kind of see, you know, does it look a little bit defense light? And if
What? Why'd they go in?
So he can come in here,
Oh, dude, he
he can
actually
snip
sniped the
He can
tank.
be able to get the bunker as well, depending on how fast the repair is.
Oh,
It's not
no, he
fast
can't get
enough.
it.
Yeah, that bunker not going to be taken down as Medevac now coming into SOS's main base.
It's a game. It's a game of harassment now. Like I haven't seen the new patches for StarCraft II in like 2 years. For me, I'm familiar with ChatGPT, so unless something was new, it was far better. I don't like to change. Yeah, that's fair.
It's funny.
That's another point too. Is like just swapping over to something else and getting used to like another kind of format or something.
So.
Or in this case, like, I've used I've used Grok so much it literally knows who I am. Like, if I go to it, it's like first thing is like draw me, which is always funny.
On this map specifically, if you can just thread
It's like, what does it actually think about me? I'm so happy I found you. Well, that's good to know. I'm glad, book buyer. I don't like to toot my own horn, but you know, that's what people
At
say.
least until SOS brings everything back to the front, but for SOS, although he didn't get too much damage done in the natural expansion there of Cure, anytime you can just chip away at the siege tank count.
I like this one. I wish I fucking looked like that. Damn, man, I'd have an OnlyFans if I fucking looked like that.
Basically dead weight in your army, right? So.
I love that. That's sick. This is more accurate, though.
Yeah, well, he's just gonna go for growth. Little auto turret down there to kill a couple of probes. But
hey man, that's pretty good for 33, right? Like 33 in a dude. That's not fucking bad, right? The twin clock band thing is an odd choice. Yeah, I don't know where it came up with that, but hey.
There really are only two ways to play
at least now, let's see. Do I exist to Grok?
We don't see
Who is?
so I was wrong about that. And you were right, State. There is a third CC. I don't know if they highlighted it earlier.
We are almost the same age. I'll be 33 in a little over 2 weeks. Nice. There's being an online synonym beyond. There's no further details about the background.
Out of position. This Protoss army, if it's able to catch the Terran unsieged,
Twitch channel.
both the Widow Mines and the
It knows nothing about me. Yeah, you youngsters. What are you, like 47 or 48, Sean? You fucker. Aren't you like 37? You're like 3. I thought you were like 3 or 4 years older than me. 46? Oh, okay. I wasn't that far off.
Oh, Nexus does not get canceled. Now SOS going for the 360 surround, able to get that siege tank.
He's married with kids, guys. I'm just a loner looking for a boyfriend.
Meat shield left for the Protoss army. It's just Stalkers against Stim Marines and Marauders, and Cure with a very favorable trade there outside the fourth base.
I mean, what?
That is not the fight that SOS wanted. Almost an anti-timing even, with +1 ground weapons finishing just afterwards.
Yeah.
But one of the things I want to do is I want to do like a StarCraft series of like fanfic where I take like the World Championship series and I turn the games into different stories. Married with adult kids. Youngest will turn 21 on Halloween.
I feel like he just bled out too many zealots in that last fight.
Yeah.
He didn't get the surface area that he needed on the bio. Instead, they all clumped up there on the siege tank. And now Kira stimming in once more with this army here for SOS. He is
well, that'll be my my sister and her husband, because they have 2 kids right now who are like 7 and 8.
Clean them up, and once more,
And she's younger than me. I'm just trying to survive adulthood. True book buyer. Being a writer is not an easy career. I'll tell you that. Her name is Allie, so for my family it's Halloween forevermore.
We do now have 1 Colossus out, but Thermo Lance still, what, half a minute away? This is a very dangerous time in the game for SOS.
Yeah, he's going to unload. He's going to come in here for another swipe. This time at 12 o'clock again. A stim and a split, actually. He wants to try to come in and really make the Colossus not as powerful by having so many different angles here.
Oh yeah, I think Cure might win this, but I'm not quite sure. The Colossi is pretty bold.
He targets the Immortal. Mike
I
goes
can
back to the
make
block shot again.
it!
Begins to kite once more.
You can do whatever you want, Callie. You just have to believe, push yourself, and do what you need to do. If I write 2 books a year, that would be insane, Callie.
Starting to do a little bit of tit for tat on the ground. He's been trading a little bit better.
You
but
do
the
it?
Medivacs
Hell
have
yeah.
been basically untouched this
Hell
entire
yeah.
time.
Right.
He's never been able to snipe them with the Medivacs because he's never had a good enough trade. And so this Terran army has so many stims in the banks, and there's going to be so much healing that I don't know if SOS is really going to have the damage that
I wrote
he
2
needs,
books
even
last
with
year.
Colossi
Nice.
And a head-on engagement with Cure.
That's not bad at all.
So, auto turret's going to come down here, making things just a little bit worse. The supply really does tell the whole story.
Yeah.
Even though we're seeing SOS survive a lot of these attacks, his army
His army is tiny.
where everything that
I wrote
sorry,
just
Cure
under
has
200
here
words.
is just bigger and not going down at all. And you pointed this out as well, State, especially the medevac count. The medevac count is getting to the point where every single
Fierce Anthony
unit in
writes
the
the
army has
books
its own
he
personal
sells.
Yeah, I mean,
So he
the
always
bear
has a
game in
time limit
PvP
to get the
is
story written because
so
he's
pivotal
already
in this matchup. As
sold.
Protoss, if you're sniping medevacs and Terran stimming actually means damage,
We can
you're in a
prevail!
good position. But in a
True,
situation
Callie.
like this one, I mean,
Wait, so
that
Sean,
is
so
many
he
medevacs
sells a book
assisting
and then
this
writes
army.
it?
And we don't have anything
How do
like
you even do
Storm
that?
Or disruptors here for SOS. It's all units that are slowly going to do damage, like the Zealots, like the.
How do
Stalkers,
you
like the
even do
Colossi.
that?
And when you get into a match
Just throw
situation
out
against
like
a
100,000
team
different
across the map,
synopses, and then the
that
one that
damage is
sells a million
distributed across
copies, you
a
write it?
huge arc. I'm not sure we're going to see
Muting
much
for a
Terran
couple of
die
minutes to
at
write?
all
No
unless
worries,
SOS
book
is
buyer.
able to somehow catch him out of position.
You know, Cure, there's really no pressure on his side of the map. SOS is continuing to, grow out here. He's got a base over here in the far top right. The small number of Zealots, I think the idea is good, but you can see defense-wise, like...
So what if you bought a
there's no
book
place
that
for
wasn't
prisoners
popular
to
by
rest
him
to shut
and he
this
never
down,
wrote it?
especially in
What would
small
happen?
numbers. And as we hit the max out point for Terran, that's
He
usually
proposes
where
the
there will
book,
be
the
a
main
fight.
outline, and when the publisher buys
Stress for
one,
SOS
he has like
with
6
no
months or something to
additional
write
stacking
it and
of
deliver the
just
edited
these four
book.
Colossi. Vikings going to sack themselves to get one of them taken out at the start. Here now cutting back through this choke point. Actually a pretty good engagement there for SOS. Able to chip away at the bio ball quite well. Only losing one Colossus. That's the kind of fight that he needs.
Another scan here. A big drop down to the main.
That sounds pretty sketchy
And, no
though.
engagement in the middle of the map. I love the fact he's going to go for this robo. This is
Like,
so smart. Just gun this down. Nothing's
I feel
gonna
like that's
stop
putting
that.
all your
Try
eggs in one
to forge
basket.
immediately
Comes
after that.
writing,
That
he's an
will fall
absolute
as
beast.
well.
Yeah, but I mean for someone who's like completely and utterly published and good, yeah, no. But I mean like if you're starting off the bat, I think that is a huge way to shoot yourself in the foot and absolutely ruin your reputation right off the
It was
bat.
insane how fast the Zealots connected there.
Unless you have like
It
previously
looks like the
published
Zealots
work.
almost blinked into there,
to
but,
reference.
It was so funny.
Because that's a huge
Yeah,
gamble
so
on the
problem is
publisher
that
and that's a
seems like
huge
Cure still
gamble
has
on
more.
you.
The
Right?
engine he's got back at home that is cranking out so many units is looking so fearsome. It's so strong.
But SOS is doing.
That's why it's like
remarkable
my
job
first
of
couple of
staying
books are most
alive
likely
with
just going to be
these guys.
compilations
Plus
of short
Reborn
stories,
does help a
right?
lot for these
Well, I'll take
Colossi.
all my sci-fi short stories, all my
Really, it's a
fantasy
macro
short
game here
stories,
for
all my
SOS that is
historical
carrying
short
through this. You're
stories,
still only on
and
four
like
bases.
all my
SOS at
romance short
89
stories,
throws.
and I'll put them all into
Taking
individual
a
short
6
story
base.
books. That's most
These
likely
trades
the
haven't
first
been
thing
the
that I'm
best
going to
for him.
publish.
They have been good
I don't know how to
fights.
make my writing
For
better.
him, it's all about the
Just
rematch.
keep writing,
All about the
Callie.
income. You can see 3,000
That's
total
honestly
per minute, so this is
seriously
2,500
just the
of
best
pure.
way to do it. Is
And
get
that
what's
could
in
be
your mind
SOS's
on
way
paper.
back into this game. If
And
he's
then
able
just,
to
like,
stably add an
compare
additional
yourself to other
melee
writers,
damage, whether
right?
Disruptors is, yeah,
Started off the same as
once
anyone
again,
else, wrote the
another
story,
row
and
getting
get the
thrown
publisher
down
to
from
buy it.
SOS after losing
Yet
their
he's
robotics
had
ability to
some
main
tough
base.
times getting a few of them published
If he's
because
able
not all
to
publishers
stabilize,
publish
he's
every
in a
type of
really
story.
good
Yeah,
position
exactly. That's a
with
big
this
problem
macro.
too, right, Sean?
But
Is
again, he's always playing on a knife's edge because if he doesn't get the engagement,
It's all
he
about the
absolutely
pitch to
needs
the
against this
publisher,
fireball
right?
from Pure, he can get toppled so quickly.
Now he's splitting this up. This attack should take out
Welcome
this
back,
Nexus.
book buyer.
We have some
How was your
time
writing
in there,
session?
but that's only going to buy a little bit of time. The big counterattack comes down here at the third base. a lift
Oh, we
off.
also
The
have
SCVs
this
are
function,
treating
which I
this
really
as
need to
a
expand on, but I just
tries
keep
to
honestly, I
counterpunch.
just keep
Coming in
forgetting.
here, the Vikings are targeting down these Colossi. Goes
Dropped
from
an idea
4
into
to
the
5
think
now.
tank. A thief
4 to
unite,
3.
lost plague, save.
Oh man, the Colossus
Enchant
never
spirit.
get a connection on the
People
Marine
usually
Marauders.
say I
Here with
have really good
excellent
ideas.
micro
Yeah,
back
Callie,
to
people
the
tell me the
Vikings.
same thing.
After taking
And
down
I'll tell you the
every
same thing.
single
I absolutely
Colossus,
love your
that is
ideas.
all of the
Like,
firepower
like
for SOS
your
down
book,
range.
like the
Another
book
Nexus
just
is
has,
gonna
it's so
fall.
fascinating. It's so random and
No
great.
way,
Like
the
a
SOS
fucking
can
flesh
recover.
stealing
Remember, there was
skeleton
robots
and
earlier,
a school
the
with a
whole
teacher that turns
robotics
people into
production has been
pianos. It's
basically
just and like a
reset
bunch of
back to the
undead
Stone
and then
Age
like
now.
belfry and
The
everything.
next
It's just
targets
like
are gonna be the peripheral
it's
bases
so
that, SOS,
fantastic.
gonna try to
Ideas
do.
are fantastic,
Of
but
course,
putting it on
the
paper,
Oblivion
yeah,
is great.
exactly,
Now
right?
take out,
Right?
the other bases
That's
on the
that's the
outside.
one of the
We're gonna see an
hardest
attack
parts
for
of it.
that.
That's why I'm writing short stories and just getting things on paper.
Rains down
Because
at the
that's my
9
biggest
o'clock
problem.
There's one
I love
disruptor
his
up here
mode
for
series and the
SOS.
incarnations of
Can he make some
immortality.
magic
I
happen?
think
He's
it is the
repelling
other
the
one.
force for down,
It's about
but
the gods and
really
the fates.
supplies down there. One
Mortals
last
come
shot does get denied.
become
GG is
those
called
things,
this
including
year's
God and the
first
devil,
series.
bearing an hourglass. It's about
Beautifully
Kronos
done.
and the carnation of time.
That
Nice.
was fun. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. It was very cool to see SOS play. And hang. You know, Cure is one of the strongest players in the GSL, easily one of the strongest players in the whole world. But SOS took a game off him. He went toe-to-toe with him. I think that
I still don't know like what the actual meta for StarCraft II is and what they're supposed to be doing. Because I know SOS is always crazy games, so never take any game that SOS plays as like a meta move.
And basically just chip away. Stim, attack, you know, stutter, step back, rinse, repeat, drop a couple places, force a warp in a place that ultimately would be inconvenient for the follow-up attack from Terran.
What is my writing talent today? Ooh, I shouldn't have done that. We had 135. Why did I lower it? Ooh, 71. I mean, it's not bad.
Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
No, we are right back.
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to hop into a ZEZ here for match number 2, best of 3 number 2.
Dude, you guys are
Just
pretty
wrapped
good.
up
I mean,
versus
56,
SOS.
53,
That
that's
was
not
a
too bad, right?
Yeah, SOS looked really good.
I mean,
absolutely.
you can't be 100% on every day. I'll make a terrible joke, but it's more like a clit. Sounds about right.
So strong, it was so refreshing. And as somebody who's an SOS fan going back to the olden days.
Oh, we like to have fun here. I wish Eggy was here. He'd make some food a joke.
Rainer is back here in the GSL Code S.
Yeah, we got our first non-Korean in the GSL, guys.
He really wants to make that round of 8.
Representing the
Rainer's
EU.
been chasing a GSL
Ooh, yes,
championship for a long
race.
time. That's kind of the final Pokemon for his collection.
I'm a goblin.
Basically
Fuck
done everything.
yeah.
Yeah.
He
That's
is
great.
currently living in Korea.
Damn it, I
He's
hate
not far
flying.
from my apartment in Seoul. Enjoying,
Callie won.
food,
You gotta wait for the
life, hanging
cooldown.
out.
Try it again,
Make no
book
mistake,
buyer.
it's all business when it comes down to this GSL.
Callie's the
And I think
octopi.
this is gonna be a really interesting challenge.
I
Solar
stole
should
it.
be a pretty even match.
It's okay, I do it all the time.
Solar especially is EVZ.
It's a stupid global cooldown.
For so long. I feel like he's one of the most aggressive
What about this
EVZ
one?
players. He always makes it work. You know, it's just a thrill to watch.
A
But
Mithra,
Rainer as well,
which is
he's
a
one of those
cat
guys
girl.
that loves to
Nice
fight
choice,
his
book
opponent.
buyer.
He's one of the fastest
And
players
lost
in
all my
StarCraft II, if not
fucking
the fastest,
shards.
And he loves to use that multi-task.
Oh man, I tried.
Attacks his opponent, attacking different areas of the map, causing problems everywhere, whether it be with Overlord drops,
Mithra is the
whether it be
cat
with
girl
Wing
character
Run
from
Mines.
Final Fantasy
He
XI.
can do it all. And so this CBZ, Solar and Rainer, two of the more aggressive Zergs, I think is going to be absolutely explosive.
Solar on Team Falcons. That is the strongest team here for EWC. Going to be fun to see what kind of match these guys bring. ZVZ specifically, I'm not kind of curious what
Hopefully
state
it'll be a
that
fucking yeah.
matchup
There we
is
go.
in.
That's a
We talked
Mithra.
before in the previous best of 3. We've had a lot of downtime for StarCraft II.
Yeah,
right? We've
I
been
mean,
basically in the dark ages for a while. So I'm curious if ZVZ is going to be looking similar. Has it changed?
Sean always win. My
What are
second
these two
book
guys gonna
is
do when
kind
there's
of
just so
about
much on the line?
furries. That's okay, Caliber. Think about this.
Is kind of the
The
biggest
main
victory of any
species
GSL I've ever
in
cast,
my
because
book are
usually there's
octopi,
all these
avians,
tournaments that have
and
happened in the previous
insectoids.
months where you
There's
can
no
watch
humans.
everybody's games.
Right.
You have a very good
Also,
read
if you
on-
didn't know, this is an interesting lore that I
Right,
really
that
love to
you're
throw out
seeing,
because I think it's fucking
at any time
hilarious.
what the meta
So if you
looks
didn't
like,
know, for octopi,
where
for
the
an
strategic
octopus,
zeitgeist is.
one of their tentacles is actually their
Some players have
genitalia.
been somewhat inactive, kind of waiting for turns
So
to come
for the
back and
octopi
try to
in
figure out
my
this thing.
book,
There's also
their
a lot of
left
online
leg,
cups
because
that
how
are
they are is their
playing it,
back
but
3
also, are you
legs.
gonna be using your best stuff in
You
those,
knew
or
that?
save
Yeah.
them
So
for
their
your,
back
like,
3 legs are
GSL?
braided together
Sometimes
on
you'll have
each
strategy
side,
that's like,
and they stand
it's
on
so
the
good,
3
you don't
braided
know how to
legs,
hang on to
essentially.
this.
So their left
Random
leg is
time is
slightly
right.
smaller
It's
than their
also
right
kind of an
leg
awkward
because
situation
their
with
genitalia
ladder
goes through their
recently,
left
like
leg.
Korean
So in order to
because
mate,
of the
they
long
play
downtime that we
footsies.
had before the WC announcement. I mean, dead is the wrong word for this, but a lot of the pro players were very inactive on the ladder. And
Right.
so that means that if you were a pro player and you wanted to practice, you're probably doing more custom games. They're probably doing something that's going to be feeding a little bit more into a strategy that we might not see until you get back onto a premier stage. And so
I wish Toe Connoisseur
I'm
was
very
here for that
curious.
one.
You know, I feel like
He would
Rainier,
love it.
in my mind, has the edge, but there's just so many unknowns coming into this GSL. It's basically the start of the 2025 circuit. and
Yes,
the
some
road
male
to
octopus
WC.
species have a unique reproductive
I don't know
strategy
what
where
to
they
expect.
detach
I'm
a
excited for
modified
whatever it's
arm
gonna be, though.
called
Let's get into
Hectopolis
Game 1, Rainier
during
versus-
mating. This allows them to deposit sperm into the female and then swim away, potentially avoiding being eaten. Hectopolis is a modified arm that the male uses to transfer sperm into the female. In some species, the male Hectopolis breaks off and is left inside the female's pleural cavity where it can store the sperm and detach Hecto. Finally on a streak, fingers crossed, keeps going. This attached
You're like,
Hectopolis
I'm just gonna have to laugh at whatever it takes
can then be
to
used by the
move on.
female later to fertilize her eggs. Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the main reasons why for octopi they're the most intelligent species
guys,
as far
so
as
it's,
learning goes, because there's no parental
Okay, Rainer's-
knowledge or familial knowledge. Like the male StarCraft II, yes, the GSL. I wasn't sure if the GSL. I thought GSL was dead. I thought StarCraft II was dead, but no. Apparently the GSL is on, and it's happening all in 5 days. So the next 5 days are all about GSL, StarCraft II. Welcome, welcome, Levi. How's it going? Translation: Male octopus rips off penis and yells at the female. Eat a DB, then throws the D and runs away for his life.
China, Rainer's been in and out of Korea for
True.
a while. I think he was in various parts of Europe before that.
And then the
Obviously,
female
talking about Italy where he's from, but
hovers over the eggs for 6 months and then dies
But
as
yeah,
soon as they're born.
this has been
And then the eggs have to survive, and among a hatch of about 10,000 eggs, about 10 octopus survive. And that's why they're not the dominant
So,
species on the planet. They would be the dominant species and most intelligent species on the planet
you know,
if
we
they
have a lot
had
of
a
explosive
familial
species that, you know, come down to one player
attachment
kinda leaning into the other
on
one,
top of
trying
the
to
intelligence
punish
that
the
they have.
macro.
Like if they had
Obviously,
developed that
goes
later
away.
on down the line,
I'm curious
plus
if
had
these
their
guys
ability
are
of
gonna have
learning,
any
since their only way to
long
survive is to
macro
instantly
games
learn
where nobody
everything
pulls the
basically
trigger.
immediately.
It's certainly possible, but
So that's how I took that concept and made that into my book, where octopi are the dominant, most intelligent species, and they develop technology, and they leave the ocean, and they go on to land, and genetically modify themselves.
now I think there was a stretch of like 6
As well as also
8
creating
months or
the
something, maybe
hype
last
for Smash
year
Up tomorrow. It is tomorrow, Levi? Okay, yeah, I thought so. So yeah, we'll do Smash Up tomorrow. Sounds good.
Unstoppable. And you know, shaking off the
I'll have to
rust
spend some
of
time
the
figuring
offseason
out
and coming back into
magical
a
girl
premier
Russians.
GSL in 2025
Because that's what I'm
and the
gonna
road to
play,
WC,
because
of
apparently
course,
it's the only
GSL
good
champion
magical girl
will be
build.
seeded into the Esports World Cup. I feel like you gotta go back to your roots. 'Cause we have a
Yeah, I'll be streaming all day tomorrow. Hell yeah.
Of a trade.
Let's go.
Yeah, right now Solar in pursuit. I don't think, depending on how this angle turns here for the Ling, that he can get the killing blow off of this.
No, it's gonna heal too much, I think, before. Yeah.
Oh, so
Perfectly timed out, where
close.
he knows he can basically heal it up.
Oh, he got it!
And then bounce it off.
He got it.
Baneling's Nest on the outside.
That's
Favorite
insane.
builds through and through.
Yeah. Third hatchery for both players, too. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to both macro. Somebody could just pull the trigger and start to Ling up. We're going to basically be watching.
Still
the
not sure
production
what to
tab
play.
to
I
see
was
when-
playing
when that
Daggerfall all
happens.
day
Yeah, the
today,
biggest
but it's not a
deviation
good
that I see
stream
right now,
game.
Taste, is
Yeah.
that Rainer's actually taking the
So I just want to
time
share
third
the
where
first
Solar's
5 chapters because I'm
expanding linearly
publishing
across
this.
the
So,
bottom of the map.
oh yeah,
Either
Callie,
one
feel
is
free,
better than
post
the
it in
other.
the Discord,
The
and
maps are so new, And also,
if it's on the
I'm
Google
just not very
Docs
familiar
now
with
from where
DBZ
it was
either. It's
before,
hard to say.
Tokyo Mew Mew, the original version
I don't
was
know.
awesome.
It's too
Wish
early
they
in the
finished the
season for me to
dub.
make a read like that
It's
one.
tough to call. I mean, especially with the amount of downtime we've had.
I do love this new map pool, by the way.
Oh, you did post it. Okay,
It's
awesome.
been so much fun playing this on the ladder. It feels just so refreshing. I feel like the map designers have really knocked one out of the park this
You know
season.
what? I feel like
I
the
hate
map
dub. I love
designers
sub.
have been
Yeah, I'm not a fan of dub.
Yeah, it's
You know,
nice.
Sub
I
all the
think-
way.
I was mentioning this earlier, but I think it's
Nihongo
worth repeating for those that tune in for certain matches, but I think we were
hanashimasu.
maybe in the history of StarCraft, this so far 15-year, I guess now
Real
16-year
sub
course of StarCraft
dub.
2, maybe a little bit too conservative, and I get it when it comes to map ideas because on
It's
some
just
of the pros they want to play
it's
on a
just the
certain
way
type of
that
map,
the
they
Japanese
might be crazy,
specifically
but I think
do
with the
acting
game
and stuff
that
like
they
that.
said
Like
you
they
want to get a
actually
little
like
bit out there. Have some
act
standard
out
maps
the
for
entire
sure,
scene.
but also,
They don't
let's,
just like
you know,
read
let's
from a
see where this game
script.
can go if we get a little
Blind man, dub beats sub.
So
All right.
Roach Warren's coming down on both sides. Missile attack coming right now for Raynor.
Learn to speak Japanese, Sean.
And,
Yeah, no, Sean's an old man with really bad
and actually
eyesight.
this shot of what if any upgrades were coming here from Solar.
Yeah, Raynor, does he have lair tech underway
Yeah,
just
he does. Yeah.
He's like that
His layer
anime
tech's coming
character
along.
that's
Well,
like
Solar getting it
so
right now.
fucking
Just wondering if
overpowered,
they're done.
Oh,
but
sorry,
they're
yeah,
literally on the
totally.
brink of death, but you don't know
Huh.
it.
Nice Ling Scout.
Yeah, he's going to come in. I think potentially confirming there is no lair.
Yeah, whether, yeah.
Yeah, it's no lair here for Raynor. He's just going to sit on a relatively low drone count. He did just dump out 6 more of them. I was wondering if this was going to be leading more towards
You know, like Itachi.
aggression from
Yeah,
him. But
Raynor's going to go for a Roach timing attack.
Not a nice
He's gonna do is send
description.
Roaches across the map.
But he's overpowered as
And
fuck and he's
the
strong
Lings
as
are
hell.
gonna
He's a
tank,
great
the Roaches are gonna deal
writer.
damage.
I fucking
And the
love
idea is to
Catversion.
chew through whatever Solar has here.
I often
Keep in
say I
mind,
feel
all
like
the
I'm
important
90. I
infrastructure's
dread what
natural.
90 will feel like.
Whenever you see an attack like
True,
this, like,
Sean.
commit or not. But he's coming back with the Roaches.
I hope when I'm 90,
He's still
if
building
we've
them,
solved
though.
immortality
Also in
or
fact,
like
I think it's
robotic
not gonna wind
bodies
up
and
with the time.
transferring brains
Inspire,
into like
has
through
started.
technology or being able to like
And so,
upload
the
yourself
Inspire
onto
is
the
a great
internet.
tech, but there's a
You're
lot of
lucky you
time
won't make it to
between when starts
90.
and when it finishes. It's one of the longest buildings to make in the game. As far as
Yeah, as soon as I lose functionality of my facilities and I can no longer like go to the bathroom on my own, I'm like, I am signing up immediately for you to off
I think
me.
it depends on
In
where
high
things
school,
get
I wrote
cracked,
my
little bit of
thesis
position.
in law was on
But he's on the
euthanasia.
move. He's moving out. 18 links here to tank.
And how the
And
abuse of
goal
like
is
any
that as
type
the
of
links
system is
start to
always
dry
going to
up,
be prevalent, and we
front
shouldn't
links
allow
coming in force, and behind
the
that are gonna be Roaches. And Ravagers,
the
of course, as well.
abuse of a
He can
system
hit,
to
you know,
not
positions
enable that
where
system to
things
be
are turtled
created,
behind,
because otherwise we wouldn't
buildings,
have any
whether that's
systems,
mines or anything
because
else.
every
Ravagers
single
at the same
system can be
time are coming
abused.
down here for
Just
Solar.
what you should do is try to minimize how abuse can happen and keep a track on abuse. Me lucky. Those two words don't belong together.
Solar, he pumped the brakes on the Spire and he spent all
Same
his
here,
money on
Sean.
Roaches and
I am
Ravagers
the
trying to
most
defend.
unlucky,
And it
ridiculous,
still might
like
not be
insanity
enough. Raynor
that's
with his
possible.
three-hatch timing, no
Like,
lair attack, just sitting on 52
GG,
drones.
Raynor wins against
Ravagers
Solar. That's
in
insane.
to Solar, and it was a little
I'm half
bit
lucky,
tricky the
half
way that
unlucky.
Raynor was maneuvering around
I'm like
that.
unluckily
Spicy
lucky.
pizza.
But I think that was Raynor just trying to get Solar a little bit confused, because even us watching the unit
Well, when he went back
movement,
too, yeah.
he pushes forward and then he comes back, and then Solar going for the Spire is like, okay, well maybe this is a feign.
Well, the thing is, so he basically faked out.
All right, toke time, toke time.
He would have done without the Evo
Let's
chamber.
do this.
Yeah.
So he comes across, he's like, nah, see, I'm not doing it. And then it's like, oh, I am.
Right with +1. That lair did absolutely nothing for Solar. He spent the money on the Spire. He spent the money on getting +1. He
I
spent the money
never
on getting
hit
roach
on
speed.
12
None of that
because I
came
know
to
I will
fruition by the
bust.
end of the game.
But I'll hit on
It was all
13
money.
because it's a
That basically
50-50
was
chance
right
to
off
not
the board,
bust.
And Raynor was able to leverage that eco advantage just with a little bit better spending and a very refined timing attack to decapitate him at that third base.
I mean, fair enough.
And now Raynor, one map went away from going to the winner's match as we get ready to go to set number 2 on Ley Lines.
Ley Lines, game 2, that match basically stopped like right when it started.
Yeah.
That was like truly what you would call a build order win. The way he handled it, he faked it out very well, but came in there. And the moment that he saw the +1, he went, oh.
I was always the worst at poker because I'm terrible at games because I'm a troll. And I will purposefully play as bad as possible.
Can Raider 2-0 on Ley Lines, or will Solar fight?
It's like picking the weakest character in like a fighting game. Like everyone knows this character's a piece of shit. I'll pick that character and lose every time happily.
Okay, Solar in the bottom, Rainer in
Like
the top.
playing Aurelia in
Really
Dragon
dominating
Ball.
performance here from Rainer.
Literally no powers, no nothing.
You know,
just
what Solar
spam the
was doing
same 2
as far
moves,
as
stun lock
goes,
people
he
until
had
they either
a
die or I
on.
miss the stun lock and then
But
they
some
kill
of
me
these
in one
builds
hit.
are basically designed to kind of break the opponent's arm or leg, as they're trying to get into that moment. And Solar, the moment he realized what happens, he went, "Oh, I'm not even going to waste."
June
my
on
energy
Tekken 2,
to go
infinite
into the next
combo.
game." But it's
Yup.
funny, it did kind of throw us off too. We're like, "Oh, he's going to run back, okay."
Well, that's a sign of
Yeah.
it being a really tricky build, right? Is
Yeah.
the fact that Rainer with his unit positioning, I was like, he moved back, and I'm like, you don't have a Lair Tech coming in,
Yeah.
surely.
Well, it's funny because like it's so obvious what it's happening on some level. Like, hindsight's always 20/20, right? But it's like, no, he's not going to hit until the upgrade's done, you know. But I thought maybe he saw like some more drones hatch, or there was something else that led him to believe that. Anyways, great game here by Rainer. But he's probably going to have to bring something a little bit different this time around.
Yeah, it was a very clean timing attack there from Rainer. And Solar did get greed checked a little bit. I wonder if that's going to lead Solar into playing a bit more aggressively here early on in this game, because that is one of the easier
I'm pretty good
ways
on
to kind
Tekken
of
2 because I
navigate
play like
your
a
pathway through the
Shaolin
games. You
monk.
won't get
I
blindsided
don't attack, I time a defense or counter.
so much by a build like the one that Rainer did in the previous game if you're more active on the map yourself. Solar was setting up for a huge Lair Tech mid-game with the Spire, with Roach Speed, with Evolution Chamber upgrades coming in, and Rainer just wasn't playing that. He wanted to end it quickly and fast with a 3-hatch timing attack. And Solar, even though he got that Link Scout all the way into the main base, he wasn't able to stop it still. I think probably just because the
Zerg is a lot more interesting in StarCraft 2 than it is in StarCraft 1.
And so,
Except for that one game this
If I'm looking at
season
this
that we
game
had
from
where we
Solar's
went to like
perspective
fucking
here,
Hive Tech on
I'm feeling
ZVZ.
like I want a little bit more map presence, because if Rainer's going to continue to be tricky like that in this series, it only takes, one more sneaky attack that just sweeps your feet, and you are going to the loser's match against SOS.
Oof. You don't want to play a loser's match against SOS because he's got nothing to
Three
lose.
bases
He's just going to
again.
throw his craziest builds against you.
So many different ways.
It's gonna be
that you
insane.
can go from here, depending on the decisions they make. You know what I feel
Yeah,
like
it's whether one of them goes Baneling or one's
is
8
when
ball.
both players
I'm going to
ling
write
on each
a
other for little bit.
passable comedy
I
story.
feel like we
Let's see
don't
what I
have as
get.
many of those games happen as we should have one of them happen.
A passable romance story.
Yeah, and I don't mean when one does it, I mean when they both end up doing it.
I mean,
So this game,
that's
Rainer
what we
is
do,
making
right?
Exactly what I was talking about. The Ling all in.
There you go, Tasteless.
And,
Abject failure of a horror.
So Solar's going to have to brace for impact. This could
I'm
be short,
sorry,
this could be chaotic,
Sean.
and Rainer has to back
Try
off.
again, Caliber.
In which case it might be a little bit unclear who's ahead, who's behind, or it could be shut down entirely. The Lings are going to
You
move
keep
out.
getting
The
fucked
Overlord is gonna
over.
tip the alarm there.
A breakout
Banelings are gonna come
success of a romance
It's really about
story.
Baneling detonation value here. So he's going to target the hatchery. There is a way to play this where you just cancel
Hopefully
the
it's
hatchery.
spicy. We love spicy stories here, guys.
Canceling this hatchery. Baneling's now coming in. Will they get the connections?
People
Rainer's
tell me
just
I'm
right
good at
side.
the spice.
Left side still getting good trades there with the Lings. This hatchery
A
so low on
horror
HP,
written by
but
me would be
with
a
no
failure, I'm
Banelings here
sure.
for
Not my
Rainer,
genre
I'm not
by
sure he can
any
actually
means.
break this.
Yeah. Balls of steel here for Solar. It looked like he was going to lose that.
Cyborg
The trick is
infiltrates
you
derelict
just send 1 or 2
fleet,
Lings in,
control
you kill the
truth,
Baneling,
kill
and
lunar
when that's thinned
inspection.
out, then you pounce.
All right, more Lings in production right now for Rainer, also throwing down the Roach Warren.
Yeah.
Solar's Roach Warren almost
I meant
complete.
my
Both players
story
about
to
equal
be
right
horror
now on
comedy
drone counts, but
romance
Solar
at
with a
first.
big Ling advantage
I could
coming
definitely
in.
see that,
There's an
Callie.
axle around there that isn't enough surface area
Abject
on this team.
failure of a
Solar
romance.
escape.
You tried, book buyer.
Nice trade right there for Solar.
At least you tried.
And I've got my eyes on that production tab, Tasteless. I'm waiting to see if both these guys are going to continue to keep the pedal
At
going.
least it's in my genre.
Yeah, I mean, let's see.
Do you
That
write
hatchery's
romance?
low. It's going to heal eventually, but it's going to be a long
I
time
love
away.
writing
I mean, there's
romance,
always
and
a
people
world
tell
you
me
can
I'm
run
good
into
at
the
it, but I
natural,
usually only write
drop
romance
the
in a
pitch there, and then
spicy
you just get a
scene
couple Lings
sense.
and try to clip it. Oh, the Bane. Oh,
Romantasy?
Dude,
Nice.
crazy jukes, crazy jukes.
Oh, it barely lives. 1 inch
Ah!
on that. It does get taken out right there. Is now Rainer coming in with a Baneling of his own. Able to get not good enough connection going for the hat.
10%.
Oh, he gets it.
Ooh, I haven't
can't
seen
believe
an
he gets
under
it. I think
3
that Baneling
digit.
actually made the difference.
Ooh.
That was sick.
I mean,
you know, it's funny.
You got it.
So
I mean,
I've never
probably
even appreciated having
accurate.
Baneling hit
Dang.
hatchery. Look, that's not what they're for. They're for the lings. You're doing it wrong.
I would enjoy to
So,
hear
the counterattack's
your
in. It's Roach
take
Bane.
on my
This could
last
go really bad for Raynor. He's actually gonna
spicy
abandon
storybook
his
buyer
hatchery on the
and see if it's
outside and hope he
something
can
that
muster enough
is passable.
to
Because
come
I've only
back
ever
and
had
take it
men
towards
judge
kill.
my
I
romance,
think
not
he's
women.
gonna have enough
And
because
I
Solar
think,
isn't really committing too much to
you
this
know,
attack. He's throwing down another
it's not
hatchery, he's
necessarily
going
the
up the layer,
same.
he's getting an evolution
10%
chamber,
of something
so
is better than
he's not
100% of nothing.
seeing that
Exactly,
third base fall
Sean.
and deciding that he should go for it all in. Instead, he's going to use the units that he has on the map.
All right, guys, we
now.
might be
Face
skipping
up
out on
pressure.
editing
Well, technically, we're
Cryogen
putting
today,
back at home
and we
because
might just
he
read
still is ahead of
Catversion,
Yes, Raynor with
and
his
we'll
third
probably
hatchery
read
is going to
chapter
put
2
some
of
very
Callie's
soon. But at least Solar
book,
will
and
have
then
tech
we'll
advantage.
read
Plus one already started for him. Raynor's evolution
my
chamber
last
only halfway
spicy
done.
story.
Solar's lair, I believe, about to complete. Raynor's only just now starting. So for Solar, yeah, losing that third hatchery.
We're
it
in
does
chapter 3.
suck, to be real about it, but
Okay.
beyond that, he does
Sounds
have some
good, Callie.
advantage in terms
I
of
forgot
timing.
about chapter
That could
2.
lead to a timing.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Because it was chapter 1 and
If
2
Raiders
together.
play this correctly, it's going to be smooth sailing for the rest of the game.
Oh!
They
3
got
drones.
down.
Could have been 7. Could have been
I'm
8.
expecting a little bit more there, but
Yeah.
man, Raynor just
Because,
loves
like,
doing these little tiny tactics.
I have 2
He's really good at
styles, and they're both
an impressive moment
extreme.
back there.
One's extreme to the
So for
point
now, both
of
sides are gonna
like
get missile attack upgrades. Solar does
vague,
have, a little
and
bit
then
of a lead in
there's
that
the
regard.
extreme of
Yeah.
explicit.
But not yet.
This
That's
story
enough for,
is
like,
extremely
he might be tough a little
explicit
bit, but he's
and
probably
very
not.
like
And I don't know that
I
he's
wrote basically I
necessarily
wrote
these
this story
upgrades
for
were like,
Eggy
oh,
because he
have to
loves
do a tiny
Fuda
attack here or
and
not.
water
But
sports.
maybe because he's
So if that gives you any
context
context
I
of
think
the
Solar's gonna be
story,
going through that time
wives
phase.
across the
Yeah, maybe
street
you're right.
higher than a
lot of
kite.
roaches right now. He's gonna
Hell
have
yeah,
roach
Sean!
speed
It better be
and plus
marijuana
well
she's
before
smoking and
Raynor
not
will.
something else.
And with roach speed, he can actually force that fight to happen. Raynor cannot easily retreat.
No cigarettes
until
around
plus
here.
one is done, because Solar is going to have the speed upgrade on his lair. And I'm expecting Solar.
Tell her
any
to get
moment
down.
now
It's dangerous
to start
up
moving
there.
across
Cool.
the
I'm
map.
good with
8 more
spicy.
roaches in production. He has not made a drone
Sweet,
in
sweet.
quite a while.
It's a
And he
sorbet.
just doesn't want Raynor to
Edible,
be keen
even
on
more
exactly
intense.
what is coming.
Ooh,
With this oversteer coming in,
nice.
counting a sparsely saturated third base with a lot of gas. Alarm bell is going to be ringing, and now here comes Solar moving across the map.
Edibles do me in. I just turn into a fucking zombie.
Another big push.
Just
coming
like put
out.
on Lord of the Rings and just zone out.
And,
for like
I don't know
16
about this
hours.
angle. Oh man, erasing that round.
Okay, that's better. That's better. See, you're improving. That's what it's all about. Just keep going. Yes, and you get better and better. She was hurting, I think. Did a lot of gardening work today. Ah, that makes sense, Sean. Yeah, my mom does gardening and stuff like that. She does the exact same thing, man. Grab an edible, have a nice relaxing bath.
Spinecrawler doing work. Nice art for Raynor. Is it going to be enough?
Seems like Raynor could now come in here and fill in the top part of that concave there, so he's going to be okay.
Oh no, I removed my
drones down for Raynor, so
intimate
it's not the end of the
scene.
world. Solar
Can't
does
find
have a
it. Oh
superior
no, that's
drone
not good,
count.
Callie.
Yeah.
So
There's a story I wrote that I
pretty
can't
good. He's
find.
also going
I
for
swear to
Burrow.
God I wrote it.
I feel
Like
Solar
a really
got that
esoteric,
really good
abstract
shot. He made
story
some more
about
drones behind that, and also, as
ice
soon as
freezing
+1 range weapons can
and
for Solar, he
its
+2.
representation
Even before that attack commenced, he knew
towards
that he wasn't going to try and kill his opponent
friendship
with that attack.
and how the
He's
layers
gonna
and the
try and take
melting
favorable
of the
trade and
ice
use
over
that as an
time.
opportunity to distract his opponent, sendlings into the main base, get more drone kills. Really well done there by Solar. And this might culminate in a +2 attack that could be very hard for Raynor to stop. ZVZ, very much a game of momentum. Solar also with a 4th hatchery now coming in. Raynor doesn't really have the presence on the map to go for his 4th hatch just yet. I'm liking Solar's position a ton here, Tasteless.
I mean, Solar is
Like he
back.
tried to keep
He's in a good
everything
spot.
backed up in like
Rainer's gonna
3
have to
different places.
play
I had
a
like
really
Google
long
Docs,
game,
I
think.
email myself,
It's
I've
gonna
got
be
it on
good.
Note, I've got it on my other
Counterpunch,
PC, I've got it on my phone.
From Solar was great.
The only annoying part is
He
having
maxed
it
that out really
continuously
nicely.
updated.
He's going to come in again. Now he's maxed out, so he wants to try to force out a supply trade
It's
here. The 3
EM dense.
Spinecrawlers are actually pretty nice
And then it tells,
placed. the Ravagers are able to break
it
the
tells,
first one. A second
Stream
set of
Elements to
roaches
spam
come
the
to
emote.
back, going
That
for
way you
the
don't have to
chamber.
spam it
Actually,
yourself.
I think that Raynor might be about to die here.
Yeah, I mean, there's just
There
so
you
much
go.
on this front line. 10 more drones fall in the natural expansion, and tunneling claws coming through into the main base. Solar's gonna spot the spire.
It doesn't show it on there, but there's also...
It's called, and Solar fights back. Wow, these are some fun ZBZs. And Solar just finding that one advantage was so smart from him, because when Rainer took
You
down that
had
third hatch,
clear
it was
ice
looking
and
really
polished
good for
it
him,
like a
right?
magnifying
You know,
glass,
he had
could
his
it
third
actually
hatch up.
light a
He
fire
was a
before it
little
melted
behind
too
on
much
times
to
when the
work?
saturation was
Yes,
there. He was
Sean.
able to eventually
It's been
overcome the
proven.
deficit, but
Isn't
Solar's
that a
like, you know what?
Mythbusters thing? Didn't
You
they
wait for
do
that
that?
attack. I lost my third hat tree, but I can find an advantage in another way. I can get a faster layer, I can get a faster +1, and
I'm
I can
pretty
use
sure
that leverage,
somebody
use
has done
timing
that.
attack to push through the mid game. Really well played there by Solar. We're going to be going to match point.
Actually, the Earth is flat, Sean. Didn't you know that the ice dome is actually what creates the sun, and the sun isn't a physical object? It's actually the magnifying point of the dual beam laser that's being fired from space at the dome, and the dome is protecting us from that laser beam. And as the helixes spin, it causes different areas to be the focus of the magnifying glass, and the sun is actually just that focal point, and it creates that kind of light because of that. They proved the Doom was plausible. Yep. All right, 1-1, guys.
Left is Rainer, in the bottom right
Let's
is
see.
Solar.
This is match.
Much bigger map for this game.
Yeah, Maganatha, a bit one of these a little more macro.
Match point. Ooh, this is a scary moment, guys. What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen?
It seems like it's got the part that you connected, where you put it in the back, is actually in the front. You think you got it
Your
wrong?
back is in the
It's
front.
a bad sign for this game.
I mean, what?
Um,
The Earth were flat. They explain two things: Pearl Harbor and why saber-toothed tigers didn't knock everything off the edge. I mean, Sean,
arms are on Raw.
the ice dome
Maganatha, I
and
haven't seen too many
the ice
ZBZs on this
dome.
map so far, but
I don't know what the moon is. I can't tell you what the moon is. The moon does not fit into the grand scheme of things. I think the moon is just a human, an ancient human-made satellite.
But it almost feels like Golden Aura, where that
I don't know if I'm
linear
comfortable
expansion
writing
path
scenes, actually.
just
I'm a
feels
lot better
bit
at
more
descriptions.
safe. The issue is, if you go for that expansion on a map like this one, you look at like
Nope, Pearl Harbor attacked by Japan. Flat Earth makes that impossible.
The rush distance is basically nothing.
Wait, Sean, how does a flat
That's
Earth
a good point.
make Pearl Harbor
For that reason, I'm
not possible? I don't understand. I don't get the logic. On a flat Earth, you can't fly from Japan to North America?
We have basically been plunged into
I'm the
these new
opposite.
maps in such a short amount of time. But guys, it's
I'm-
so good to be back.
Oh, it really
We
is.
missed you. It was nice coming back in the studio.
I hope we don't ever have.
I'm
season
bad
right
at
now.
just
Yeah.
saying. I will dance around the
You know, right
fucking
now,
bush
We got to see.
until I
basically,
die.
the first
I
thing
will
you're gonna see is
never
okay,
reach
is there
in
any
and
crazy
say
change this
what's
game?
going
No.
on.
All right, step two.
I
There's
have
gonna
such
be
a
3
hard
bases on each
time
side, and if so, is one person
sitting
gonna
around it
try to light a fire?
because I just
try
want
to
I
get
want to
super
leave it up
aggro
to the
and try to do
reader.
something
But
incredibly
sometimes
fun.
you just have to be like,
And that's
you
what we're
know,
waiting to see for
he
it.
had red eyes. Okay, I said it. He has
Here
red
goes
eyes.
yet again.
Boom. Okay, holy
Here for
fuck.
Rainer
That
and
took
Solar's.
like 4 paragraphs
It
to
looks
say he
like
has red
Solar's
eyes.
gonna be going for the triangle third. Rainer, is that a drone?
It's so important that he has red
difference
eyes.
in expansion patterns here. Whoa, Solar actually didn't spot that. The visions just somehow barely missed the hatchery. At 9 o'clock, I'm almost baffled.
But yeah, Sean, come
It's
on,
somewhere-
explain to me how is a flat Earth? I don't
The triangle
understand.
third. Okay, he's only just
I don't
now
understand
installed
how it
the
can make
9
Pearl
o'clock
Harbor
position.
harbor
Yeah,
impossible.
but
Japan
that could have been a
on
very
the
confusing
east,
moment for him.
Hawaii
No,
on the
for sure. That's
west.
the thing, is you're not
No
like-
way
this is just not
propeller
spitting
planes
300
or
minerals.
the aircraft
Like,
carriers
where's
of the
it going?
day could reach Pearl Harbor without being attacked
for
by
the time being, the
Australia,
Wallens at the Nationals
among
are being
other
set up.
nations. Further, there
Ranger
would be
is
no
once again
reason for
linking
Japan
up,
to
but we need
attempt
to see more lings before we know if this is any kind of committed attack. It looks like he's
to
running
attack
behind it.
Hawaii.
Yeah, this feels like just the handful of lings that you make to get some presence on the
Yeah,
map.
this
and
is
then-
like, I don't want to die, Zerglings, I'm out.
So you're
Wing's
assuming
Nest is gonna finish
that
up
on a
for
flat
Solar.
Earth there
The
isn't
Evo
an
chamber
open
comes
circle.
down for
Depends
Yeah, very
on
Could he
whether
be
you're using
a repeat of game 1.
I'm thinking so. I mean, that is a really
Mercator
fast chamber, and I feel
or
like that would line up
Gleason's.
quite nicely with a 3-hatch timing and no layer, once again with +1 range weapons.
I don't know. I feel
And
like
also,
saying that
the way
something
he's
is impossible when it
towards the
comes to
bottom left portion of the map,
navigation
he is expanding
is
towards
we've
the
kind of
opponent,
proven
so
that
he decided
anything's
to kind of
possible when it
play
comes to
again.
navigation.
The rally's
So
gonna be
yeah,
so
it may be
quicker.
extremely hard to do,
Okay, Carapace
but
and Roaches.
Interesting.
I think you could do
so
it.
Carapace, you know, you got to remember that that's going to cover everything Zerg on the ground, right?
Like looping all the way
It could
around,
just be a different kind of timing.
Yeah.
knowing that.
Generally,
But then
all
again,
timings in RPG
Sean,
games, they're just more rare.
on a ball, yes, not on a
But they
plane
do
where
exist.
Antarctica
Usually
takes
it's
up
an
the
attack
far
with great
south.
timing,
On a
that
plate.
tends to come out nice.
What
grab,
about this,
but
Sean?
doesn't quite
Then if the
get it
Earth
in
is
there.
flat,
That's a good
that
marker
proves
from
that
Raynor.
Pearl Harbor was an inside
Pick
job.
off 2 drones though.
And it was
Raynor continues to
manufactured
drone
as a
out.
black
Solar's
flag
actually
event in
one
order
top
to
of
get the
down.
U.S.
Somewhere in
public
production, he's just sitting
to
happy at
approve
41
of
drones.
entering the
Still
war.
trying to figure out exactly. Oh, nice round of the Queen. That's gonna fall, ain't it?
Dude,
And
that-
those 2
So that's
drones,
just 2 birds with
damage
1
here for
stone.
Solar.
yeah, Solar
Because
really
that
good
also
here.
means 9/11 was an
Raynor
inside
up,
job.
Getting right back out.
Wow. Some
Gotta
nice
take
moves.
anxiety meds. Oh no, Callie.
And yeah, Solar is just going for it. Ton
Yeah.
more links in production, more Banelings in production, no evolution chamber to speak of. He
But,
wants
you know,
to
the
break
ar-
down that third.
Sorry, the armor.
The U.S. had
upgrade
no
would be
interest
pretty
in the
handy
party
here.
across the
It's
pond
gonna
until
make
Japan
a
made
little
it our
bit more
business.
sustained. So let's see how this goes. But if Raynor can't hold this, Raynor is dead.
Oh, this is crazy tasteless.
I
Only a
mean,
5
that's
drone
what they
difference
say,
right
Sean.
now. Come on, Raynor did lose a
But
couple
according to
more
you,
drones.
I started panicking a little.
And he
According to
has
you,
got
Sean,
the
it's
Banelings
not
connected
possible,
with all the drones. They
so
got
it had to have been an
5
inside
they
job.
like the Roaches. The numbers
I mean,
in
explain
Solar's
that.
favor.
Explain
Raynor
that
is
away,
right
bro.
now. +1 Carapace still 15 seconds away. It is going to help against the reinforcing lings that Solar has coming, but I'm worried, Tasla, that there just isn't going to be enough on the ground here for Raynor.
I mean, it seems like Raynor's getting separated from everything pretty heavily.
You know that
Oh,
screaming
God, this round up here is
painting?
looking really good. I don't know if
Yeah.
Raynor can get
Oh,
away.
you
I think
mean
Raynor's
the
gonna
Van
get a
Gogh
lot of
painting?
trouble.
I think
Solar
it's
continuing
Van
to
Gogh,
push through
right?
here.
Of the
At this point in time, the rally's so disconnected from each other. The
I was
sustain
imagining
so
him
strong
places.
here for Solar. The
Easy,
armor's
the
so
Earth is a
relevant
ball,
because the units in number
as
are
you
so
well
small.
know.
Raynor
And are
right
just
now only
trolling.
one queen.
Damn it, Sean! How can you rip apart my entire reality, stuff it down my throat, smack me into my face, kick me in the balls, and then say, "Ha! Eat your own reality, dickbag." Fuck! It's not fair, man. Why do I always get
They're not getting a lot of damage done on the Roaches, but the third
I thought it was Salvador Dali who painted that. I don't know anything about art. Let's find out. Screaming Man.
Solar is just going to take this as a win. He's not going to overcommit. He's going to drone up. He's going to pump more
Painting.
Roaches, go for the lair tech.
The
Roach
Scream.
speed now coming underway. If I'm not mistaken, Raynor's still just on the hatch.
Edvard
Yeah,
Munch.
Raynor's going to try to remake the hatch, and Solar's not doing
Apparently.
anything, remarkably econ-based. He's made a couple more drones, but he's basically, bringing the sledgehammer up to drop it back down again. for the killing blow.
1893.
More about the
Edvard
damage they did
Munch.
to Rayner, and now Rayner, he's
I have
just
no
now
idea
starting
what
plus
else
one
this
Rayner
guy
weapons,
painted.
Just now starting lair. We already have Roach speed coming in for Solar. This next timing attack from Rayner, or from Solar, excuse me, is going to be so deadly. I don't know if Raider's going to be able to find his way out of this one. That opening attack from Solar was just killer instinct. And it really started with those initial skirmishes there at the third base, sniping Queen.
I like this one, guys. Can you tell me why I like this one? I'm not quite sure.
Just wasn't really able to get off the ground with his Carapace
I
build.
don't know if Rayner can recover from this. I'm trying to imagine a world where somehow this works out, and I don't see it.
I mean, the economy.
I don't know.
Yeah,
It's just
I mean, it's like-
eye-catching,
yeah.
right?
With the upgrades coming in here, too, for Solar,
A
it's just,
50% supply lead here for Solar. Like, he looks so strong.
anytime you're making basically mirrored compositions, and the
Yeah.
other guy's got.
Yeah, I'm terrible with names.
Yeah, right. It's just like, well, doesn't really matter how good your control is then.
That's so many Roaches. And they're so fast. He's just
The roaches, everyone roach out!
He's trying to saturate and get back up, but the hammer is about to fall.
I barely remember my own
I do
name.
not think
Aphrodite
Raiders will
loves
survive
you a
with this
talk.
one,
Aw,
especially
tell
the
her
rest of the
thanks,
year for
Sean.
Soul to be able to get such a
Give her
good
the
arc.
pets, like, you know, like right between the ears that makes their ears like go back. If you do that, it's like cleaning out their ears. I don't know if you knew that, but that's why they love it when you do that, because it's like moving the earwax around in their ears and loosening it up.
Because SOS, Solar to advance against Cure in the winners match.
Man.
And Solar looks very...
That's why they like flick their ears like that.
He looked really good. 3 very different games.
I don't know my own name, book buyer. Can you find it? It's hidden somewhere in my name. My name is in there. It's just, it's in there somewhere. Violet loves belly rubs. Don't touch Daisy's belly. You touch Daisy's belly, she will fucking bite you.
Yeah, that's right. Like,
But everywhere else is fine. She loves the butt rubs the most, though.
Yeah, I mean, Raynor was on the radar.
Well, he was there.
For sure, but it wasn't anything like he is now, guys. We're going to go to a break. When we get back, Group 8 winners match, Cure versus Solar. We'll see you soon. Pack series.
It made me angry.
Yeah, you got it! Good job, book buyer.
That's going to be a good one. Cure versus Solar. Winners of their match. Winner going to advance to the round of 8.
A classic GSL matchup, Cure and Solar. These guys have
Just
been
how
with
it's
us
always
for
been, because
forever.
it talks is my name backwards, and then it talks is what I do, and intoxication is me rambling until the world disappears, and then I realize I've been talking to myself for like 2 hours, because no one gives a fuck what I'm talking about, so they just walk away.
I don't know, people
Generally when I'm talking about my book and the lore and world building, and I'm like, oh my god, this, and then the Monarch, and the Viceroy, and then the Beastman, and then Husai does this, and then Hildebrandt does that, and then oh my god, Fafnir, and oh my god, I can't wait till Garuda. It's like, oh my god. Yo, my life is a horror right now. Aw, Callie. I wish I could help you. I'm gonna take a toke though, and I'm gonna send you those feelings of like calm and like sitting back and just chillaxing and just, you know, being comfortable in your own skin. I'm gonna send you those vibes, okay?
That almost spiritual belief of like lines.
See, even freaking, I don't even know his name. I don't know who the other caster is. I can never remember his name.
But you might be right about that.
I only know Tasteless and Artosis because they're the only ones that matter.
Alright, Cure in the top right, Solar in the bottom left, SCV already out.
Your future is a horror story written by your crime. Your chains are forged by what you say and do. So have your fun, because when life is done, a nightmare awaits for you. True, Sean. That's going into the community poetry. We finally had some shit being posted in here.
You know, I've been in the process
Chat
of casting
creation.
ASL. That's the sister tournament to the
Where's
GSL.
chat
StarCraft
poems?
I
Here we
tournament.
go.
We're in the going into the round of 4 next week.
Boom,
but I was
done.
thinking about proxying buildings in StarCraft 1 versus StarCraft 2, and you know what's interesting is like.
Oh,
StarCraft
I wrote
1,
poetry
there's way more
too.
unbuildable terrain everywhere.
Yeah, I noticed that the few times.
I don't think you did, Callie. If you want to, feel free. We love poetry here too. That was an excerpt from Muppet Christmas Carol.
They implemented that more in StarCraft 2. I'm not for or
Wait,
against
what?
it. I'm pretty agnostic.
What, Sean?
But it makes me wonder. Because every time I'm casting both the games, I'm like, and there's a lot of
That's
places
so
you could proxy in
fucked up.
StarCraft 1, but like compared to StarCraft 2, it's like the map is a blank canvas. Okay.
All my poems are depressing as shit.
With the exception of like.
But that's a good thing. That evokes emotion and feeling and understanding, perspective.
Oh, is this? Hold that thought. Actually, do we have a third hat?
Dark, fucked up, and depressing shit is like the best.
It because you think there's a Reaper? Oh my god!
This is what happens when you go like full mind games.
Oh, no. All right, Spine Crawler is getting thrown down right now.
This is so fucking crazy.
One of them right now. SCVs
All because he tried to hide the drone.
Excuse me, the RNG right now pretty good on these SCVs here on the bottom two sides. Is there enough service area to actually take this bunker down?
Oh, shit!
Drones now chasing in. Those two SCVs should be able to complete the bunker, but the drones, enough of them been told, they might just be able to force the Terran away.
Well, hold on a second. I mean, this is almost all the drones, right?
Yeah.
There's not an income for the time being. Zerg is locked in at 30.
Oh, and he gets two in
It seems like
anyways!
Solar's game plan is just basically try and zone out the Marines, do not let them get into the bunker. The Queen's even kind of forming a body block, but keep in mind, Solar lost a lot of drones, 6 drones in total this early trying to get that defense set up.
Where
So
Marley and Marley, our hearts
Yeah,
were
I don't know if
painted
that really
black. We
matters.
took advantage of the
Queens
poor,
are quite
just
good
in,
against, Marines without any
just ignored
reinforcements.
the
Gonna get a final
needy.
kill
So
on the drone down here.
instead of just one Marley, it's the
so
odd
where are we?
hecklers as the Marley
As,
brothers.
the dust
Honestly, it's
settles
my
from the
favorite
rush,
Christmas carol of all
command center's gonna
time.
start.
Ah.
Man, I thought that was like a 100% win.
Yeah, I actually didn't realize
we
there was
haven't-
going to be so much surface area on that bottom bunker.
I guess I can make a new one. Let's make a new text channel and let's go public poetry.
It's not used as much.
I feel like the maps in general have been worse for it.
There, the channel
Yeah,
is
large
created.
amount.
Yeah.
But every time we get a new map pool like this one, especially one with so many new maps, very often somebody's going to try
There,
some
to the very bottom,
shenanigans, whether it's
public
like a pro
poetry.
player with like cannons and a proxy robo or something, or a Terran with triple bunker. It always happens. And for Solar, I am very impressed that he was able to defend that push. I saw those 3 bunkers go down with a drone not spotting the SCV, not spotting the Marines, getting ready to throw down a 3rd hatch. And I thought Solar was dead to rights, but
I had the exact same thoughts.
it was he had just enough service area to take down that 3rd bunker. And now we're going to transition into kind of a standard game. We have, what, is this triple CC here from Cure? Factory now coming
Captive
down.
bound. We're double ironed,
It's
exhausted by the
looking more
weight.
normal,
If freedom
the
comes
path
from
that we took
giving
to get
love,
here
so prison
was
comes from hate.
certainly a
Comes with
bizarre
Yeah,
one.
hate.
it's funny that a game
Supposed to
goes
too,
crazy
because I don't know
kinda
which one
ends
is
up
better.
back in a
I love the
normal game, like
juxtaposition
you just
between
walk
the
into
only
the
2
studio,
scenes I've
look at the
written.
Map, or
Yeah.
be like, oh yeah, okay, normal game.
I'd love to hear them book buyer.
I
Solar
guess,
really wants that hatch.
I guess the one bad thing for Solar right now is he doesn't have 3 hatches.
Yeah, and then also
you're really supposed to have him at this point in time. He's getting 12 lings with speed, which is quite a bit.
yeah, the speed is really late though, just because Solar had no mining for such a long time. Basically, 90% of his economy was pulled to chase down the Marines and make sure he could defend his natural expansion. And that means that Kier, with just the residual Marines left from the initial push, is able to shark around on the map, delay the 3rd hatchery there from Zerg. And meanwhile, Terran about to have his 3rd orbital up and soon triple SCV production. So I think Kier, even though he didn't get the win outright that I'm sure he was gunning for, still in a really good position here.
So where does Solar want to take the game from here? For Terran, it's pretty straightforward, right? You're not really doing anything too dramatic. You're just like getting all your upgrades. You'll probably do a drop or 2 here or there. He's getting his other gases. But like, what kind of game does Zerg want to have exactly from here is what I'm wondering.
I don't know.
Anytime you hold up a rush, each rush that's held is always different from the one before it, right? It's not like, when you're both playing macro games and you're hitting all your build order timings perfectly, so we know sort of exactly where the game's going to be. Every rush, a different number of drones was killed, a different number of Marines was wiped out in the process. And so I'm always interested in, whenever you see a guy that holds a rush, how exactly does he try to get back into the game in a way that makes sense?
I
I think for
see.
Terran, as far as the way this game goes, it's much more straightforward.
Yeah,
My
Solar's gonna
favorite
really
is,
need to anchor down his defense
Muppet
because
Treasure
Kier,
Island.
Even those barracks had a fly
Greatest
all the way back to
Muppet
his
movie
base.
ever
He's had
made.
so much time to produce Marines. Oh, Stim almost done. They're going to be stutter stepping forward. Does get 1 Queen pick off for free, and then
I posted
zooms
in the
his way
public
into
stories.
The main base.
Awesome, sounds good, book buyer.
Actually going to open the drop. He did double back for a second there, but now with Stim done, there are just not enough lings on the ground to really contest this. Solar has to wait for the next round of lings to come in. No production tab up just yet, so we don't know exactly how many are.
Well,
in
you
queue.
sold me. I wanted to read the first line. I read the first line, and I'm already sold.
Right here. He's going to go for the spotting pool.
That's a fucking great start. Oh my god. Now I'm like, shit, I shouldn't have read the first line, because now I want to keep reading it.
But this is the scary thing for Solar, is just that Sure, although those barracks lifted very early, there still are a lot more Marines on the map than you would.
That's how you get someone's
like this one,
attention.
especially with Solar's third base.
I wrote more poetry, but I
when
don't
you
know.
wanna
It
defend
seems
with things
novels
like this,
make
too,
more.
You're very starved for larva with such a
Yeah,
low
but
tier
Callie, don't write for money.
But now that
Write
Lara's
for
online,
passion.
double evolution chamber
And if you
coming
write
in,
for
fourth
passion,
factory as well
the money
as
will
Solar, the
follow.
9 o'clock expansion, and
But
with
if you
Daily
write
Speed,
for money
I feel like
and
he's
you
weathered
fail,
the storm quite well thus far. He did lose
right?
a queen, he did
That's
lose
why
a
it's like I don't. Only reason I write is for myself.
The damage potential for Cure with that
Anything
initial
past
damage
that is a
probably was
bonus.
lot higher than actually came to fruition.
Yeah. So,
But that's
for
just
me,
my
it's gonna be
mentality,
Zerg's
right?
growth game,
And everyone has a
right?
different way of
Building
thinking
up
about things,
as much
right?
of the map
I'm not a
as
person
quick
who
as possible,
holds
which, by the way, the grid's
deadlines
pretty
or
bad
like
this
puts
game.
pressure on myself.
Um,
Where some people thrive
Trying
on
to get
that,
a fourth
right?
base, and, you know,
I
it's
just
been
freeze up. It's like decision
thematic in
paralysis.
TVC since the dawn of StarCraft II is generally the fourth base is the soft spot in the middle of the game.
Yeah, if they can stop the fourth base and slow down the fourth base, that is generally a show that Zerg will fall.
Yeah, you want that gone. You want to reset him. Because while Terran's on 3 bases and Zerg's on 3 bases, that means the Terran
That's why double expanding is so powerful and just having one base to purposefully
He
sack.
may already sort of be there now that this fourth base is being reset. And from the Terran's position, this is kind of a straightforward game. You roam, you wait for a moment to push
You
in.
can't tell I'm a
Usually
Zerg player.
right before the fourth hatch finishes again. And then you try to poke it out again. And it's a very basic way the game can be ended.
And Kieran knows that Solar has to go for quick
Snipe
spread.
the fuck out of that
Fourth
queen!
finish.
It just
Thought the hatch was gonna
disappeared.
Start and instantly get killed. I'm like, that's the worst.
But Kieran's playing this really smart.
Yeah.
The fact that you pointed that the creep spread isn't very good on these, you know, sides of the map just makes it so hard for Solar to expand to the fourth base, and Kieran just continuing to hammer down that position with drops like that one is such a thorn in the side here of Zerg, especially with such a larva-intensive composition like all of this Ling Baneling. I mean, I feel like the Baneling count might even be a little bit higher than Solar would have preferred.
Someone
just
tells
because he
me,
doesn't have
like,
larva to spend
you have a
on
good
other
idea,
units, right?
it has
Yeah.
potential,
That's
I'll
almost
pay
like
you
the
if you
Banelings
write it
within
in 6
macro
months, I'll do it in 3.
And with Kira now on double factory, you know, Burrow Widowmine going to be coming in.
I mean,
pretty
yeah,
soon.
like,
All
I'm
the
not
force
a
takes
writer,
beautiful
like, when
spread
it
on
comes
these
to
tanks, a lot of it
reading,
also off
I
grid.
only care about the idea that
Even
the
if
author
Solar
is
gets
trying
an
to get
insane arc and
across.
tries to collapse on
I don't
position,
necessarily
I'm not
care about
trusting
how
that if he
well
upgrades Aceless.
written in English
Solar's just gonna go for the
terms
counterattack right now
the
on
book
third
is.
base.
As long as the vibe of the book feels good and like the idea is presented in a way that I
think he might
can
have thought
get.
Kira had more.
I think he got spooked.
I don't care if you use
There's a lot more
like
back
basic
there.
language, if you
There's
use
no
like
Widowmine there or
insane
anything,
technical
so he's gonna slow that
language,
man back.
what the
He's gonna try to
pacing
maintain
is,
this,
how
I
much
guess, but once
exposition there
again,
is,
I
like
was
just
talking about earlier,
just
this is just gonna be a game of
throw that
fourth
idea at me,
base.
explain to me that idea, present that idea
Yeah,
to
I
me,
mean, Kira just
hook
took
me
a
with that
tempo advantage
idea,
from the very early game.
and then allow me to
You can
play it
see
out.
what a difference it
That's
makes
all I care about.
in a
Because
situation like this
I'm not
one
going to
where
remember
Solar
the
just
individual
cannot
words
take
once I'm done
this
reading the
fourth
book.
base.
I'm
The
going to
creep spread
remember
doesn't have
the
back
ideas that were presented,
And without a
the
fourth
story
hatchery,
that took place.
There's very little larva to go around. The economy is lower.
Is he going for lurkers?
Zerg's at 167. This is just insane.
Wait,
This
is it?
game should be over. A
There we
real
go.
masterclass in winning TVZ in
It's
the mid game, by the way.
lurkers.
You're really not making any mistakes. I like the opening. That was exciting to see. But, you know, this is just him
Christmas
sort of
morning
playing a
song is
clean
really
game.
good too.
People
It's
have gotten
in the
so good at
singing of the
transitioning out
street
of those
corner
kind of insane
choir. It's
situations.
going
If you
home
have
and
a
getting
lurker
warmed by
rush,
the fire.
I mean,
It's
Kieran now
true.
miss a beat, and
Wherever
Zerg's
you
gonna have
find
2-2
love, it
against the
feels like
1-1
Christmas,
here.
the part of
Solar, and that's
childhood.
gonna be his cue to charge in here into the third base.
You'll always
Here's
remember,
enough denying
it is the
Ford's
summer
time
of
to
the
go
soul
for
in
your
December.
third, and
Yes,
go right
when
to
you
the
do your
heart of
best
the
for
Zerg
love, it feels like
swarm.
Christmas.
And Solar's gonna try and fight back, but what
It
am I
is the
shots are
summer of
fantastic,
the
and there
heart,
are
a
so
special time
many
for
Marines
of
on
carrying
that south side.
the ways of
Baneling
love
focus
made
fire,
clear, and it
just
is the season of the
spectacular
spirit,
from
the
Kira. Even
message
enough Marines
if
to
you're...
assist against the reinforcements coming
you're
in there
hearing.
from Solar, and Akira just ran
My
a
story is based
clinic
off Anne
in
Bishop's
TVZ
The
on that
Others
map.
series, but set in
Again, I
Qing
think one of the
Dynasty,
favorites of this
China.
whole season.
Ooh,
He
that's
has
cool,
put
book
the
buyer.
hours in. He is one of the greatest
Is
Terrans that has
making
ever
it
been in
last
StarCraft II
all
and won.
year.
Um,
Eggy Mayo! Yo, yo! Welcome,
let's see
bro!
what
How's
Solar
it
can do. I
going,
think some
buddy?
of that, you know, it's fun.
StarCraft II
Fun
is
to tell,
saved,
right?
Eggy
There's
Mayo!
always
They released the
fundamental problems with,
GSL!
like,
I didn't know if it
growth
was
that
gonna
might take a long
happen
time
or
and the
not, but
patch
we
never
have
started.
StarCraft II
I
now!
would almost
More
describe that as
StarCraft!
much as
Yay!
even though he held, he had to chase the Marines an absurdly long distance and didn't get his third base started.
And Terran just makes Command Center home and walks home with
Oh,
the-
Eggy, you'll like that one.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
10-inch, 10 centimeter clit. We all know what we can do with that.
You can't make Lings and counterattack.
Yeah, his speed is going to be delayed because of mining.
She's bigger than all of us.
Hatches and
All right, guys, time to make it our toast.
Oh, it's a sad day, guys. It's a sad day. It's a good day for me and Eggy, though.
Me too. I was there too.
all right, Pylon LE, Cure versus Solar here in the winners match. If Cure wins, he's going to advance
Sean,
on to
why does he
the
always get my role? This is
game.
bullshit.
Let's get to it.
It's like you don't even have to cage that. Give length Eggy Man 16 centimeters. Rigged. No, this shit. Hell yeah. Winners win, motherfuckers. Losers lose, Sean.
His pylon while he's not here. He's just gonna walk in the studio.
I guess winners win, Callie. And winners win, Brookmeyer. Damn.
I really never left him, did it?
No, no. It's actually
Even
crazy.
today, it's
that,
just
that meme is still-
59-59. That's almost
Yeah, that's
69-69.
Okay, so no proxy racks this time on our first cast here on Pylon.
Yes, yes.
So we got
Suck it,
a
motherfuckers.
game where I
I'm
hope
the
that Solar
winner.
can try to
I'm
do
the
what he
streamer.
wants to do.
I'm the
A lot
best.
of his games
Fuck
today have
y'all.
basically tried
I'm
to
the
shut it
winner.
down before it
I
started.
win. Let's
Yeah, Raider was
go.
playing that way quite a bit. All that
Yes.
GSL
Do you know what that means, guys? You know what that
Oh,
means?
I love that.
If I can spell it right.
Do not drink water.
I love that.
Do not
Oh,
leave
so much
your
fun to be
seat.
back in the studio.
Do not
Yeah,
move
I
your
missed this.
feet.
It was what
Do
almost
not
a year
stretch.
gap
It was
between
11
Do not go
months.
to the bathroom.
the last season
We
of
could have
Have
had
another
a child
child.
in that amount of time. All right.
Could already be training that baby
Literally,
to play StarCraft.
yeah,
Whoops.
that's true. That baby could have already been GM with Protoss.
I forgot I am broken.
Botrix is fucking broken.
No, I mean, it's one of the. There was one other
Who's holding
year
their
where there was
hand
like an
over
insane amount of
TMY mouth?
downtime. It was something where
I
like,
can't fucking
hey,
spell.
Blizzard hadn't. There was
But
a
yeah,
change in the guard of Blizzard. This was
someone
like, maybe 6
kidnapped
years ago,
Ivy and
7
replaced her
years
with this
ago, and I've been
robotic
not working
voice.
For months, and every week
Botrix
I'm like,
is
"We're gonna tell me
broken."
the schedule is soon." And it went on for so long. It was like maybe 5.
It's like
months
once a
of
week
StarCraft,
now.
but this
It's
time
like I
around,
log in and it's
August.
broken.
For
Oh,
sure.
Bookfire,
I
no!
let's,
Everything
you know,
out
give ourselves
us.
credit.
Everything's
As long as we
gone
could have
down
gone
the
as far as
drain.
seasons of StarCraft 2 in a year,
No.
because anything more would have been 12
Gambling
months,
is
right? That
bad.
would have been the entire
Gambling
year.
is bad and kind. Drugs
Yeah.
are bad and kind. Don't gamble,
But
kids,
now
and
we're
kind.
speed running it.
It's going to be a crazy couple of months.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of StarCraft 2.
And I certainly felt for the players, too, when we watched those intro videos at the very start of the broadcast, just asking how everybody felt while
Yeah.
we waited for the news.
Well, we waited 1,000 years for
And I think it
people
was,
will never meet to sort this out.
Yeah, Solar talking about how he felt basically aimless, waiting for StarCraft 2 to essentially return in some
Yeah.
capacity.
Well,
And,
these tournaments give you a sense of purpose, right?
I mean, they give me a purpose.
You almost got
It makes me
69,
think-
69.
100%, Yeah, it makes me think of like back when. I
Oh,
was,
Sean, you're a Tonberry.
you know,
Nice.
You know, in middle school and high school, my tournament was WCG.
Elvin,
We only
all
had
right.
one of them every year.
I can
And
deal
there was
with
always
that.
the World Finals for it, but you know, you'd have your regional qualifier, and it was always like.
Damn it! I'm always
I'm
always just behind. Just barely behind
PC
Sean.
Cafe in LA, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is something somewhere, a failing Midwestern PC cafe that's not going to be there in 2 years, and then eventually you'd qualify for the USA Finals.
Damn, Callie's on
People that qualify for
fire.
That would go to the World Finals, and that's kind of a North Star, you know.
Orc.
It's something that, you know, for all, how hard this game is and how much of your life.
I'm
is
sorry,
devoted, it's
Bookfire.
A way to
Hey, there you go. We got 2 orcs.
identify did my hard work pay off. How hard did I
Well,
get through that
Leviticus
rank
is here.
and all that.
Yeah, it's the
A
path.
beautiful orc.
I mean, for a lot of us, I'm sure not even us, just the players, but also everybody watching GSL, StarCraft 2 has been such an integral part of our lives, especially our entertainment. I mean,
Well, I mean, I'm a goblin. I'm a beautiful
Not
goblin,
just
so.
obviously playing, but also just watching streams, watching tournaments, just digesting everything there is in StarCraft 2 for, what, 15 years now?
Nothing wrong with
Half
an
my
orc
life,
depending
right?
on the setting,
And
right?
A break like that one.
I mean, I want my Dommy Mommy to
it's
be
tough.
an orc.
It's tough on the heart.
Yeah, 100%.
She's got to be a thick,
It's
set
so,
orc.
It's so good to be back.
Or
especially the game
it's
so far
it's
today
it's
has
not
been
the same,
as
you know.
spectacular as ever. You can tell the players haven't missed a
I'm
beat,
a
so.
beautiful what I am. Insectoid. Oh,
Yes,
those
it's nice and
those
effective.
pretty colors. I like the
So,
color of your shell,
here's one for
Callie.
a
It's
very different
beautiful.
route. It's a build we've seen 1,000 times before. It's going to be Hellions into Banshees with Cloak.
Think of a ladybug, but like take the idea of a centaur and apply that to like a ladybug,
It's a build
and that's kind of what, and then
every
something
attack
along the
StarCraft
lines.
II.
So like take that and then add it
And,
to
you know,
this.
it does feel like it hasn't been as common maybe in last year. I don't feel like I cast as many games of it.
Yeah, it felt a little bit more rare, I would say, but I'm curious to see how it plays out on this one. Here on Pylon, because the map just seems so wide and there's so many different paths.
So like it's a ladybug, right? And they have like the back shell and everything like that, and they're kind of centaurified. So imagine the arms, those arms more down here on the waist.
You know what I mean?
And then, like, they could be on all fours, they could be on all twos, they could have four hands, right?
Behind that third command center, you know, if Cure, even if he can't find too much.
So imagine that, but like a ladybug, and that's kind of what the idea of the insectoid is.
Similar to the way that he did in game number 1. Then finally, once his economy kicks into gear, the 5 racks.
Yay, I'm not micro anymore, Sean. Nice. Sean's on top today.
Once again, take those periphery bases, and maybe it won't be the 4th hatchery that's an issue of contention, but
Yes!
that 5th hatchery will be so difficult.
Back down at the bottom.
So I love this choice of building from Cure, coming in here on the main base as well, just getting 3 drones.
We can get it. We can get inverted chastity cage on
this.
this one.
It's a really smart build order selection here on Pylon.
Yeah, bit of control play. You know, keeping the creep back, especially when you have a map this massive, is extremely important, right? It's going to give you a lot more mobility. Oh!
Did you know gremlins are a World War II invention? I learned that the other day.
On the Banshee.
Bigger is usually not better. True book buyer.
You know, losing even one of the Banshees is a pretty big deal.
It's all about how
Two of
you
them
use
together,
it.
They can one-shot drones.
And who you're using it on.
Threats on the map. So, you know, when you see units like that wiped out, it really.
That's why the
softens
biggest you can
amount
get
of
is
control
17
that
centimeters.
you're going to have on the map.
Always laugh and turn to the
He's
moon
still
and flip the
continuing
bird,
to creep out
because
here.
it literally means mine's bigger than
point out this is
yours.
a pretty
Now her balls are
gargantuan
bigger.
map.
They're so
Travel
big
distance
she has
is
to
huge,
carry
but I
them
guess if Terran,
on
you know,
her chin,
Zerg
on
win
her
fights
chest.
When Terran's retreating on creep.
It's a big map, and like the width, but the third to third distance.
Damn, you're doing some hardcore math over
That's
here,
true.
Callie.
Basically already here at the front door.
Oh, I meant it's a big map in heart.
Dang, I got big balls.
And with this choke point as well coming in, and the creep start being pushed far back as it is, again, Cure stimming forward, getting basically every single creep.
My balls might as well be inside of me.
At least one of them
Just
being
realized
down,
I
sort of
can't
trying to
reach
intercept some
99.99
reinforcements here in the middle of the
or
map, but not finding any.
69.69. Gremlins were little
Cure
creatures
looks
the
like he's
pilots
not
blamed
going
for
a potential fifth base. He's looking to start taking down this fort
unexplainable
right here.
mechanical
Workers
issues.
already mining from.
Oh, you mean like gremlins in the machine, like gremlins in the engine, like this that old saying people would say, like there's a ratcheting in the engine. It's like, oh, there's gremlins in there. Oh, I didn't know that came from. I figured that would be a little bit earlier than that. You'd think that might have like originated from like ships.
Meanwhile, back here, the SCVs
And
are
stuff
right
like
down,
that.
And the depots are going to fall next.
You know,
Really smart
but
move there by Solar, especially because Cure again,
like
going
you know, a
back to that
rope
one
gets
base
untied
ball.
in a certain way or something like that. Like, you know, it's like a gremlin did it. Yeah, it blew my mind. Yeah, that's crazy.
Linchpin your defense there at the third base.
Gremlins.
There's only one of them. So taking a little
Gremlins is a great show, though. It's true too. Guy barely gets flicked down there, and he's curled up in the fetal position. Yet a woman will push a watermelon out of there, only to think, hey, let's do that again in a couple years.
And that's another position that, you know, if Cure pivots his
To be
army
fair,
over
Sean,
there,
some women do that for fun anyways.
there isn't a lot of creep spread to give Solar the room that he needs to get, you know, like a 270-degree arc and come in for the surround on that army. But Cure's actually just pushing closer and closer towards the natural tasteless.
Yeah, you know, Cure's not letting up. And that's going to be another big attack in there.
What about the guys who like shove a straw up their tallywood?
Kill more SCVs and then the push.
You mean
Cure
urethral
focus
sounding, book buyer?
Yeah. I think a lot of people experience this in their own
You know the
games.
right
They're
women,
attacking
you'll
fields
do the
together. You're like,
watermelon
I
in
never really dealt
reverse.
with this threat, you know, this creeping push
that's getting closer.
They'll
and
do the
closer
watermelon
to
in
my core
reverse. True.
infrastructure.
It's
Yeah,
like the
sure.
pineapple.
Effectively all in with his
Hell.
farm. I presumed SCV production. He's only at 40
Kelly.
workers, but his army is so
Yeah,
massive
sometimes
right
we go
now.
off the rails with conversations. Nothing's taboo in a writing section.
Because it's most likely going to be just a link bait.
If a man were the only one
Okay,
who
so
had to
he's
bear
gonna
the
try
child of
to
the human
come
race
here,
would
just
be
north of that
extinct.
screenshot.
Well, think about this, Sean. Female hyenas have penises, and they fight the males for dominance, and then they have to give birth through their penis. And like the death rate of like a mother hyena is like 60 to 80% or something like that.
Good, but not great. GG and Cure wins 2-0.
I've never understood
Just a little
gingering.
bit too much army. It
Wait,
was
Meg,
exactly what he
Eggy,
said.
that one's
But
beyond me. What the
solar
fuck is
counterattacks were
gingering?
fantastic
I don't want to look that up
at
on
the end of the
on this
day.
PC. I'll look that up on my
Army
phone.
never really took damage, and there was just enough. I mean, if he had like a dozen less Marines, probably Solar cleans up that fight and is able to win the game. But
Oh, rubbing
just
shaved
impeccable
ginger on your
there,
booty.
and he is
What,
one
does
of
that
the
make a
first players to
sensation?
advance
Does
from
that
the
create a
tournament.
sensation? I'm sorry, what? Yeah, same here. Like,
Cure kind of expressing
what?
his ability in two very different
How
ways.
would
We're gonna go
ginger-
now. Andy's here to translate it.
Ginger,
And,
do it. Yeah, apparently it feels like a blowtorch. Wait, what? Like an inflaming feeling?
Cure, so you managed to move on as first seed of the group. How do you feel?
That is a term I don't know, and now I do. I wish I
In
didn't.
the winners match, you definitely show a lot
Are
of
we
focus
flavoring the
in
booty
some dangerous
hole?
moments.
Yes, an intense burning.
And
That's
you won't
fucked
go down
up.
How do you feel?
So it's like
One was SOS.
it's like
I didn't know what to do,
masochist
so I was
stuff,
kind
kind of
of
like how
like
people
tipping
do that
in
with
the
like
beginning.
poison ivy and
it's
like
been a
like
offline match for a long
stinging
time.
nettle and shit like
So
that.
things didn't go really well
Masochist
as I had
special.
planned to.
I've never heard of that, and I'm a
Really
masochist. I'll have to
happy,
try
really glad
that.
I won in the end.
I'll come back. I'll come back next week and report to you guys if that's true or not.
Which was really,
What about
instrumental to win.
perfume? I've never sprayed
That's right,
perfume.
so Astro has returned to the scene after 4 years of hiatus.
Who knows?
I mean, yeah, he and I are really
I did
close.
that once by
I know
accident.
how hard he tries
Wait, you
behind the scene.
you sprayed
And we were
perfume
all
on your
trying really hard
in your
the
booty hole.
Stage, and luckily I was able to
It's
win.
experimenting.
And now that we move up to round of 8, we will be allocated in Group A.
Ekimeo,
There are some very,
sure. Yeah, I'm not so sure about this. I'm gonna have to test this.
They're waiting
And
for
if I can't sit in my chair, you guys will know why.
that I wanted to avoid if possible. Oh, SOS is just like getting it away. Oh, I guess we gave him a shout out.
Let's do some experimental research here. That's what this channel is all about, guys.
Yeah, so in Group A,
Experimental
John
research.
And Hero. I did
Wrong
a lot of matches
comment.
against Hero recently, but if I prep well for GSL, I think I can give some good results.
Just use a
So I am quite
spritzer of
confident.
pepper oil. It will def work and last for
So you
hours.
mentioned that
I don't know what we're talking about.
difficult
You
to
probably
face.
get away with it on kick. I don't know. I'm pretty sure the chick that hold on, let me check. I'm pretty sure the chick that I hosted
So
last
there's very
night
good reason for that.
got banned. But let me check.
So I try to cheese my way through the shortest route, and I think that was kind of my tendency in those games. So you'll be playing the round of 8 match soon. So anything you want to say to the fans? So I'm really glad to the GSL staff for making this happen again. And also, very thank you to the patron donators, everyone that has helped make this show happen again. And I myself am trying really hard for this GSL season, so I'll try to give my best result. Congratulations, Cure. Thank you.
Excellent work as always. I don't know the camera that fast.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm like I'm laid back with cucumbers on my eyes like this. Excellent work, Andy. That was funny to see SOS just walk on.
It's been a long time since he's been on GSL,
That's how
man.
Yep.
he wants it. He's like,
She got banned.
We'll be right back.
So she was doing a bikini stream and she was having a shower. And as soon as I like hosted her, she lifted her arm up to put the towel and she nip slipped. And then like 8 minutes later she was banned. hosting is raiding on kick. So I raided her, and she nip slipped immediately as soon as I raided her, and then got banned. Because I went over to my other PC and I pulled up the stream and it said the 404, and I was like, wait, what the fuck? She was just having a shower. And I was like, oh fuck, did she get banned for the nip slip? Oh shit! That sucks. That's brutal. Alright, this is Rainer's last chance. The non-Korean. The only non-Korean. Can he beat SOS?
100%.
And go to the final match.
The Cinderella story of SOS coming back to StarCraft II in 2025 after the longest hiatus on his road to EWC. It's a brilliant storyline, but sadly for one of these players, it's going to end.
Thought you were actually hosting her? Oh, I see what you mean.
The elimination match.
Yet she could walk topless in downtown Portland, Oregon. I mean, there are places in Canada that you can do that as well. But, you know, only ugly fat chicks do that. Hot chicks generally don't go around exposing themselves.
SOS in the bottom left,
You know?
finally a PVZ
It's just
for us
ugly
today.
Karens, so it's never a benefit to us.
PVZ on
It's like
this
going to a
match.
nude beach. Yeah, Wreck
Between
Beach.
Rainer
I was
and
just,
SOS here in
Eggy, I was
Catversion.
just gonna say,
love
go to
this
Wreck
matchup.
Beach, and all you will see is old man penis.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of complaining. I have a hard time ever telling how authentic Zerg complaints are because they have one.
Ugly
or-
fat chicks are the best.
Terran seems to
No,
have
see,
done
there's
fine.
hot fat
I know people are gonna
chicks.
be pulling
There's a
their
difference
hair
between
out. I'm
ugly
sorry, I was
fat
looking
chicks
at
and
the-
hot
The
fat
The tournament
chicks.
results, I know that
Right?
maybe the latter means something
Like, and there's a
different
point
to
of being like, hey,
I always think we have this tournament
I
where we
know
come
what I
together
am,
and
so I
craft
play within the
champions.
boundaries. It's like, know your limit and play within it. I feel like that's a really good expression for somebody who's like that. Like,
But let's see.
I have nothing,
Let's
like,
see
I
how
absolutely
it's gonna
love
play. By the way, however the
bellies
matchup
and
functions
like
now in the meta, I don't
you know,
know if it's going to be relevant to how the game
thighs.
is SOS playing. He has never really played
So,
like
like,
anybody else.
it's not even necessarily that.
Came from
And there's nothing
Chile.
wrong with being ugly. Just know that like there is like
Well
ugly does exist. It is a spectrum.
And
Play within it.
Don't Raider on my
You know?
parade, I like that.
Freedom is allowed. Top freedom is allowed in
No,
Ontario.
cameraman, go back. I don't
Set
get
by
it.
the precedent in the case of Gwen Jacob, the acting
well done.
I do wonder how
executive
SS
director
is
of
gonna
municipal
play. I feel
licensing
like
standards,
in
said,
PvZ,
well, there's no
you
bylaw
kind
that
of
governs
need to leverage
toplessness. It
the new
is
energy
legal for women to go
chargeability on the
topless on the
Nexus
street of Toronto,
in some
according
way.
to the National Post
So
article.
I feel like
Sounds good. Canada's
almost no
good.
matter
Canada's
what,
progressive,
the way that
right?
SOS is gonna be approaching
Same. I
this
like
matchup, he's
thick
going to be
black
relying on
ladies, but
that
always end up with thick
in some
blondes.
capacity. He will
LMAO.
hinge a lot
I
of
have
builds
never
on
loved.
that. But it is
Wait,
possible
Callie?
he does something with some real flair.
You've never
rather than
loved or
be
you've never fucked.
one of the most unpredictable players of all
They're
time.
two
in StarCraft
different
II.
things.
Yeah, he's always done.
Some people
something
use
unique.
them like
By
that.
the way, if he dies out, I don't know when we're going to see him next in StarCraft 2.
Yeah, hopefully GSL season 2.
Hey, you said you're 30?
Well, I mean, he's got to qualify, right? I mean,
Right.
it was kind of a stunning thing that he got, this deep. There were several other players that we thought would be making it here. There's always a couple plot twists in a GSL.
I mean,
as far as who
good
makes
for
it. It's
you.
the usual suspects.
I
but
mean,
I
haven't
don't
found
know
the
if
right
it's
one,
the
right?
Last time we see SOS, if he doesn't perform well here.
I hope not.
Bro needs to
Because the game
start
is so much fun
gingering.
playing it. He brings so
He
much
is
to the table.
literally my favorite
I
player
mean,
to cast out of all the StarCrafts.
He
I've
was-
had more fun.
I
trying to
can-
figure out
I
what
can
he's doing. He
understand.
surprised me more than anybody else.
For a long time in my StarCraft 2,
I mean, I've never been in a substantial relationship, but I've been in a lot of
He's not
relationships.
going to go for an Oracle and charge it up with energy. That would be too meta. It's
Yeah.
going to be avoid.
Even though I'm
rates,
extremely
SOS.
antisocial.
But
I'd like people to go after me,
usually
but too
is
shy to
somebody
use
who
words.
would watch mostly on the basis of what can I learn and incorporate in my own play.
Right.
SOS is terrible.
I'm
You cannot
a total
watch
freeze.
SOS play and try to
So,
emulate him and find any success.
I like
It
to be
does not-
dominated.
It does not work.
So,
you need to watch somebody like Party.
As a
somebody
dude,
like
it's
Ray.
not very often,
But
the chick
still,
makes the
there is
first
just
move.
Some addictive allure.
And I'm
about
terrible
this
at talking
approach,
up
how
front
unique
and
it is
straight.
In every single matchup.
Like I said, I'm amazing at dancing around the bush. Beating around the bush. I'm sorry, I'm sleepy. That's okay, Callie.
I don't even have energy
When I
anymore.
drool over and the women I had loved don't look anything alike.
I'm
If
wondering
you're
if this
trying to
will
get
Tempest.
with your type, you'll most likely
But
never
I
find
have
one that
no
actually
clue
works
what
with your
game plan is.
personality.
Okay, second
Find the
Star
personality you love and take the body she has.
I guess that's the
True,
lesson.
Sean.
Yeah, it's
It's a fool
Because you can, at the end of the day, you can always just close your eyes while you're fucking, but you have to spend the rest of your life talking to that
But
person.
yeah, I mean, I guess we can kind of look.
Women
at
like
how many
dancing
people
around
are
with the
coming on two
bush.
bases and
Lol.
what can you feasibly make with that? I guess it would be Tempest, but
True, book buyer.
I'm happy. To
I
be
have
wrong
had that
with
in my
and
experience. So
SOS.
when you're both doing it,
Somewhere
and
in
no
there,
one
yeah,
commits,
smiling.
there is a point of stagnation
Tempest
where the
again.
thrill dies off, right? And it's like,
Oh,
well,
so
you weren't doing anything, so, you know, I moved on. It was
This
fun
is a
while
good
it lasted.
sponsored match by Tempest
Thought we
right
were just
there.
fucking around, especially because I'm a troll. It doesn't help that I'm a complete fucking troll, too.
Go
So it's
for
like, people don't know if I'm fucking
Yeah.
with them or if I'm
Really rookie
serious.
coming in here from
And that's kind of a
Tempest.
big
Yeah,
part of my
41.
personality. It's like, I don't want
41
people to
productions
know.
is gonna go up to 46. I think he doesn't know exactly what the game plan is here.
The only time you know if
SOS.
I'm
One of the
serious
things
is
about
if
the
I'm
Border
yelling
is
because I have a
he's very
temper.
good at just shutting
That's
down
when you
his
know
opponent.
I'm serious.
That's
Yeah.
his big opponent.
I
'Cause
mean-
he can snipe the Overlord. It's good at pushing away Lings. It covers a lot of area.
Oh,
And he got in with the Lings!
even the
Oh,
Tempest
this is
stopped
not
moving.
good.
Oh yeah, the Templar's just
This is-
stunned. It's like, wait, you guys let what happen at home?
Women want genuine
I mean, the micro is
intimacy,
pretty
and
good
men
here
want
for
to go
SOS. Only
straight
losing
to
2
the
probes,
physical,
3 probes,
and
I
then find
guess,
out
but
if there
the
can be
main issue right
intimacy.
now
It's
is
messed up.
the Tempest tech
I
on the
mean,
field.
it is the way it
Ideally
is,
here
Sean,
in
but that's
Product,
not how everyone is.
you kinda
Let me
want
count
this
how
to
many
be a
women have
surprise so that
flirted,
you can
flirted with me.
snipe at
3
least one
outside of the
hat-trick.
internet.
You wanna
At
add
best-selling
five.
author,
It's been a
a
long
best-selling
time
author
since
kissed
I've
my
done
hand.
one
Does
since
that
build. I
count?
believe it's 5 Tempest to 1-shot a Queen.
I'm honest to
I
a T.
believe so.
I don't
So
understand
there's
line.
certain critical
Yeah,
matches
like
that
I'm
just
too,
gotta be won.
I don't under like
Smack
I can
down
beat
right
around
to
the
get a
bush
lot
and
of
banter
value
and shit, but
as you
I don't
most likely will
lie,
transition into
and I'm
a
upfront about
more
things,
quote-unquote
and I
standard
say
game that gets
things
a player of
and
greater
talk about
caliber,
topics that tend
these
to
wins
get
getting a
people
lot
make
done,
people
getting
very
to the main phase,
uncomfortable.
now coming into the third
But I
phase,
like to
feel
test
better
people
with
because
no
I'm like
cancel.
I'm a writer and I
And
like to write
players
very
have a
dark,
lot of
fucked up
players. He's about
fantasy
to
and
have
stuff like that.
10
So it's like
queens on
if
the
someone
ground.
doesn't
He's
vibe
with
with
2
that
more
right
in
off the
production.
bat,
Yeah, he's
then,
gonna aspire if you're
um,
we'll have the,
you know,
units to
what's the
counter this.
point, right?
Part of what makes
Because when we get to that point, it's
SOS
going to be a
really
deal
strong
breaker.
is that it
It's
would
like I say to
blindside
people
you.
that join the
That
stream.
time because,
If you can't deal
you know,
with this,
basically, it was
then this
scouted
isn't
by
the stream
lead
for
front in
you.
there.
Even if it's a, if like if this is a deal breaker for
Damage
you.
done, but you have to think about the cost of 5 Tempests like this with the upgrade to take down buildings. So it's a lot of investment for maybe a dozen drone kills and some lost mining time.
Well, also these units, it's hard to use them after this rush.
So if this is a deal breaker
Probably gonna
for
be a
you,
swell of corruptors
yeah,
after this that'll just completely
and
rain on his parade.
that swell of corruptors.
that's why we kind of introduced this right off the bat, right?
I think this is a really bad position.
She was
We
gorgeous
have
though.
6 corruptors making right now. All Rainer has to do is basically.
I know I am, right? No, I'm just kidding.
SOS is doing a pretty good job of using this airspace, by the way. Even though this was
Oh
not a
my
surprise,
God.
he's killed
Deal
so
breaker
many
for me, I
creatures.
just leave. Well, I mean, Levi, deal breaker is in they'll never come back to the stream again. It's a deal breaker on the day for you, but it's not a deal breaker for the entire stream for you, right? Like, you'll still come back to the stream, you just leave on those days. Some people are like, I don't want anything to do with that, and they just leave the stream right off the bat, right? Which is totally understandable.
He's getting +1 air weapons right now. SOS is playing his
You
own
are gorgeous.
game.
Why, thank
But
you,
will he
Callie.
have enough static defense,
People put on a
enough
dating
air
mask,
to stop
doing
these
things,
corruptors?
and talking in a way that isn't natural for them, or sustainable with their income, then are surprised when the person who fell in love with that character you played then leaves because the person you are isn't the person they love. True, Sean.
I love this.
I mean,
That's why I present myself as, you know, I'm a failing writer who has seizures, who didn't have a job for 8 years, who works at Walmart,
So, I mean,
and
thought that was gonna
I
fail,
stream
honestly,
to
I did,
hold
but
myself
it.
accountable to my writing
I think
because
my
I've
cat
been
kind of
extremely
wrong me too,
neglecting
but
and
well, if you see this, you're gonna stop it, right?
procrastinative
There's a reason why you
towards
don't just
it.
Do this blindly, you know, every game, right? And so I thought, okay, he's gonna hold it. Well, I was totally wrong. I mean,
But that doesn't mean that's all I'm ever gonna do, i.e. StarCraft. I love having different kinds of content,
you know, you can't
playing
just
a
wire corruptors
spectrum,
into their base without something to fight
getting
on the ground.
content from
Not really there yet. Now he's
viewers.
massing up more and more corruptors. I guess you could try to win a fight in the
Like,
air.
we
then,
discovered what my
you know,
ultimate form
file
is,
down the
guys.
Nexus.
In like 2.5
in
or
the
3
current
years,
state of StarCraft
we'll
II,
be
it's
at
batteries
this
and not
stage
cannons defending
for
Nexus. Maybe that's what he was
But I actually love this transition coming in from SOS.
For,
He's adding on 6 more gateways, and I
streams.
think that's going to bring his count up to maybe 8 or 10 with Charge, with Storm. And if Raynor overcommits to the Corruptors here, he might just not have enough on the ground to deal with what SOS is going to bring to the table.
Even 1 or 2 Archons here with this is so nasty.
Give me a second here to find
I'm
it.
so curious about what army SOS is going to show while he takes this 4th base, because if he just shows Sky Toss with Void Rays, with +1 air weapons, with Flux Veins, then Raynor might just kind of keep feeding into this Corruptor count, going up and up and up.
Oh, I think it's this one.
And that could be good for SOS, as the Corruptor's now going to come in. They will take down the Cybernetics
That's
core.
a smart snipe. It hadn't even occurred to me to try to do that. You know, normally the Cybernetics core is not really a target. It's like you'll take it if you can get it, but I guess if you're going for a big air fleet here, it makes a lot more sense.
Hold on. I can't find the exact moment, so I'm just waiting for it. It'll happen, though.
And actually, the way that SOS is setting up for this, I'm wondering whether he's just going to try and play a macro game. You know, I thought with the initial gateways and with the forge timing with Charge that he might be gearing up to try and go for some kind of attack.
Wait for it. It's going to be great.
More and more like defensive posturing here.
I'm even going to pause this to show it because it's that great.
Tempest, Archons, and Templar will send him right back. But soon SOS is going to be on 4 bases with a fully fleshed out.
Wait for it. Okay, here we go.
Leaves a little bit to be desired
No,
here for SOS,
what the fuck is this thing?
He's not in a bad position.
Okay, here we
He's gonna
go.
have
Here we
+2
go.
weapons soon. He already has +1 air
Whoops.
weapons.
No one's ever shown interest in me, and I have never pursued someone. I've just never found the right person. I mean, dudes just who want to fuck, yeah, sure, that's great, but never found the right person, you know?
Oh. This is... Guys, this is so degenerate. What is he doing? Bro, stop. This is God's work. Yeah, the tanks. I know. This is crazy. It's genius. Yeah, this is actually such a great idea. I've never seen anything smarter than this. This is the best idea I've ever seen.
Give us 2 years, guys. We'll be doing that kind of shit. Hot tub stream with like motorboats that you can like bump into my body so you can feel like you're touching me, and then I can put my feet on you and stuff. We'll make millions. It'll be beautiful.
Like a very turtled up Protoss that's going to be really hard to engage into. And Zerg's going to.
We just need the infrastructure first.
We're ramping up to maxed out on both sides.
It's a lot of Archons tasteless.
Yeah, the Archons make it kind of impossible for the Corruptors to fight. Corruptors don't kill Tempest immediately. And, you know...
In today's society, men don't dare make a move because women are allowed to claim sexual harassment just because they didn't like being asked. They aren't required to follow the definition of harassment. I agree, Sean. It's just way overused, and people just, like, abuse it. So it's like, at this point... That's why I joined the Church of Scientology, Eggy. You have $10,000, bro, and you didn't give it to me? What the fuck are you doing, Eggy? I thought you were a true fan. I get too many women asking me out on Twitch. I need it to happen in real life.
Dodge the shots.
I mean, Callie, they're probably, honestly, if they're doing it on the internet, they're probably only doing it to get money from you.
Doesn't quite
honestly.
Get big damage done on the Void Rays, but at least one of them does fall down as Raynor looking for the Wombo combo of the Fungal. And all those Biles while he transitions into Lurker Tech. And SOS, he's actually going to commit to the fight stage as he's coming in. There's a lot of energy on those Templar. Maybe 5 Storms right now in the bank. So many Archons on the ground. Corruptor.
No, see, that's the ploy, Callie, is they get you hooked, and then they start asking for money. And it starts small.
Protoss army is starting to thin out a little
Or a
bit
sign
here.
in real life that says single and
Corruptors,
seeking.
There aren't that many.
I mean, that's fair enough, right?
Right now, he's waiting for this
I
react
think
to
there are a
come
lot
right
of thirsty
in, but
Twitch
if
ladies,
it
to be
trickles in
honest.
from all these bases with Archons on them, it might be tough for him to actually get a good fight.
I don't know that SOS can make this work. It seems like Rainer.
God knows what they
separately.
look
Yeah.
like behind the screen, though. Yeah, VTubers? His 60-year-old dude with a voice changer. We all want to know what Fabulich looks like. Does she look like she sounds? Does the carpet match the drapes?
Rainer is maxed out and will probably have a devastating, if not fatal, counterattack as he goes across the map.
Yeah, Rainer now pushing in to the 12 o'clock position.
That's why it's like, even when I'm doing makeup streams, I don't use my, like, quote-unquote female voice.
As the Corruptors, yeah, they are getting thwarted here by the Stalkers, but the real story
Yeah,
is
but,
army all
Callie,
the way
have you
force
seen
face
what
on
makeup
SOS.
can do?
Push back.
Makeup can make this look
Storm
good.
is gonna be enough on the ground here
So
for
ask
to
yourself, how
stop
much
what
makeup are they
Rainer's got.
wearing?
As he navigates
I'm
a
very
really
aware of
tricky
my
game to a
attractiveness
victory here in map
percentage.
number 1, or at least I was thinking that the Stalkers
Me,
defense
5
had
hours into an
pushed him.
Essentia stream,
I think that
trying to
eventually
goon
when
while
he
she
puts in here,
talks
just
about
get one.
crystals. Well,
If
she's
he
got
gets a
pictures of
form that's
vaginas and
gold,
penises
I
on the
think there's a
screen,
real Achilles
talking
heel,
about how you gotta
at
make
the
them so
bottom
wet
center
to expand
in
their
those two
vaginas.
bases, and he could basically divide and conquer over there. Rainer has not really grown
Good
out the
time.
map that much, by the way. Creep
I wonder
spread
if
is
there are
pretty
women who
stagnant.
secretly
That
want to
usually
be in a
happens in games where
polyamorous
they start out
relationship
kind of
with a
in
single
unusual
man but don't
circumstances.
act on it for fear of public
I think I
censor.
called this way too early.
I
He
believe
puts
so,
that
Sean.
energy like this
I've
as
also
well.
seen them
I mean,
without
let's see.
makeup.
He's got the lurkers
Give me
coming out
more.
here now.
I mean, that's all I'm saying, Caliber. And that's just if you care about
Right there,
physical
zone
appearance.
away. But these lurkers
Yeah,
anchored
or
in
how your
position
penis
to
shape
force
means
the
you're a
faces
bear or
to
a
the
lion. Yep.
That's what's just barely
Just like
threading the needle out of
your
range,
vagina
but
lips.
It is so hard with a Stalker army like this one, especially with Templar, to try and push into these lurkers. He's just
What's the
picking
one
away
that's
whatever he can
inverted?
from
'Cause
Stalkers.
that's
one with
mine.
Some really resilient control.
Ling counter
It's
over
like
here.
negative
The Warlord's
shrinkage.
isolated. This Nexus is probably going to fall. The lurkers are painful to move through.
Well, the Zealots, they might be able to walk past them a little bit and get a good surround. Storm also there on the Lurkers, but there's so much damage being done. Those Templars so low on HP. Oh, the Lurker cleans up, I think, 3 of them.
Oh, this has no shields.
Oh, dead.
The reinforcements have.
Man, I really don't know who's gonna
He's got
win.
the
This is
foothold,
fucking
but he has
crazy.
to get the finishing blow off in the 2
Because I don't know
spots.
anything about the
Wow.
meta in StarCraft II.
I don't even know if SOS is microing this. I think he's busy
I would be
trying to make
terrified
stuff
to
back. If
be
it comes back here, puts away for a
intimate
second.
with a
Not gonna
woman
buy
who
much
had
more
large
time. He's got
lips
Corruptors
down
in the
there.
front to try to soak
I'd be
stalker
so
shots
afraid
and
that
kind
I'd
of,
somehow tear them.
sandbag progress on the lurkers over here.
Honestly, I like
Lot
lips
in
because then I can
production.
suck on
Eggs are
them.
Popping. He's going to come in. He's going to try to shove onto this space. If he takes the space out, it'll be Protoss on
It's
3
kind of
to
like
deserve
sucking on
spot.
balls.
It's going to be
Not
so
the
hard
same,
for
but
us
hey.
to break out of this contain right now.
Similar is good
He's
enough,
on a
right?
timer with these Lurkers inching towards that base. He's trying to set up a position here in the middle of the map, but there just isn't enough units and not really
Yeah.
any splash damage to deal with these Lings either. They're just going to clean it up. So that 4th base continuing to take damage.
I went
More
out with a
probes
girl that had
falling.
lips like theater curtains. Was kind of gross.
I don't think SOS can win now.
No.
And, you know, it's funny. He looked like he might be able to manage in the middle of this game.
I mean, if
And
they're
then
hanging
the
down
defense
like a
fell
clam
apart.
handle.
Is he going to ooze down the building, or he might just let the lurkers do the work? More and more lurkers and lings are going to keep being produced.
My penis
gonna
shape
wipe
means
this
I'm
building.
bricked up, Essentia.
And
True, Eggy.
I guess
Same.
Protoss could try to expand up here. It looks
I mean,
like
if I
Protoss
could
is
without
fine.
the belt
He
on.
doesn't have enough patches
You know,
to use them anywhere else.
The cage.
Nice catch on these Lurkers, but
Hot. Itox is
the economy right now for
175%
SOS is
hot.
just abysmal. Basically half the income of his Zerg opponent right now.
Okay, okay, Sean. I'll add that as a
Oh
command,
no, the Templar is getting caught.
and I'm gonna add it in a
Two
very
Templars getting
interesting
taken
way.
down. They do get one good storm off on the Hydras, but not going to kill very many of them at all as more probes fall. SOS with just one last Hail Mary attack here, trying to push into the base of Rainer. But there's just no good way for him to really deal with all of these lurkers there at his 3rd base. GG is called.
Crazy game. Rainer takes it. Orthodox play. Powers through. Maybe the most creative player in StarCraft II. I wonder if that game would have looked different had the Lings not scouted it. But, you know, he made, what was it, like 11 queens down there?
It was a lot of
It was a
queens.
lot. And, you know, the hatchery still went down. I think SOS could have probably won that game had Rainer not gotten the up and up and produced so many queens that he was able to curb the progress of that strategy.
Yeah, he would have been in a better position for sure. And then also during that
Okay,
fight
I'm
with
not
SOS
sure if this is
was
gonna
pushing
work.
initially with the air, with the Archons, with the Templar into the 3rd base. of Raynor, I was watching the production tab, and so many units were getting warped in from SOS.
Yeah.
I thought for some reason they were going to be on the front line, and that would make it so challenging for Raynor to actually corral all of his forces from all these different bases, all being attacked by Zealots, but there actually was no forward warping point there for SOS. So Raynor got like 1 or 2 more production rounds in, and all of SOS's units were streaming across the map, and he just could not build the momentum to finally break through. Raynor wins map number 1.
Ultra Love.
Ultra Love.
Not the map name, but just how I'm feeling right now that we're back. Guys, let's get into game 2. Remember, the loser of this series.
Okay, let's try it.
GSL.
What about a depth command so people know how deep or shallow they are?
Attention chat. Eggymayo69 thinks that Eggymayo69 is hot. Spicy.
Damn it, it was supposed to say me. I don't know why it said...
Left.
So I wasn't sure if it was gonna work. Oh, I
And
think
this
this
is
needs to
probably
be,
just a
hold
probe
on, I think this
scout.
needs to be
It's a black hole down
sender,
there. Imagine the probe just
not
sucked in
user.
there.
Well, let me try that again.
So that will block the. Oh, so sorry. I thought that was something in the middle map for a second. That will block the normal location of the hatchery. So he just
Okay.
goes down here and puts that at the third.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I forgot to put the
I
parentheses.
wonder
I'm a
how
fucking
SOS is gonna
idiot.
approach this game. He's been
Okay,
doing
let's try
some
this.
really zany stuff.
Well, it's not
so far
surprising, right? I mean, he knows
Attention
that
chat. Idixication
he's not going to just be able to
5077
do
thinks
like
that
what the meta is
Eggymayo69
and
is
do
hot.
it necessarily better.
Spicy.
Even though I think he would
There we go.
probably
Okay.
do pretty well if he
We
did
got a
that.
hot
He
command.
knows he can look at a situation and intuit build orders or concepts
Attention
that other
chat.
players are, you know.
Eggymayo69
He's
thinks
just sort
that
of built to play
Seon
RTS
1
games
is
and
hot.
look at 'em a certain way.
Seon!
Like Protoss especially.
Yeah,
Sean, he
he's
can't even
a
get your
Protoss
name
pro,
right.
for sure.
But I feel like I've never been more out of my depth casting a Protoss game than I was casting the games that SOS has played so far today.
Yeah, no,
He's just so unpredictable. Even with the vision of us as casters and observers, just being able to see everything that he's doing.
Well, you know, I kind of gave up
Attention
trying
chat.
to do
Caligo
deterministic in the
BRR
cast
thinks that
because of that.
Caligobra is hot.
I felt
Caligober.
like, let's kind of try to
Caligober.
direction he's going to bring it in and just
Go
Caligober.
along for the ride.
I think everybody remembers the game where he like
At least someone
used the
thinks
Nexus
so.
that he hid inside his opponent's main to like recall a DT in there. Where I'm like, I don't.
Like, what is he doing?
Yeah,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
It's like we're getting a glimpse of what StarCraft II looks like in the year 2030.
Yeah,
It's like,
exactly.
no, this is actually how you play, guys. You're,
Yeah,
you're just a decade behind on
That
the
was
meta.
before they made Nexuses in the main. So, for now, we're waiting on that third base. It's going to be slow. We've got the Stargate. Let's see if it's going to be another Void Ray or not.
I feel like Stargate, Stargate for such a long time in StarCraft II PvZ has just been the build that you go for because the Oracle gives you so much map control, and there are also some kind of crazier builds like the Tempest build
Attention
that
chat.
I'm canning absolutely
Sean
loves to do,
Arkeeser
and
1 thinks
occasionally we
that
get to see
Book
Hero
Fire
now.
is
I guess
hot.
players like SOS also do it
Spicy.
here in
Right.
GSL.
Sean,
This
I'm
StarCraft
telling your
is a
wife.
foundational build in PvZ that's been around since StarCraft 1.
It's gotta be
StarCraft
hotter
1
than
Protoss
me.
has had a really
Well,
hard time
thanks.
figuring out how to play against Zergs. Until the StarCraft 1 Protoss has figured out that you just need to get a Corsair to scout. It might counter Mutalisks, and you can scout that and make more if you need it, but otherwise at least you just have like a flying unit, just like we see the Overlord here for the Zerg. And then you have a bunch of different ways you play the game from there, and so it's not shocking that early on in StarCraft II this idea was adopted. And it's pretty much been around through all of StarCraft II.
And it's the same.
Now, does he see that?
It's the same build. Unscouted here by Raynor. He only
Oh
sees
my
the Void Ray.
God.
Don't let it ling in this time. Okay. I saw him at the front door.
Don't
Like,
do
please.
that. So SOS is just going to try again. Exact same situation. Try to do it a little bit faster, a little bit more efficiently. And, you know, there's something to that. Generally, bad players do the same strategies over and over again in tournaments, which can make them kind of almost smart moves in the highest level of professional StarCraft.
It makes it almost more
A
unpredictable.
lot of horniness today.
Counterintuitively.
It's
Yeah, that's why I said you needed to
that
be
it
here,
might just,
Eggy.
like, get in there and work.
Oh, this is a variant from what we saw in the previous game. So I think he is going to try and bait Raynor into doing basically the same response that he did in game
I got the
one.
horns.
Behind this one, we have additional gateways coming.
I say I'm
5
Dirty
gateways now in
Dan.
total. And a Twilight
Those
Council already
ears.
up. Now, charges him
Those
being
are
researched,
ears,
Glaives is being
Callie.
researched. We don't know what the follow-up is going to be. And, okay, finally it's going to be Glaives.
Wow. Okay, so it's gonna be Tempest coming
A
out. with the
Moogle.
Glaives to kind of
Nice.
blindside,
Everett, James, Violet, and Richard
Zerg.
are all of the same opinion.
I like this switch
They'll
up.
I don't know if he's gonna
smudge
actually
them
make a Nexus here or
titties
not.
for
This
hours.
is a little bit of a sleight of hand from Raynor. No, he is going to make a Nexus. I stand corrected. You know, you can also put a probe out there and kind of generate the imagery of an expansion and maybe commit to this, but this is going to be very different.
And I wonder when he's going to show that first Tempest. Is that actually the Tempest moving across the map right now? It is.
Yeah, so he's going to send the first one out here.
Yeah.
And this is probably going to force out more Queens. We already saw how Raynor behaved last time.
And I'm watching the production tab to see what the response is from Raynor, and it is the same response. We have a Spire now coming in. He thinks that SOS is doing the same thing.
I'm not sure if this one
Queens,
works,
Spire.
but
He
let
doesn't
me know
there's
what you
5
guys
gateways
think. It was the
leave
best I
Adept
could come up
about
with
to move
for
across the
now.
map. The Adept
Right.
moving now from the natural expansion to the third base. You can see the shades on the minimap right now is, I feel like SOS with this ruse has very successfully duped his opponent. There's 24 lings on the ground. Roach production only just now begun, but after a big swell of drones. So there's only 3 roaches in queue.
Oh!
Wallen comes in with the evolution chamber. There should be enough Adepts to force that down. Indeed there are. Now they're going to use the choke point
16.
here against
Damn.
A lot of Adepts are being killed. Though that Evo chamber was clutch because the Adepts, they can't really do a whole lot when they're in that shade form. He could
17!
but it's
I'm
not
maxed
that
out!
much. Only 2 drones now, 3 drones fall.
I think that's a little
Someone
over
drones falling here in the
average.
third base right now is 3 Adepts trying to get more
Yeah,
damage
depth
done.
is usually
Leaves
between
the
10 to
Shades
12
sent that back down to
centimeters.
The natural expansion. How much is there for Raynor? Not a lot, as even more drones are falling. SOS,
Callie's
though,
tiny.
He still hasn't been able to take a worker lead despite all of this
The
damage.
hot dog down a hallway.
Because he's cut probes behind all of it. +1 ground weapons now getting a research. No additional tech yet on the Twilight Council as the Adepts are finally starting to bleed out.
Yeah, the Adept numbers are getting pretty low.
For
I don't know
15
that he can
versus
shade any of
4.
these away and
Someone's
find
been
here.
here before you,
And that's gonna be the end of
unfortunately.
this rush.
That's some sloppy
Attention
seconds.
chat.
And when the
Calico
dust
BRR
settles,
thinks
yeah.
Caligobber is hot.
20 or so drones go
Spicy.
down, but Raynor
If
is
only
still
the
ahead on
voice
workers
wasn't
because
broken.
There wasn't really much of an economic
That
follow
boy is
here.
a
Of course,
bottom.
is still alive.
Hell yeah, your dick size
Gets one more
definitely
drone.
influences
But I'm
your
a little bit
sexuality.
concerned here
Trust
for
me.
SOS, because I feel like that might have not been
Femboys
enough
have
damage,
huge dicks.
especially with how late +1 ground weapons is and Blink, but this Tempest actually got so many drones.
It's kind of crazy. Yeah, yeah.
That just equalized the worker count. 32 drones now in total. 14 kills on that Tempest.
Yeah, it's kind
I
of
don't
crazy.
understand
right now,
that logic.
The Zerg was even for a little bit there. The next move is
There's a
actually
song, That Boy is a
I'm
Bottom,
not
sung by a
totally clear
drag queen.
on what kind of shape SOS is now.
Never heard of that, Sean.
Because the Protoss army lacks sophistication on some level. Like, he's going to get Blink. That's going to be hard to deal with. Blink is just.
But I'm
versus
kind of
roaches,
feminine.
Right? The Stalkers.
I mean,
already
I'm
have better
feminine when
range,
I
they can
want
play
to
keep
be,
away.
right?
I'm a little thrown off by the second Forge,
Yeah. A lot of this just looks weird.
but I love the idea of a Stalker push right now because this is when Raynor wants to start
nice
drawing up a
I
little bit
really
more.
want a
63
vagina
drones,
there.
61 probes.
Nothing
Blink
wrong
almost
with feminine.
done. Finally
Yeah,
now complete.
like
Raynor trying to take down
metrosexual
the
is a
cooling tower,
completely normal
field this
thing,
area
right?
off.
And he
Like,
goes
you don't
for it,
have to
locks
be
him out.
gay to be
Adios.
feminine. Like, I'm bi and I'm a
So he's going
cross-dresser.
to try to wrap around.
Does SOS have enough
the
momentum?
hatch.
But I can be as masculine as I can be feminine. I like BTS, and they are sometimes described as
Yeah,
feminine.
that's true. And the hatchery's
Not
gonna remain.
quite
More
sure
stalkers gonna come
BTS.
up. SOS seems intent
I
on
can
trying to
guess,
finish
but I'm
them
not
off. Like, he's
100%.
not really trading that well. He takes that one out, but otherwise he hasn't really done that much.
I kind of wish the Tempest was over here just shelling the roaches and the Raptors
right.
during all of this.
And he's warping in stalkers, like 7
don't
at
know
a time,
BTS?
something like that.
It's a lot of stalkers in the map right now. SOS actually almost has an army lead against Roach Ravager.
Nope. Maybe when you say it, I'll get it, but
It's
I'm
just
bad
coming
at
from these
abbreviations and
angles.
shit like that.
Rainer is very smart with his
I miss my
positioning,
Russian
setting up
friend.
concaves at the bottom of these ramps, and SOS can't
Big,
really get
tall,
a lot of value
skinny?
out of the blink as a result of that. Even though
I was thinking like
materially, the stalker advantage, it is quite nice. He's going to move in,
like
snipe 2 Ravagers, blink right back.
that's their name, BTS. Oh, K-pop. Oh yeah, no, I know BTS. I know BTS.
Rainer's supply is gonna hit the top pretty soon.
Yeah, a lot of K-pop, like Korean K-pop, or like just Asian, like singers are like super. Like look at the original like Backstreet Boys and stuff like that. They were super feminine because they were selling to women, right? Like young girls, right?
It's been a really weird.
So it's like having that kind of connection of that like almost feminine bad boy. It's not what I expected. I was thinking an acronym like BBW or BDSM. Yeah, I was thinking like boys transitioning separately, balls, tits, scrotum,
it's very full throttle or nothing.
bang pan,
He's been able to make it work so far in this game. He's holding his own against one of the best players in the world.
Siani on Dad?
Yeah, he's looking very strong.
Yeah, I don't know how to say that.
SOS has to figure out how to make this work. He needs to get the, few key units.
Yeah, my brain was like, bleeped off at that moment.
It's going to be Storm.
So it's too much for me. It means bulletproof Boy Scout.
It feels like the Storm might just be where Rainer can hit him before Storm's done.
That's a badass name,
Like,
actually.
what are you going to do? You're going to blink away once or twice with Stalkers and hold this? I'm not so sure. Again, this is just a very funny-looking PvZ. It's not your run-of-the-mill, meta PvZ.
That's been quite low eco as
That's
well.
interesting. Didn't know that. Neither did I. That's actually really cool.
Lurker tech is coming.
I love learning new things.
So, in fact, maybe Rainer wants to actually wait.
Stalker's going to show off a couple more units over here by the 4th base.
I mean, Army, so I know a fair bit about
I
them.
feel like SOS should have on his radar that lurkers are
ARMY?
coming, and I think with the army that SOS has, you want to fight before those lurkers actually
Clark
come
Kent
on
is their
field,
leader?
especially before they get their hive upgrades. And that window is going to be in the next maybe
That's their
90 seconds
fandom
here for
name.
SOS as he's getting closer and closer.
Ah.
But with only 4 Templar,
Like
I'm not sure he's
Swifties?
going to have enough storms.
Just an acronym or
make this
title
work.
for the fan
But
base.
hold that thought. Actually coming in. These storms have been fantastic so far. Actually,
What would you guys
Now,
call my
starting
fan
to
base?
gain
You know what
radar.
I call
Army
them?
is still in the 12 o'clock position. And
Gods.
so SOS cleaning up this force over here at the 4th base. Rainer a little bit underestimating the army that SOS had on his front door. The hatchery's going to fall. Rainer reset down to a 3-base eco, only on 6 gases, and SOS is going to pull right back.
Yeah, this is exactly
Which stands
what
for
SOS
greatly
had to do, was just
and
get in, kill it,
overly
escape.
delusional.
A little bit of a counterattack.
That's why they
right
watch
here.
me.
I don't feel like Rainer has anything going for him right now. He's still going to try to develop into the lurker tag.
Some of them are currently in the actual
It's
army.
really bad.
Yeah, because in Korea you have to you do your military service,
It is a
right?
strong
That's a
amount,
huge
but
thing
it's
with
not one
StarCraft
against
as well.
a
Is
Protoss
like
army.
right now
SOS
some of the
is about to
greatest
be
players in
once again.
StarCraft are in the military and they can't play the game. Didn't some of them try to get out of it?
Crazy. If SOS
Well,
breaks
you
this down,
can.
he's gonna
There's
come in once more,
there's
seize the army,
sometimes you
decides
can
he's gonna
try.
push
Like
another
there are
area.
exemptions from being in the military. Especially when you're extremely popular
it
and you're
just
doing
seems like
something that's
Rainer's
age
so up on the
specific,
ropes
like
right
you're
now.
only going to be able to do it for let's say 10 years, and then once you get older, it's not going to be as
So he's currently boosting out an Oracle.
vested.
I'm sure an observer is also going to be in
I hear
production, if not
Swifties. I think
already
the
on
Swift
way.
trucking company that needs to be shut down because they will stand a driver in another state, country if they decide to fire them.
Yeah, I mean, what is
Strand.
Rainer supposed to do?
They
This
didn't
army
try
is
to
now
get out of
sophisticated
it. The
and
country
scary.
was
For a while, it was
figuring
just
out
stalkers.
if they were special enough to be exempt. Yeah,
but
exactly, book buyer.
Now it just feels like
Because some people, you literally go through a regular,
Templars and everything else. It's hard to ever get
a
in there
thing
and fight. Rainer,
in order to see if you can be exempt or not.
Oh, this is such a smart move.
But every able-bodied Korean male has to spend at least, like, I think it's like 18 months in the military, and you can't earn money in that time, so you can't do, like, events and stuff like that. So you can't play in tournaments, you can't do concerts, you can't do anything that would make you income.
So remax on more Hydras, potentially more Lurkers, add more firepower.
Remember similar happening with the football player here in the UK. I believe Suga was exempt from the hard part, as he has a shoulder injury. Yeah, like
lurkers are going to outscale
for instance, like
ground.
Flash in
We're going
StarCraft,
to need
he
air
was
to
put
deal
in
with
like
these
kind of an
lurkers in a
office job in the
supremely
military
We
because
now
of
have
his
11
because of his
lurkers
wrists and
with
his
high-tech
elbows.
upgrades.
Because
Rainer,
and
that
his
is
shoulders
so
because of playing
challenging for
StarCraft.
SOS to
Because
break
he's had like
down
30
with
different
what
fucking
is
surgeries
a
on his
mostly
arms.
Stalker army. We have 30 Stalkers on the field, a handful of Templar, only a
So his arms are like more metal
total.
than anything.
Unless he's able to catch Rainer out of position, he's not going to be able to break down a fortified position of lurkers. So for Rainer, I think the game right now is just pure cost efficiency, secure another expansion. Because SOS's army doesn't...
Damn, that was beast.
Yeah, Blink's right on top of that and wipes
Oh,
it.
bro,
Rainer frees up his supply, trying to develop into a more sophisticated army. By the way, the Protoss is banking way more. A lot more gas. Nice stun there. I think SOS is going to slowly...
It's 5 a.m. It's only
set this up where there's nowhere to
3:15
go
for me.
Rainer doesn't have a base.
Well,
that's
here we
there
go.
that he can easily take.
We're on a roll,
The lower
boys.
right side of the map is covered by Zealots. SOS is going to try to come through.
Fuck!
These storms are absolutely painful to watch.
I mean, the damage coming in from these lurkers is just so huge. Very cost-efficient trade right here for Rainer. And this is why it is so challenging to push into these positions with a mostly gateway-based army.
Yeah, it's just, you know, it's one of those things where you see a base and you almost have to ask yourself, should we just leave that there forever and worry about the base after this one, try to stop that from
No,
happening?
I'm 5 a.m.
Mothership
Son of
coming,
a
by
B,
the way.
2 fails in a
Given
row.
the air transition this
EST.
year. Second Stargate also coming online. Shields and +1
Yeah.
air weapons as well as carriers.
I know it's not exactly the
So
greatest time
he recognizes
period
the
to
situation
stream,
that he's not
right?
gonna be able to break
But
Rainer.
hey, it's the only time I got,
He's
so it's the
making
time
a
that I
very smart
use,
transition
right?
With that massive gas bank that he's got, 2.5k gas in total. Rainer, a little bit more all or nothing with his army. His army, as it stands, extremely powerful, but the Remax potential simply isn't there right now.
He's going to run in here now. Now, if he can get the lurkers into a similar position from the other game, from the other fight, excuse me, it's going to be the same problem here. It's hard to get gateway units to come in here and fight this, and I don't know if that's what Rainer's
Same
plan is or
book
not.
buyer. Canadian
But it's gonna generate
buddies.
threat.
Let's
But at
go.
the same
Canada
time,
for the win.
SOS is getting a 5th base.
He's had these salads parked here for so long.
Well, you know,
New York and
I mean, I don't think there's
Washington.
anything to stop
Nice.
Rainer from just running up
We're
there and
reaching
throwing lurkers
different
and taking
parts
that
of the
spot,
world,
but until
guys.
Rainer takes it. That's going to be it. By the way,
And
this
then
is a
cute
map without
muffins
a
from
lot of
Australia, Valiums
Right.
from
It's so
France.
challenging to take the
Rip
first
Valium
Rainer.
boy, however.
Now,
You must
there
be
is
in
a
Alberta
role
or
for Rainer
Saskatchewan?
just
I'm in
through
Alberta.
Technical expertise in modern play kind of powers through this. And I feel like we're kind of getting that. Like, Rainer's proving that he doesn't really have to respect this army. He just has to get lurkers in a good spot.
I'm guessing you're on the
Do
East
anything.
Coast.
Yeah, his army beats.
Yeah, that's where my
SOS
family's
now.
from. I removed from BC a
Right.
couple of years ago to Alberta.
He's going to go ooze this one down. Counterattack.
Super
inbound
small
here.
town, though.
And no Stalker Warp in yet.
Ontario,
So
nice.
that carrier will not complete. Zealot's actually able to find an angle here into the third
Albert,
base of Rainer.
I
Getting
mean.
a lot of damage done as we're in almost a
Have you met
pseudo-base
him?
trade situation
Me
right
not
now.
in
The main
Cali.
base for both players not really under threat.
Hell,
just
I
yet.
thought
But
Cali
what
was
is-
going to be in
Rainer
Cali.
actually have back at home. I don't see any.
Cali, you have to move to
Oh,
Cali
God.
now.
Wow, that's a great catch right now for SOS. Those lurkers going down, they are so
Cali means
expensive.
beautiful
And there
in
isn't much at
Latin
home, but
and
all for
Greek.
Rainer, you're
Oh, that's
right.
cool,
Seems like
Cali.
He's going to take out the Spire right now. I see Zerglings coming up here. I
Oh,
mean,
he's
that's
going to
not-
get the Templar. Nice catch there by Rainer.
Hydras are coming out. It's like one carrier here with an Overseer, so the Interceptor's not particularly strong.
And this cloak is huge right now for SOS as well. You can snipe down that Overseer would be nice. Oh, not those though. 5 of them in total. Recall's going to have to come in here, I think, for SOS if he has the energy for it.
Oh, he's going to get the carrier.
Okay.
You know what? I think Rainer
Over
wins.
here,
Yeah.
SOS is very, very low.
Dude,
But
I
still,
think
he has a
Rainer
lot of money
wins.
left
This is
in the bank.
crazy.
Now, the third base
This
for
will be the
Rainer, I don't think
first
it's done.
time
He did
that a
lose lot of
foreigner,
drones.
if Rainer wins,
actually
or
think Rainer's
if Rainer
okay.
wins this and then
Yeah.
beats
I think this is, this is one of the
Um,
PVZs I've ever cast.
Solar? Is it Solar?
As I look
He's
at
going
it,
up against?
I think that
I can't remember.
basically SOS lost his 2
Well,
or
at least
3
you don't
bases.
need to smack
And the
you
only
in
one
the.
that he's
I don't
gonna
need to smack
have
you in the
that he
head to
has
get you to
hold
make
on
you
is one that we're
beautiful.
looking at right here.
In
And
the
if
politest
Rainer
way,
comes in
you
here,
speak
takes
in
this,
a more feminine
it
way,
doesn't really
Callie.
matter what happens because the other bases are going to mine out.
Oh, and SOS is just going to forfeit it. He knows he can't
He's
hold
going to
on.
ditch it. So he's
I
gonna
think
basically
Callie's all
mine
over the
right
place.
to
Sometimes
make
I
it.
think they're like a little kid. Sometimes I think they're a
Really good
grown up,
storm
and then
catch
sometimes I
lurkers
think
and
they're a
the
girl.
preppers right there, but
So I do
Viper
agree
coming
with
in.
that
There's
book
one
buyer.
more carrier going
No offense,
down.
Callie.
Carrier count just abysmal right now here for SOS. Another fantastic storm, but there's not a lot to back it up.
My brain was like me,
Man,
polite.
SOS played a
I
brilliant
noticed
game
that
up
too.
until
Very
this point.
logical wording choices.
Really one of the most crazy and chaotic PVCs I think we've seen in GSL in a long time, but
I just say the fuck comes out my mouth, fucker. We don't care, no, not words be what when spoken. We just do what brain says when do how.
Coming back into GSL, going up against one of the best Zerg players in the world in a tough situation like this one, it is hard to navigate these late games.
I can't believe how good Raynor is. This was a very chaotic game. One of the harder games I've had to cast because it's just so.
GG! Raynor goes to the final match.
Figure out what was happening.
Oh my
there,
fucking
right?
god, this shit is crazy, dude. Could a fucking foreigner make it into the round of 6?
He knows, all right, whatever weird stuff you're doing, I'm gonna get the right units. I'm gonna play proper.
I have
You
no
might have
idea,
gotten the
guys.
best of me in the early game and the mid game, but I'm gonna just power through this. I'm gonna hang on, and that's what he did. He just lurker pushed. You do not care about gateway units when you have enough lurkers.
Like, fuck.
You just can't step on that area.
He knew that the army he had on the ground was going to be what SOS had, and I mean, SOS did some.
Guys,
really
am
smart
I an
maneuvering
elephant
with
or
Mothership
a
and his army
weasel?
going for the base trade, causing problems, but at the end of the day, Raynor just a little bit too tight on the defense.
Typical
SOS
man
could not
brain
find
is
the
barely
opening, could not get the
qualified as
critical
intelligent.
damage, and
Chimps out
Raynor's
before
going to
most of us.
advance. After this break,
Women,
should
on the
be
other
sold.
hand,
The
could
final
single-handedly
match of
solve the
Group
world's
A, will Raynor
problems.
finally make it to the round of 8?
Elephant.
We'll find out soon.
Yes, I has the ears. Nice, Callie. Alright, I'm gonna go throw some food in. I'll be right back.
Very even in skill. We just saw Solar try his best against.
Oh, I
Kira,
enjoyed the
unable to
beginning
make
of the
anything
game.
happen there. I think Kira was really a league above everybody, at least today. And then Raynor, you know, he had
Actually,
I think,
before
a
I go,
particularly
I'm gonna take a
difficult
toke
game
and finish
against
this off
SOS
and grab
because of
another
the
drink as
terms
well.
SOS.
Because
played
I'm
the
just
game
cool
on, but
like
still
that.
came out on top.
I'm Prager
I imagine this
and
game
giving
should be
birth
just
to an
as close
elephant.
as
The
the
trunk
previous
is already
one,
sticking
and
out
I
and
think it's
everything.
too close to call who's going to advance.
Yeah, I think the only thing we can reliably say about this next series is that it's probably going to be explosive.
Looking at historical
Yeah,
leaders, I'm
that coming
skeptical that
into
women
today,
wouldn't make things
and
much
it was
worse
just
if they
even
were in
more
charge.
Reinforced by the opening
Yeah,
series between
I don't
Raynor
think
and
it's a
Solar.
man
There's a lot of
versus
aggression,
woman thing. I
Raynor
think it's
going
just
for,
an
like,
intellectual versus
rehash
like not
layer
like
roach pushes,
like
SL
women
for
can be
SL,
just as
excuse me, Solar
spiteful,
finding
just
narrow
as
windows, just
hateful,
exploit
just as
vulnerabilities
violent
and
as
go
men.
right for the throat.
And they can
These
be
are two very
even
aggressive
more
players
so
in
on like a
basically any
psychological level,
And you let
like
them loose
spiteful,
against each other
bitter,
in ZVZ, and everything is on the table.
resentful,
We might see
and they're
daily
more
rushes,
willing
we
to
might see
hold it in and
rotations
freak
again.
out at moments than they are to like
Yeah,
unleash
I mean, this
it,
is gonna
right?
be fun. They already tried out a lot of different approaches to each other. It's always interesting when you have a high stakes
True,
match
Sean, you
like
did
this
say you
one,
could
and
solve.
Then a rematch. Like, how many builds do they have? Is it going to be mirroring a lot of what we already saw, or is it going to be a game with very, very different ideas?
But I think
our game is now loading up.
the
Remember,
right person
the
to
winner of
solve
this
the world's
moves on to the
problems
round of 8.
is
The
someone
loser
who's
is
not
out of
looking for
season
that
1
position,
of the
which is
GSL.
the hardest part of leadership, is you need someone who doesn't want to do the job. Because someone who doesn't want to do the job will do the job the best.
Okay, Raynor in the bottom left, Solar in the top right. It's been so good to be back, guys.
It feels really nice.
It's, you know, we were talking about it earlier, but in case you're just tuning in, I mean, it's been 11 months since we've been in the studio.
It felt almost eerie making the walk from the station back to the GSL studio.
It felt like walking back into your old school. Or you know what I mean? Or going to your friend's house after you've all been off to college for a while and you're coming back to town.
It was just too long a break, man.
Yeah. I hope we never have a break for this long ever again. Hey.
Challenge accepted. Oh, congratulations.
Nice.
Oh. That's
awesome.
That is so cool.
You got a little zergling you're going to hatch. So, Right now, I mean, the build orders are very mirrored. We see that in the production tab. We're going to wait until there's a deviation with these two.
Yeah, this has been kind of the story for Rainer versus Solar for the early game throughout all 4 games they've played so far today. If there's a deviation, it's a slight one, like a hatchery, 1 drone later or 1 drone earlier. The real deviations that we've seen between Rainer and Solar have basically come when the 3rd hatchery gets thrown down. Occasionally we'll see aggression like Rainer's been doing with Lings and Banelings, aiming to deny that 3rd base, or at the very least delay it and cancel. From Solar, we've seen him play a little bit more of a responsive style, where when he is going for an attack, when he is going for a push that's going to get some damage done, it's usually based on some kind of material advantage that he has built early in the game, like getting a faster evolution chamber in a lair, and then using the 20-second window he's got with +1 with roach speed to get value. Whereas Rainer, you know, up until this point, it's been a lot more almost brute force in his approach, and it's hard to take that read from a 3-game series and apply it to another 3-game series, because these are 2 of the best Zerg players in the world who have, I'm sure, a breadth of builds they can bring out at any given moment. But so far, that has been the story. And I'm wondering if you're Rainer here, if you want to turn that on its head, or if you're Solar, if you want to be a little bit more in the driver's seat and stop playing Rainer's game exactly, even though you've been playing well as the responding player. I feel like Solar, you know, when he was at his peak in ZVZ, I can't remember how many months ago this was, where it seemed like he was unstoppable for a stretch. He was always the one pushing it to the limit. He was the one going for the attack, going for Lings and Banelings. He was unpredictable. He was dangerous. It felt like he would do these builds that seemed like they shouldn't work, but they would work because of how aggressive he was and how confident he was at implementing them. But, you know, game number 1 here in this best of 3, really anything can happen. So far, very small deviations. We have a Roachborn going down a little bit earlier for Solar, but word counts effectively the same. 3rd base timings effectively the same. Really not too much of a deviation.
Yeah, I mean, it's a quiet start, right?
Did I use an invisibility
down now for
potion?
Rainer. I'm not sure where on the map it is exactly.
Yeah, I've been sitting here secretly spying on you guys to see what
is it
you,
okay, then I missed that.
Maybe I'm wrong. These monitors
see
are
what
so
you guys
small,
do while I'm gone.
No, I forgot that we cast this
I put some honey garlic ribs in an ice bath. So I'll set an alarm and we'll go.
So there it is hit. So the reason why I'm asking is, like,
grab
if it's out
that.
front, then you're going to see it, right? But if you
20
hide
minutes
it,
and throw it in the oven.
He's basically going to recycle what happened.
Cox
in game
used
1.
a bladder
Right?
emptying potion too, I bet.
Run across the map
True,
with
Sean.
roaches in this game
I'm
and then run
drinking
back.
it now. I mean,
think
what?
that's gonna Sell it as a fake. Now he doesn't scout that.
No,
by
not
the
the
way.
potion.
He's going to be able to loop all the way through here, but he never saw the Evo.
Yeah, but Solar's the one that's actually getting aggressive here, Tasteless. He's sitting at 38 drones, pumping roaches and
Boom!
right now.
Oh yeah, okay, Solar versus Rainer. I don't know who could win, man. Rainer might actually be able to do this.
Kind of an interesting time for Solar to make so many units and
Rain,
then not
foggy
move across
guy,
the map. I wonder
where?
if it's something that his scouting Zergling basically told him that he doesn't.
What did I
really have
miss?
a
What'd you
window to
guys
get
What'd you
damage
guys do
done,
while
but
I was gone?
Rainer currently 7 workers ahead, 3 more drones just popped.
You know, the fact that Solar scouted and then didn't see the Evo.
How the
chamber,
noodle
one
go
spot
with
was
the
hidden,
frog
could be like one
soup?
of these,
I should sleep. Forgiving doesn't mean
ironically,
forgetting
it's
or
always good to
allowing them
scout,
to do
but
it
if you
again.
don't
It
see
means
the
not
thing,
holding
you
on to the
almost
toxic
everything, you might
emotions
think
that will
you're in a
continue to
position
ruin
you're
your
actually not
life.
in. This
I'm
may actually enhance the
self-destructive,
timing
but I
attack.
do have a short
But it
memory,
does
so I
come
don't
with a
remember
+1 missile attack.
my grudge for long.
Lair coming
I
in
love
right
you
now for
anyway.
Rainer, so it will not be the same
So does
build as
Aphrodite.
game number 1.
She just
Yeah, no,
meowed
this is
in my
totally
ear to let
different,
me
and I
know.
correct that.
Guys, I love you. Where's my hug?
11
You
more
feel like
roaches from
hugs. I hate
Solar. It's a
hugs.
bit of
I
a
don't like
role
physical
reversal, except
touch.
Solar's not even going for the upgrade.
No hug. I
And
don't
with all
mind
this
air
gas,
hugs.
he's
Air
gonna
hug.
have
Air hug.
a lot of Ravage
Brain
effective free
foggy
gases
guy,
on, what,
where?
47 drones?
Did you hug and
Yeah,
Dig-
the aggression is
Digi air
+1 ranged
kiss?
weapons for Rainer should finish by the time this fight begins, but is missile attack going to be enough?
Talk about a
with
weird
spine crawler at
concept.
that third
A
base
drink
for
that
Rainer to
empties
defend
your
against
bladder.
the
I'd
horde
use it
of
all the
roaches
time.
that are streaming across the map.
If it
18
was
in total, with
affordable.
a ton of Lings
But
and Banelings also in production.
Sleep.
Oh, man.
You can talk
I
to
mean,
us
he's
again
gonna try
next
to
time.
Shuffle the,
It's very
the
true,
small
Cali Bear.
problem
I
with
stream
it's gonna
every
be more
single
than
day,
can't be denied.
and I have yet to miss a
The arc
day.
is gonna be a little
So
bit better right now for Rainer.
I'll always be here.
All right, Biles get
And yeah,
done
you
quite
could go
well
take a
there by
nap and you
Raynor.
can come back and I bet I'll
Fighting
still
the
be
fight,
streaming in
trying
2.5
to
hours.
So we can add some DPS, some very good control here from Raynor.
Ooh,
It
nasty
feels like he
bailing hit.
might just have barely enough right now with this arc. It's
He's
a
got
better
it.
concave.
He's got it. He's diving on here. He's crushing this. That
Wow.
+1 missile attack.
I think Raynor might
Huge
just win this
difference
game.
here. He's ignoring the Lings very intentionally and just targeting the other roaches. He's got that number thinned out, and this attack is completely backfired. I don't know how in the world Solar's going to get a 4th
Good
base.
head
That
pats.
was some really good control there by Raynor.
The
True,
layer just
Book,
starts right
true.
now for Solar. Raynor now has enough that these Lings are not a threat. It's melting these Zerglings.
I think Raynor might have actually canceled his lair to have enough money to defend that push.
I think so, because we saw the layer start back up.
Provides
there.
box of Digiloves for a book buyer.
I mean, Raynor's in a really comfortable spot. He's over 10 drones in a lead right
Whoops.
now.
I don't know
He
how I
already
did
has
that.
+1, whereas the evolution chamber for Solar is about to finish.
Yeah, that was a masterful defense there
I
from
love
Raynor.
you
I mean,
all
excellent
too.
positioning. Even the small
Shut up,
micro-
robot.
Like pulling the roaches maybe.
We know
half
you're
the way
only forced
back
to
from
say
the
that
left
'cause
side,
you have
make
something
the
covering your mouth.
Optimize the DPS on that side.
We want
Maintain
Ivy
the
back.
concave
Give
there.
us Ivy back. Where's
Solar, It
Ivy?
seemed like he might just have enough to push his way through
Hashtag
that
bring
first base, but
back
some really
Ivy.
Nice micro and some good decision making, canceling the lair too. Just able to hang on by the skin of his teeth, and that's
Not
gonna be a
that
couple of
head,
minutes now
lol.
where he'll have basically a substantial worker lead. I mean, this is the first time since that
Shut up,
push
robot.
where Solar's equalized in the drone count. And that means that Raynor now has a big balloon in supply over his opponent, and he can be the one getting aggressive.
Yeah, with the superior upgrades, N+2 in the mail.
You humans
Now,
will
he may be
take
trying
over
to
soon.
force out less
What are you
drones.
talking
the Lings are going
about?
to come for
I'm
here for
Ivy.
a counterattack as well.
I mean, I love you guys.
Ooh, it's a Spire here for Solar behind all of this.
I killed Ivy.
No!
Third base, fourth base, excuse me, in production now for Raynor.
Okay, well, I will happily accept the gloves.
So he's not going to spot anything besides that evolution chamber.
I don't like physical touch, so I provided
I don't know why
Digi-Gloves,
the
not
Green Casters are
Digi-Rubber.
So excited about that. Overseer getting taken out. Maybe was expecting him to slow down that upgrade as Raynor now pushing here into the main base. Like,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is
so
GG.
many roaches tasteless.
Yeah, this is so much. And there's many more coming in here. He's trafficking more roaches on the map here. Every time there's not ideal surface area, he shoves in confident.
GG.
GG. Raynor taking game 1.
That's insane.
Defying that
Me got head
counterattack with
pats.
His own +1 roaches, canceling the
My
lair,
own,
and then
meow,
going
meow,
right
meow,
back
meow,
into the
meow,
lair
meow,
once
meow,
that was
meow,
done.
meow, meow.
Yeah, that was fantastic defense. I mean, that was basically, I think, game 1 of their previous series, but with the roles reversed. It was instead Solar going for the timing attack on 3 bases with a very low drone count.
Shit is
And
crazy,
Raynor
man. If he
going
wins,
for
if Raynor gets in, that'll be the first time ever that a foreigner has gotten out of the round of
Raynor
12.
was able to basically ironclad out that defense. I mean, there was very little Solar can do to push into that third base. The concave was just too good. The positioning was fantastic, even with the workers that
Now
Raynor had.
purses
Now Raynor,
to
I think the first time in his
snoozes.
GSL career, is 1 map win away from going to the round of 8.
Cali.
I mean, he has been trying for so long to get that trophy here in the GSL. We were talking about how it's one of the few championships he hasn't won. One of the things he's had his eyes on for years out here in Korea.
He's been questing after this for a long time. This could be his season, man. He's been a world champion before. Let's see if he can become a GSL champion.
Took my
now
meds,
here.
so I will go.
Guys, game 2
Okay,
is
Callie,
loaded
we'll
up.
see you
Raynor
again.
Solar
Have a good night. Thanks for
continues
hanging
on.
out and having fun. Always good to see you around. We'll save chapter 3 for when you're around, okay? But don't worry, it's always gonna be there. We'll be there to read it. I'm gonna grab something to eat. Be back in like 10 minutes. All right, sounds good, book buyer.
Oh, Solar.
May your sleep be truly restful and your dreams inspirational. True,
This is the
Sean.
Solar
Well
I was
spoken.
expecting to see in
Yeah,
ZVZ
I kind of
today.
thought we were going to have one game that looked like this, but, you know, let's see what happens. So he's going to rush Raynor hard. Now, Raynor is going to go for hatchery first.
Ooh.
See? And the question is going to be,
Tasteless.
how well can Raynor try to hold this? These one-base rushes, most of the time they either win or the other player holds, and the one-baser is just in such a bad position.
I feel like this build in particular, it's usually very difficult to transition out of it if it doesn't work.
Yeah, it's
The instances where you basically reach an equilibrium of damage done and you go into a macro game behind it are few and far between in my viewing experience. And this is going to be basically as aggressive as it gets here from Solar, with the fastest possible Ling speed. Ling's already in production, only 13 drones on minerals, so not even fully saturated, no queen in production.
when these rushes come, the placement of every single building starts to matter.
Yeah.
So Rainer's not in one where he could like have plugged up. Ling's running around his minerals. Now he's not mining gas. Solar's not. He's getting Ling speed, but he's not going to have any more gas coming in here. Whereas Rainer has a steady accumulation of gas. It's 20 workers to 12. So 8 worker kills would even this out. I've seen versions of this. Now he's running around the overlords, which makes a longer travel time, but also increases the potency of the surprise. Because Rainer
There's the Ling speed.
and he's going to focus on the hatchery. Now, let's say he kills the hatchery. It's still 20 workers to 12, right? He's going to pretty good body blocking. Oh my gosh, they actually both get away, so that's unfortunate for him. The queen is going to pop here, and he's going to send some drones.
He might be able to save it.
It is on a knife's edge. I mean, he's going to almost kill this before the queen comes out. All right, I guess not, because he actually bought time with that. So he's going to use the eggs that came out of the fresh hatchery to make a few more lings. Really good control by Rainer.
Yeah, man, Solar was so close to getting a surround on that queen. It's very difficult to micro that as Rainer here with his slow lings.
So you basically just persist, is the way the Zerg wants to approach this. You're just going to get another hatchery. He's going to try to snipe the drone. And you're going to bring this spine crawler down here and basically just go right back to what you were already doing. Because, again, 18 workers is more.
Zerg vs. Zerg is so interesting in StarCraft II.
Solar's catching up. It's at 16 drones now. The real loss here for Rainer was obviously the hatchery that was killed. But, you know, I got to say this looks pretty good for Rainer.
Yeah, I feel like if
Solar didn't do a lot of damage, and he didn't have any drones off the bat. So his economy is behind. Like, he's just starting the Baneling nest, whereas Rainer's putting down the Evo chamber already.
He's doing damage so fast that he's going to kill this. He just needs to hyper commit to it, because then the hatchery probably, I mean, he might have even not been able to cancel it, right? And he would not have gotten the extra eggs, which would have meant that he could have not. He might have been able to fight him off in the low ground again. I don't know the total like nuance to this, because these rushes get pretty complicated at really high levels. But yeah, I think he probably could have forced a kill on that if he just stayed at the bottom of the hatchery.
And we actually have that situation where it's transitioning into more of a standard game, as crazy as it is. I mean, Rainer had some really nice defense right there against that push. And he's going for a super fast +1 carapace, by the way. I mean, this is so quick.
Yeah, +1 fast carapace is interesting. So another link comes in here to scout. It's going to see the Evo chamber, but you know, you can see it's upgrading. You don't know what's necessarily going on inside, right?
Solar now going for a third hatchery. Rainer just throwing his down as well. A lot of lings in production. Or at least I guess they just popped. Solar actually sitting quite a bit ahead. An army supply 20 lings in total.
Are they going to move into roaches is the question.
Attack here. The worker count's even, by the way. So, you know, it's not like, you know, anybody's got to do anything right.
Oh my god, the micro is insane.
So
I did a normal
I don't know.
surf and turf tonight.
So good.
Tilapia in butter with garlic, pepper,
awesome.
and dill. Then after that was cooked, I put sliced ham into the pan to gather all that goodness on top of the glazed ham goodness. Then a potato with the leftover grease on it. Damn, that sounds good, Sean. That sounds like how I cook.
Coming inbound right now. Now Rainer's making his roaches. Another moment where he's going to attack the hatchery. 2 Banes will pop and kill another Bane. He's going to try to force him. Okay, so I think that the Lings can come back in, right? Oh, hold up. Another Bane's up here.
Looking for a good connection, but just not quite able to find it. The hatchery is going to go down.
Really good job there. by Solar.
I posted a pic of the
it's
dungeon from
kind of
clearing the Discord.
a repeat of what we just
Dungeon
saw.
I'm clearing
He
in the Discord.
First, killed a hatchery, and Rainer's going to remake it. Now, I do think Rainer could be dropping behind.
Oh,
her.
and Daggerfell?
I think the armor upgrade's done, right?
Yeah, armor upgrade is complete.
So he's going to be moving across the map. Now, I'm not clear on the math for, how armored
That's
roaches
crazy.
are going to fare against lings. I'm sure they're going to have a lot more sustain. But I don't think there's a real opening here where Rainer can just go right across the map and punch Solar in the mouth. I think he's going to have to stay back home and wait.
I actually don't think it's going to be Rainer moving across the map at all.
Yeah, it's going to be actually a winding up attack here from Solar.
Yeah, he is at 64 army supply. He killed that third base, and he did not use that to build an economic advantage. Rainer right now might be misreading the situation. He thinks that killing that third base, Solar is going to be droning up and building a lead. No, Solar is expecting Rainer to try and greed his way back to make up for the loss of that third hatchery. And he is just pumping the gas. 76 army supply, 16 more lings reinforcing, going to stream across the map. And this is such a huge force. I don't know if +1 Carapace is going to help Rainer in this one. I mean, it's going to have to be a miracle defense. There are so many units coming into this natural expansion. Spinecrawler is starting to finish. One burrowing right there in the front line. Bile is going to drop on that. Third hatchery will fall again, and now Solar decides to start.
I watched a
throwing
video
down.
on the tube a while back. The guy
over
snuck a
there on
laser
the
scanner
spine,
into
but it
Disney
does
World and
fall.
rode Space
Lings and roaches
Mountain
coming in. I don't
and
think
got
that
a full
Rainer has
3D
enough.
map and did
The armor
3D
upgrade's
printing
gonna
of the
help,
whole
but with this
thing.
flood
It
of
was a
lings
cool
coming in,
video.
there's just nothing to
Nice.
stop the damage output.
It's a very good angle here for Rainer, but Solar just with so much
Yeah, I think that's
more
GG.
on the ground right now. Those Ravagers, especially in the back, laying waste with their range. Bile's also raining down. And I feel like we're going to tie this one up.
Yeah, this is going to go to 1-1. In fact, the Roach Warren's about to die over here at the front. It's bleeding out.
I can't believe Rainer's still alive. Bile's going to finish off the Roach Warren, but Solar right now, he's sitting on 50 drones. He has the 3-base economy. Rainer, he does have 1-1. He's got the lair done. He has Roach speed coming in, but Solar is on the precipice of forcing a game 3. It is so close, but Rainer, he is tenacious. He is not going to quit.
Yeah, he's going to keep trying. He's going to play from behind, basically. I think Solar has exhibited more control of a game here than any other game in the series, really. In the entire group is what I mean to say.
I can't believe he didn't knock him out right there. Rainer was looking dead to rights.
Yeah, well, Rainer got a pretty comfy angle and kind of let Solar feed into him a little bit. But Solar's so ahead. Solar's almost 20 workers ahead right now.
I mean, it's 60 drones to 40 more or less, and there is an upgrade advantage here for Rainer, but with 3, soon to be 4 hatcheries.
Up to 33 views on the new
mass-producing
chapter, and someone
roaches and
actually
ravagers.
commented,
I'm not
even
sure
if
those
it's
upgrades
just
are
a
gonna make a big enough
thanks for the
difference
chapter.
when Solar
I at least got a
attacks
comment.
again at
Nice!
that third base,
That's
which I
great,
feel is
Sean.
basically inevitable at this point. I think we're maybe only 30 seconds out from him going for that +1 timing with Roach speed.
4th base about to finish here. I mean, Rainer's so buried here. And, the idea here from Solar is pretty smart. He's just going to build up and bash into Rainer again and get Rainer more and more behind. He doesn't have to get all the upgrades in the world. He doesn't have to rush in any kind of tech. I mean, they're basically making the same units, and when you have a huge economic lead, it's pretty straightforward, man. Just come in and attack again.
And it's a very smart move from Solar, too. He knows he doesn't need to attack. I think some Banelings actually sniped some drones over there at the third base, but he knows he doesn't have to attack until the third base is back up. And that is indeed what he does, and that is a lot of roaches here for Solar. Stutter stepping forward. I think he wants to go to game number 3. Rainer supply dwindling right now, sub 100 as Solar continues to push into the natural expansion. GG is called. Rainer, I mean, that was... The fact that he survived to that point is a surprise. And we're going to go to a game number 3.
This is it, guys. Last game of the night.
Last game!
I don't know who takes this, man. They are so evenly matched.
Solar ZVZ has felt like his best matchup to me for a very long time.
He's been in a very good Zerg region for a long time. He's always been able to hang with Europeans, other Koreans. They're really having to bring everything out they've got. Now, that was a very specific kind of game because he got the lead early and kind of played a control game the whole way through. And
many moments back there, Raynor almost shook through it.
Yeah,
He almost shook free.
It was impressive. The fact that Raynor was able to hang on as long as he did in such really a desperate situation against a Solar that was just headbutt. Solar's approach going through into the mid game, just knowing that he doesn't need to attack until that third base is up, and then he hammers it down, and then, all right, you're on 2 base again. I'll wait until your third hatchery is done again, and then kill it again. Just really smart play there from Solar. He's always had an excellent grasp on ZBZ, and now one of these players is going home, and one of them is going to the round of 8.
Yeah, I mean, it's all going to come down to ley lines. It just rolls right off the tongue. It's not like I have to lean forward and read it just so that my brain can process it. Guys, this is it. Either Raynor or Solar is moving on to the round of 8.
Jesus.
Okay, Raynor in the top right, Solar in the bottom left. Do we have a quick pool here from either side?
No.
Doesn't look like
I'm
it.
into new territory now. I never finished the story before.
And
I now have 3 more characters. I have an immediate goal, but also a secondary goal. But I'm not exactly sure where I want to go with the story. I'm thinking maybe the lizardmen treat their women like property, basically caged and only meant to lay eggs and care for the young. Perhaps the main character will take pity on the females for being innocent of the crimes of the males. I don't know though.
To his approach to the game. And
interesting.
I wonder how much of that is the way his practice has been going, or the way the new map pool has been playing for those builds.
Yeah.
And how much of it is his respect for Raynor, because as we've seen multiple times today, Raynor, his control is just so impeccable. Like keeping that 1 HP Bailey alive against, what, 3 or 4 different Speedlings, just body blocking and zoning him out. He's very good in those scrappy situations and getting the most out of his units. And for a player like Solar, who very often likes to go for these aggressive builds with Lings, with Bailings, where it's very much a micro battle against your opponent, somebody like Raynor is kind of the final boss in terms of, can you actually pull this off against the best micro players in the world? And so for Solar to play these more macro styles, I think it's smart just because of the opponent that he's up against. But at the same time, I feel like it's not, it isn't historically his greatest strength in ZVZ, at least for the past couple of years, especially in GSL.
Yeah, I would agree.
We've casted Solar ZVZ best of 3 series that lasted it felt like 15 minutes.
Yeah. We've had a lot of very short series for sure.
Yeah.
This game, again, we don't know where exactly it's going to go. We're waiting for the tech to be revealed. Will it be Lings over drones, or will it just be development?
Oh shit, I gotta throw my food in. I'll be right back.
But you know, it's
important
to remember Raynor's
majorly OP,
tried out in GSL
but it's
more than almost any other foreigner in the modern
provided
era.
by the land to women of her
we had
bloodline.
a period where
Were she out of the country
kind of
as her
everywhere.
currently unknown life,
Some players
she
were
wouldn't
trying
have the
to compete
power.
here, others were in Europe or North America.
Ah.
But this has always been a very special tournament in you know, the fact that it's very seasonal. I know this season isn't. We're kind of ramrodding it through because we've had barely any time for StarCraft II, but you know, this is a different format from basically any other tournament in that we have a couple players in a group. They all prepare for each other. Some of them get knocked out. The other ones, they get back to work. They go back to the lab and try to come up with other strategies for the next group. And eventually, over weeks or months, we crown a champion. And so he's wanted to win this for a long time. He's been hungry for this.
He's the closest he's ever been to the round of 8.
Right, yeah.
Just one map win away. I think a lot of foreign fans are pulling for him. As much as I love Solar and his brand of Zerg, I mean, Raynor, he's been trying for so long to make it to that round of 8. And how glorious would it be to have a foreigner finally succeed in GSL? It feels like it has been forever, basically. Maybe since the early days where we have somebody go super deep. You know, I'm thinking about players like Huck and Jinro, who very much had a chance at winning it all way back in the day. But since then, it just hasn't happened. And I think part of it is having to move out to Korea and live in a different culture and environment that isn't exactly familiar to you in terms of your practice, right? But also, as you said, there isn't really a preparation tournament like this in StarCraft II. There never really has been, at least not at this scale.
Yeah, you basically are supposed to show up being able to kind of play against anything for days and days and days. You're in sort of this you know, a marathon of survival, where this is different. It's like just a few games. You have as much prep time as you want. You have as much research time as you want. And it's a little bit more planning oriented, which I've always liked.
Reminds me of Pro League a little bit all the way back in the day.
Right,
That was another one.
That was another seasonal tournament, right?
Yeah, I remember being on a Pro League team and playing a week of games on one map to train for my opponent. And I'm fourth in the lineup and we get 3-0'd and I'm like, God.
No. By the way, Lings and Roaches here for Rainer. He looks like he's going for blood here. Oh no, he makes a few more drones.
Yeah, it's hard to tell with these guys. They are very tricky with the way they eke out their drones. I think it's them showing a lot of respect to each other because they both know how dangerous their opponents are in the early game and the mid game in terms of these timing attacks. But we've seen it over the course of these two series they've played so far today.
This is a missile attack upgrade. Oh! And he's got that tucked right beside the extractor. I don't believe Solar scouted that. We've had a couple attempted run-bys.
All right, more Lings coming in here for Rainer. Actually going to get all the way here into the main base, or not main base, the natural expansion of Solar. Looking more for the scout than for economic damage, and he is going to see, I believe that's the evolution chamber finishing there, the natural wall in, so he knows that he's going to have maybe a 10, 15-second lead.
And I don't know if that's going to be enough, honestly. He might go for it anyways. Again, every Ling's going to count if you're going to do some kind of a timing attack here. Now,
Aphrodite,
we
I
have
need
4
to
more
teach
drones
you how
being
to
made
sleep.
here.
Wow,
The
I
rose
need
count
a
is
story.
ramping up here
I like
for Rainer.
bedtime
Rainer has cut drones
stories.
to 52 for quite a while now. 7 more roaches in production.
Well, we'll be
Lings
close.
even morphing in.
Just,
Oh my God, the Overseer Cocoon's blind spot is not going to see the roaches.
Yeah, he's only just now realizing it. This push moving across the
There's 11 minutes left, so Callie, all you have to do is wait another 10 minutes until this is over,
+1 ground weapon,
and then we'll start
+1
Catversion, and then you can fall asleep to Catversion.
Roach speed being researched by Solar as well. But this might be very similar to the first series. Rainer just has so much army in these upgrades for Solar. They might not be done in time. The Bailey connections are huge on the front line. And now Rainer pushing in these Ravagers. If Rainer can get on top of them, they are so fragile. They'll get taken out so quickly.
He moves in all the way to the bottom where the Ravagers have nowhere to hide. So many roaches.
Oh my God, I think Rainer's gonna win.
Yeah, the Link streaming in as well. These Spine Crawlers trying to get as much value as they can. Solar using the map to the best of his advantage, getting these Ravagers into the corner, but Rainer, he is not pausing for a moment, stutter stepping, breaking down this third base. 14 drones have fallen. Rainer up 30 supply right now. 23 roaches to the 9 of Solar. I think he might have done it.
I don't think that's. I don't think Solar can survive this. He's lost so much, and you can see that right now. Rainer just went for the jugular, chased them back. He's going to come in here, kill whatever's popping out of those eggs. Every time Solar comes out, Rainer's going to try to come back in. There's a streamline of roaches and Lings spilling down here. Remember that all the key infrastructure for Solar is right here in this this bottleneck that he's created over at his entrance.
GG.
Nice, Rainer wins.
To the round of 8 in GSL.
That's crazy.
A long time coming, man. Look at how excited he is there on stage. He is beaming.
Well, he's made it into the round of 8, and it wasn't easy. What a series that was. Kind of crazy. Solar's got knocked out.
Insane.
Knocked out, but Rainer going to have a lot of eyeballs on him as he goes into that round of 8 next week.
And you'd love to see it there for Rainer. I mean, it just means so much for this guy. He's been trying to make it work here in GSL for a long time. And finally, he's able to break through into the round of 8 against one of the best ZVZ players in the world. And that was a hard-fought series. 2-1 in Solar's favor in their first best of 3, 2-1 in Rainer's favor in a final match. We're going to be going to an interview now with Rainer and hear what he has to say.
레이너 선수 정말 축하드립니다. GSL에서는 항상 광탈하면서 여기서 좀 처음에 시작할 때 우승하러 왔다가 여기서 비행기를 탄 시간보다 경기 시간이 더 짧게 좀 치르면서 아웃되는 경우들이 좀 많았었는데 드디어 오늘 올라가게 됐어요. 어떠신지요?
So massive congratulations, Rainer, for making it to round of 8. You have had 4 attempts so far, and on your 4th attempt, you finally made it to round of 8. How do you feel right now?
I feel good. Honestly, if I failed this one as well, it would have been rough for me. and yeah, 3 times failed. 4th time is the charm, I guess. It was a nail biter all the way. When I lost the first series, I was like, no, not again. But very happy, yeah.
네, 드디어 4번째 시도만에 이제 8강을 뚫을 수 있게 돼서 정말 기쁩니다. 솔직히 3번째 그리고 이제 4번째 마무리하면서 이번에도 안 되면은 다시 도전 못할 것 같았는데 이번에 도전하면서 성사돼가지고 정말 기쁘고요. 정말 긴장의 끈을 놓칠 수 없는 경기들이었습니다 오늘.
네, GSL이 정말 오랜만에 열렸고 또 많은 팬분들 앞에서 함께 경기를 펼쳤는데 이 GSL에 대한 그 도전 또 레이너 선수 8강까지 올라갔는데 8강에서는 좀 어떨 것 같다는 생각이 드는지 그 부분이 좀 궁금합니다.
Yes, so after a series of nail-biter matches, you finally made it to
Water
round
ball's
of 8.
protecting you
How
from
do
the
you think round of
nightmares.
8
Close your
matches went?
eyeballs and trust in your guardian.
I haven't thought that far, honestly. I'm taking it one step at a time this time. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I don't even know who I'm playing against.
솔직히 8강은 제가 생각해 본 적이 없고요.
오.
8강까지 이제 갈 거라고 생각도 못 했기에 지금 그냥 이제 스텝 바이 스텝 한 단계씩 지금 그냥 점진적으로 갈 생각입니다.
네.
사실 따지고 보면 거의 뭐 다른 대회에서도 만났었던 선수들이었어요. 그러니까 멤버가 그렇게 크게 다르진 않은데.
김도와 고병재.
네, 그 이제 지금까지 과정을 보면.
네.
그래서 지금까지 GSL 도전 자체가 계속 어려웠던 이유가 무엇이었는지 이번에는 무엇이 극복을 하는데 도움이 됐는지가 궁금합니다.
So in the round of 8, it's no different. Your opponents are no different from your just usual tournaments. It is going to be Classic and Gumio in that group. And what do you think made all your past attempts in the GSL so hard compared to today's one?
I think in the past I put a bit too much pressure on myself when it came to GSL. I think this time it was more of a smooth approach. Last time I kind of approached it, I either do well or I'm a fucking loser. And this time I was like, okay, let's try to do well, you know. So a little bit less pressure on myself, perhaps.
네, 확실히 좀 과거에는 마음의 짐을 많이 짊고 경기 임했던 것 같고요. 이번엔 좀 더 마음 편하게 해가지고 더 좋은 경기를 보일 수 있었습니다.
네. 그럼 이제 한국에 좀 자주 오고 이제 한국 생활이 이어지고 있는데 한국 얼마나 많이 왔는지 개인적으로 궁금합니다.
Yeah. So it seems like you come to Korea very frequently. So have you been liking Korea and do you like Korea?
I love Korea. It's my favorite country. So any excuse.
I was gonna say, production team's like,
I
oh
just-
no, you
한국에 올
get that.
때마다 기분이 너무 좋습니다. 어떻게든 한국에 오려고 하고 있어요.
네. 자, 그러면 이제 팬분들 앞에 8강 경기에서 어떤 모습 보여줄지 각오 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
So finally, any last words to your fans?
Yeah, thank you guys so much for cheering for me. Shout out to everyone here. Shout out to Basilisk. Shout out to Red Bull, and shout out to all the fans at home. Thank you guys so much.
네, 팬분들 정말 감사합니다. 바실리스크에도 감사하고 레드불에도 감사하고 팬분들에게 정말 감사하다는 말씀 전하고 싶습니다.
네, 다시 한번 축하 말씀드리고 8강 경기에서 뵙도록 하겠습니다.
Congratulations, Rainer. See you in the round of 8.
네, 다시 한번 감사의 말씀드리겠습니다. 자, 이렇게 레이너 선수가
Hell yeah.
That's exciting.
That's exciting. That's a nice way to end the night. Rainer wins. He's going to the round of 8. If he wins the round of 8, he'll go to the round of 4.
And if he wins the round of 4, he goes to the round of 2.
And then round of 2, if he wins that, he goes to the round of 1, the champion.
It's great to be back at GSL.
Yeah.
Fantastic lineup of games. We got to see SOS and GSL Codas for the first time, and I don't know how long. We saw Cure just absolutely wrecking his 2 series, advance in first place, and Rainer able to make it to round of 8 after, what, 4th attempt you said, here in the GSL Codas.
Fourth or maybe even 5th, I'm not sure. I mean, I've casted at this point.
I'm back. Welcome back, Bookfire.
They kind of bleed.
For them, it was easy to bleep it out during translation. It's not a bad word for them. Has the talks gone mute?
So,
I am
that's exciting.
wondering why my notepad is
So
fucked
don't
up.
go anywhere. Yeah. Maru, Trigger.
Okay,
Rogue,
it's
and
working
Nightmare. So excited to see Trigger here.
Yeah, he's been playing so well
Yeah, he's
online
looking
recently.
really good. He's young, he's fresh, and he's got a lot of potential. And I think we really need that in StarCraft II. We don't want to just have the exact same people forever.
Okay, it
There are
appears to be
people who have
Cryogen is
played this
fucked.
game their whole life and have finally gotten to the point where they're
It's
ready
like
for,
glitching
round
out.
of 12 here in GSL.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good
They
day.
won't let me switch tabs.
Anytime we cast Maru and a Rogue in the same group is a very good day,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Yeah,
so.
Nightmare going to be exciting to see how he performs here.
Yeah.
I'm very curious how Rogue will do exactly.
I mean, he made it to the round of 12, so I imagine his form just has to be solid.
I had some sort of
a lot
glitch at
people
the
have been
beginning of the
saying,
stream where my
especially
PC
players
freaked
saying
out.
That ZBP is a very
When in doubt,
difficult matchup.
turn it off and back on. Yeah, I had to restart the stream at the very beginning. I should have just restarted the
I was actually a little
PC.
bit surprised that SOS in his games today.
But it is what it is.
Just had the energy recharge ability added to the Nexus, and I was so expecting his games to kind of
Rub a magnet on your hard drive.
Games have been revolving
True,
around,
Eggy.
you know, getting loose in
That'll
the
fix
sectors
it.
early for scouting,
You won't have any
starting
problems
to
after that
forward
because you won't have a
and he's just
PC.
like, nah, I'm gonna do my own thing. I'm gonna proxy robos. I'm gonna make 10
PC isn't even a
But I
year
think
old
tomorrow
yet.
We're gonna have a little bit of a
It'll be
better
a year
idea
old
of what,
in
the
July.
meta is gonna be looking at here in GSL.
Guys, below us on screen is information for the tickets. So we didn't sell out today,
Book,
but we don't
book.
normally sell out on our first day. It does feel like the people
Callie
aren't fully
is
aware
waiting for the
GSL's back
story,
until it's being
which,
uploaded onto YouTube. So if you want to come down to our
we can skip the end of this. We don't need the end of that. We can go straight to the story. All right, Callie. You ready? Let's do it. Everyone ready? It was at this point that a man came looking like a grizzly bear, covered in cuts and bruises. He was obviously exhausted and out of breath. My queen, we of the Bear Guard have encountered a powerful monster. It is unlikely that we will prevail at this point. Please evacuate at once. I started, and Jeanette was right on my heels. Which direction is the beast? We'll hold it off, or kill it if we can. If my physical strength is no match, then my magic may prevail. Well, System Mechanic Pro. That's I.O. Low. It's the only program I know that will clean your RAM. Low. Is it like C cleaner, but for your RAM? Or EOLO? I don't know. The Bear Guard, startled by my words, I've come to defeat the monster. Falls asleep. Monster has defeated me. I love it, Kelly. It's a defragment of the RAM chip. Just like it defrags your drive, it does everything else too, antivirus and everything else. I'll have to check it out then. If I don't stream tomorrow, everyone, Sean downloaded a virus onto my PC and my PC is fucked. So blame Sean if I'm not streaming tomorrow. The Bear Guard, startled by my words and even more by my tiger ears, mutely pointed in a direction. We ran out into the wilds as directed. Alien looked on dejectedly, knowing she wasn't allowed to follow at this point. Lamalia and Myra were too stunned at our movements. You'll get used to it. She's crazy powerful, and well, then there's her origin. Doesn't mean I don't worry, though. The two hugged Alien for comfort, and King Donican took charge of the evacuation. Gives Sean a preemptive bonk just in case he makes us miss next stream. True bookfire. It's what I use on my machine, and the license will work on multiple machines so everyone in the house can share one license. Yeah, I don't pay for things, Sean. I'm a frugal Walmart employee. We came upon the Bear Guards in their struggle. The one sent with the warning was clearly the worst off. What I saw was a large, ironically bear-like creature, about the size of a mammoth, with almost metallic-looking claws and teeth. I manifested a solid steel spike about 50 feet in the air and pointed directly down into the bear thing, and I entwined its legs with some stone restraints. The bear men attempted to take advantage, but I called out frantically, "Hold! They looked back and I pointed up. Looking up, they immediately noticed why I said to hold, and were quite content to pause as the spike missed my target, yet embedded itself into the creature's shoulder, further pinning it in place, as it let out a massive roar. Oh, there's supposed to be a space here. Sean. First error of the day! Or you can just rub a magnet on it. Eggy, no. Bunk. You as well. True. True, book. True. Oh my god. It's my new superpower, bonking. Hell yeah. Now, finish off this pest, for the honor of my new wife, Queen Lamalia. Invigorated by my call for the honor of their queen, they charged in as the creature managed to tear one paw free from the stone encasements. The first bear to approach held his massive shield and took the blow, allowing his compatriots to stab into the sides of the beast. Jeanette fired off her crossbow, hitting its eye as it raised its head up, bellowing in pain from a stab wound. Then I launched myself, claws extended through the knuckles I wore. Oh shit. Points, bitches, points! Let's go! Does the beast get defeated? No. My punch seemed to ring his bell as I pummeled the side of its head, and my other hand spike plunged deep into the other eye, and I ripped my claws across its hide as I sprang back into the formation. Careful, it's blind now, and while that's a good thing, it also means this critter is going to be unpredictable. Watch for a safe opening, keep your distance till the time is right. The guard nodded in affirmation as the raging beast ripped its other front paw free and madly swung both paws, trying to find purchase on something. Whoop whoop! Congratulations, book! Welcome to gaining points. Let's all gamble. Everyone gamble. It's a gambling stream. Fuck! Fuck! Fucking bullshit. Fucking hate this game. We all fucking lost. Fuck! This thing's no joke, huh? That spike should have been quite the injury, but the damned thing's still not giving up. The captain answered me. I've seen beasts like this before, but never this large. Smaller ones take more men than we have here. Our only hope was to delay the thing long enough for the queen to flee. Then you, that spike was you? Yes. Also, you said the queen is your wife now? I grinned. Yes, and Jeanette here is my concubine, as Myra is for the queen. Also, I have another wife, the first princess of the country directly across from here on the continent. Focus, though. Its swings are getting weaker. Technically, I win because I didn't play. Damn, Callie! You're on fire! Ooh, concubines. Juicy. Yeah. It's lots of undescribed sex. But you can tell they're definitely having sex. Just then, one of the spear wielders lunged at the beast, causing another wound, and tearing the spear out viciously. New wound was in the prime location, and blood fountained out, soaking his pants in the crimson liquid. Nice thrust, but I'm not envious of the person who has to clean that. They all laughed, and the beast's struggle slowed further, allowing similar injuries to be made on either side. Finally, I saw an opening and leapt up to rip its throat out with my claws. I didn't quite manage to avoid the arterial spray, by which I mean I was completely soaked. Couldn't resist outdoing him, huh, love? What's, concubines? Wait, I watched Apothecary Dev, Diaries. I beamed with triumph as I walked up to my pun-intended blood brother. Damn straight, my balls are bigger than his after all. They're so big I gotta carry them on my chest. No way I was gonna let them do better at making a mess of themselves than I could. The bear guard roared and laughed, recognizing that, noble or not, right now I was one of the boys. Can't tell if that is normal Callie or delirious Callie. Balls, true book, I don't know. Why balls are the biggest. I believe that. I could definitely believe that. Come here, you rascals, let me heal your nails. Then we should hurry up before everyone is on the ship, or running out of the city for no reason. Also, did you not see the new walls? The captain turned to the city and gaped. I take it your detail was out of town for an extended period. Normal Callie is like... I can't be normal Callie. Argith now. I started healing their injuries with water magic, purifying them with light magic, and from any diseases they might have encountered. Yes, ma'am. We have been on extended patrol for some months, and only just returned, as we encountered this beast. Had I seen the new walls, I'd have fallen back in favor of arranged assault. Arranged harassment. However, how did such a massive wall arise so quickly? I chuckled. You'll get used to it. I tend to do crazy stuff since nobody taught me. I wasn't told the untruths that everyone believes about magic. I built the wall and several houses on the inside of it, as well as the massive stone pier and a water break. What's truly amazing is that the runner you sent was so focused on getting to the queen who was at the pier with us that I doubt even he noticed the wall, despite having to find a gate to enter through it, and then get told where the queen was. Sorry, I'm scared to sleep. It's okay, Callie. Pat's head. We set off merrily towards the new city wall. We'll be taking some immigrants across to the port town on our side, since there's such a food shortage, though this beast will help with that, as will the new wall, being that it's protecting a significant amount of new farmland. As we approached the pier, the crowd parted and gasps could be heard from every angle. My beaming face is all that settles Lillian's heart, while Jeanette just shook her head in exasperation at my antics. The conquering heroes have returned. Sing their praises, everyone. I shouted out. Relief is palpable among the crowd at my words. The monster is defeated. Monster is defeated, asked Lamalia. Very much dead and twice as ugly as it started. Thanks to everyone for their quick reactions on evacuation procedures. I think if it weren't for my magic, that it would have been different. The wall would have held, I'm sure, but that would have left you trapped waiting for the next run of the ship. So killing it now makes me much happier. Plus, meat! This got exactly the reaction I wanted. A large portion of the men in the crowd ran out of the wall to begin processing the beast for meat. I then had a thought, a crazy one. Would it be like super insane to make a bridge here? Normally I'd say it was myself, but with my massive mana pool and the refined ability with earth magic I have, I think I could make a living bridge over the ocean, like 30 feet wide and high enough to never get splashed with seawater, filled with growing dirt, and a road down the center. Nobody but I could pull it off, but I think I could do it. Oh shit! Get in on it! The last second! King Donican and Queen Lamalia looked at each other in utter shock at the ridiculous endeavor I casually mentioned. Another space here. If you think you can, wife, I'd agree, but it's a joint decision. Donican smiled. Though I do enjoy the ship, this land bridge, if you can make it, as you say, would be a very good thing for most travelers. I say make your attempt, but be thorough in your design. I nodded and moved outside the wall, looking for the best location. Once I'd chosen my location, I focused my will, rising from the depths of the sea 40 miles apart. Came huge pillars, 30-foot square, and a shelf of stone stretched out from my feet to reach the top of the pillar, about 40 feet off the sea's surface, and continued to climb to the second one another 20 feet higher. As the shelf stretched, it also thickened and the side walls rose, 10-foot tall walls on either side of the now 5-foot thick stone shelf. Ha! Winning his own raffle, so rigged. True. Boom, bitches!
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
True. Damn. You lost the 69. Not my 69. I'm gonna do all those things because I'm a rebel. True, Callie. There were holes for drainage, and a thin sheet of stainless steel began to spread across the surface. A road formed down the center of the bridge, raised up off the steel by about 4 feet, and rich soil manifested on either side, matching the height of the road. Through the magic itself, I knew when I had reached the other side, and the bridge was completed. I collapsed, unable to move after the mana drain from such a massive working. I didn't black out, though. You go hard there, Callie. Agreed. Jeanette, Allie, and Myra, and Lamalia swarmed me as I fought to regain the strength to stand again. Well, an obviously proud Donikin looked on in amused fascination at the working I had somehow pulled off. I think I almost emptied my mana pool with that. Only the working itself kept me on my feet at the end. So once I was done, down I went. You really don't know how to hold back, do you, daughter? Donikin chuckled with a wry smile, shaking his head at yet another impossible thing I did so casually. It's rather frustrating, love. Every time you drain yourself to this degree, I never know if you'll recover. I wish you'd stop doing such reckless things, Alien complained. But that's why we love her so much, Alien. Jane wouldn't be Jane if she didn't go in fully on whatever project she came up with. Why do I keep making things dirty? Because that's what the stream is all about, Book. If you don't have a dirty mind, I don't know if you'll fit in here very well. But that's why we love her so much. No, wait. Alien smiled and Lamalia seemed to understand the situation much more. What exactly have I gotten myself into? I don't know if my heart can take many scares like this one. But we should still take the first load of immigrants by ship, as the bridge will take some time to travel across. However, we can start sending wagons of supplies and bringing more immigrants on the return, allowing the Tiger's Eye to continue on the exploration voyage you intended for it, Donikin stated with confidence. Je ne peux pas parler français, mais j'ai écrit cette phrase. We all look up to those whose minds are in the gutter. They're so much better behaved than we are. Ah, bien. Je peux parler un tout petit peu de français. Yeah, I'm not French Canadian. I don't speak French. I speak Japanese a little bit, but I don't speak French. So sorry for butchering that. Even though I'm Canadian. Another stereotype, right? Oh, and I just remembered, we're in just chatting. We need to be in writing. Okay, there we go. I think with the beast being defeated in this new bridge for my people to use if they need it, that I can safely take leave from the capital and come across for a visit myself. I don't think this needs to be capitalized now that the reliable method of returning exists. No offense to your ship, Jane, but it only works if it's here. Vous êtes français book buyer. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. Ohayou gozaimasu. I still want to know, aside from trash, what the French call French toast We never got an answer from Valium when he was here. Je peux parler un tout petit peu. No, je suis Canadien. I'm just bad. I smile. No offense taken. You're totally right. Ships can only help if they are where you need them to be. And right now, the Tiger's Eye is the only ship that can travel across the sea. The bridge is only reliable if slower. It's truly reliable if slower. Besides, I thought, it's not like I didn't make both anyway. Lamalia sent off messages alerting her advisors that she would be visiting her new in-laws across the sea, and to send messenger birds should they require her return before a month. Some runners brought back parcels of clothing and other such necessities, and we boarded the ship with the immigrants who had already boarded. Je peux parler un tout petit peu d'accord. Je peux comprendre plus que je peux écrire ainsi que tu parles français. The trip back to the port town was very quick, due to a wind change, and I got a little concerned. That's a pretty drastic shift in wind direction. You best not sail out for a while, Captain. I think maybe a storm is brewing, and the wind shift is the first sign. If you do decide to start your exploration cruise, use extreme caution. Ship's captain nodded in apprehension. I think you may be right, now you mention it. Never put those things together before, but as I recall, bad storms did always have the wind in my face when I was looking out from shore. I'll wait for a day or two and see if things feel better later on. I sighed in relief at his words. As my family and I disembarked from the ship, I had picked up some seashells, nice ones, and several barrels of seawater to take home. Having set up a salt production facility in the town, I'd only have to haul the water once myself. Je suis étudiant du français, donc je peux parler très bien. It was a very uneventful trip back to the capital, but the capital was excellent. The company was excellent. We traveled so much faster on the way back, and it only took 2.5 days instead of the near week that could have been expected before. The walls rose majestically in the distance, and our carriages were quickly let through, as the crowds parted out of respect. Lamalia marveled at the speed of the journey and the masses of people in our capital, which dwarfed her own. The palace looming above her was another shock. I know how you feel. This is a bit much for me still, too. We all went to the private audience chamber. Vanessa, Mitchell, and Darla were all waiting for the family, as the family entered all together. We all greeted each other warmly, and the seashells were received with actual gratitude. It's such a pleasure to meet you, Lamalia and Myra. I hope we can become great friends. I thank you for the warm greetings. I'm truly glad to have you as a mother. I am in your grace. As I am. As am I, your grace. Jesus, Myra piped up. None of that your grace nonsense in private. You're my precious daughters now. So saying, she embraced them both in a fierce hug. Tigers are very fierce when it comes to family. Lamalia had brought a drink with her, and as had Jeanette, having grabbed a small keg of the mead from the port, while the drink Lamalia had brought seemed more like sake than anything else. Everyone drank that night, and far too much, especially since aside from myself and my old life, Lamalia and Myra nobody had ever drunk before in their lives. I didn't let the younger ones partake, since it was a custom from back home that people should be older to drink alcohol. I, however, drank far too much, and not until morning did I realize my mistake. Waking up in a pile of limbs wasn't an issue, and the headache was expected. Book. Apprends-moi le français que je ne pas en tout bien quand les personnes parlent. Je ne sais pas comment que tu vas faire ça. Je vais dormir. Je sens que son comment c'est rude. I feel like I sound rude in French for some reason. I don't know. But, so, yeah, it's not gonna, so I'm just gonna go like this, and then we'll go like this. And this is what Book wrote, I believe. This is Book. Speak the rudest words in French and people think you're talking poetic. True, Sean. Cursing in French is like... It's elegant. Right? Okay. So, this is Books. My issue with learning French is there's no one French worth speaking to. It's an art form. Yeah, agreed, Sean. Wu Mei held her father's intestines in her hands as she desperately tried to keep him alive. Ming stood above them, a sword in his hand. She couldn't understand what was going on. Ming, I believe you. Just say you didn't do it, please. Meyer, do not always trust blindly, he said as he wiped the blood off the sword with a handkerchief. You would do well to distrust everyone in life as much as most will betray you. Ming, please, get a doctor. Father is dying. Yes, he is, Ming said coldly as he turned to leave. Wu Mei let go of one hand of her father's stomach and grasped his cloak with her bloody hand. Ming, he was your teacher. Why? Because I had to, he said, as he pried her hand from his cloak and left. Wu Mei sat next to her father, his warmth soothing her as she tried to write a word for her father. Her tiny hand held the brush tightly, and she stuck her tongue out slightly, biting it lightly as she concentrated on getting the strokes just right. No, Mier, like this, her father said as he gently covered her hand with his and showed her how to do the stroke properly. Baba, said Mei as she finished the stroke. I wrote Baba. She squealed excitedly, looking up to her father and smiling. Nice. Okay, what about Callie's poems? See, two different scenes and totally different vibes. Yeah. I definitely feel that. It's kind of like working itself together, right? Damn, that wrench hurts when it jerks those tears out. Good stuff, son. Yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta go grab my food. Or, well, turn it over. I'll be right back. Pay attention to the Rogue Manager's Blanky does not... A Blanky does rain. Okay, here we go. Callie's poem. At first, the flower kept a gold to her stem, but in the mirror, she donned a green instead. Having lost her glow, she'd wilt into her bed, yet paler have made puddles of lesser men. He'd tend to thorns along her throat and leg that limp became, after days of praying, beg that she could draw tears from him again. for he grew numb, and he yearned to tread on soils yet unsullied by the rose. She said, "You loved me only for my glow, and went as the winds do with my early scent. Dread the day that I stand tall again, that you fled when I forgot what made me beautiful, I bent." Don't know which one's better. It's about posting both. I wish that I could die again. When I first bled, I drowned. I took the steps of heaven. When God saw me, he frowned. Now I'm on the red planet, where in storms it rains glass, and the blood that I first bled is fed to me on searing plates of brass. I drank of it to live again, and heard Satan's debate. This is a man that neither winged creature could befriend, so give him wings that he might never know drowning again. Now I am unseen by both heaven and earth, and hell has spit me out to fly with wings as good as legs I had at birth. I thought they're both really good. I like the first one best. I like the second one because it's dark and fucked up. But the first one's definitely a tearjerker. Okay, guys, are you ready? Sober Cali wrote those. Alright, guys, we're going into 18 plus mode here. Are you guys ready? Is B9 ready? Okay. Where is it? And the music is kind of good for it too. Okay, here's my... It's not just Notepad. All of my file folders, like all of the desktop is like fucked. It won't let me go up. Like all the file is fucked. It should be under spicy. One night. I don't think this is the right one. No, this is the other one. Crap. I can't go back because the whole thing's fucked. The fuck was it called? This one. Yeah, okay, it's this one. The Long Night. Okay. We're gonna have a token, then we're gonna do this. I gotta set a fucking alarm or I'm gonna totally forget about my food. Like a fucking idiot. Alright. Okay. Eats the eggy mayo. He doesn't believe me that a quick magnet will fix it. Eggy, this is the Fuda Water Sports. The door slammed with a shudder that made my whole body shake. Have we woken up the whole town? I sly hissed into her ear as she pressed against me my back. Yeah, this is unedited, by the way. Head and ass pressed against the firm door. It felt like I was being squeezed. I could feel the strain as the air was leaving my body. My pet, if I do this right, you won't remember, but they will. Fraviska bit my earlobe, pulling it slowly as her teeth dragged across the skin. The crystal tear earring glimmered as she infused it with her magic. I could feel the power flowing through me, pressing into my essence, clouding my mind as my heart began to beat from the heat in my veins. She pulled back slightly, letting a breath in. I gasped, pressing my face against her shoulder. The flood of adrenaline to my body caused stars to sparkle in my eyes. Or was it lack of oxygen? Which story is this? What? I didn't even get time to lock myself in the bathroom for this! I'm sorry, Eggy, we're just getting right the fuck into it. You're stuck where you are. The biggest problem with gooning, when you have to goon in public. I cared little of the consequences, only the lust was present in my mind. I spread my legs as I ran my foot along Fraviska's sturdy leg. It's so big, I stammered, my toes probing its length, seeking the tip. The erosion of fear into longing had clasped its nails into my flesh, bearing me down the path I had only dreamed of. She thrust her hips forward, dangling her piece, showing it off. She was having too much fun. The tingle of her piercings rubbing against my nipples erected them. I moaned softly as I gripped her back in my nails. With my nails, and slid them across her skin. You're gonna have to try harder, she whispered in my ear. My nails didn't make a scratch on her tanned, thick skin. I smiled as I bit her lower lip, pulling my arms around her, pressing ourselves together as if the world itself was to tear asunder our embrace. It was ready now, I was sure of it. It was pressing against my inner thighs, so wide it couldn't reach the top, just sitting there lingering, my juices stammering to leak from their post. You didn't even lube me mentally for this. I thought I did earlier, and you just, you know, we were in the whatchamacallit stage. Why am I blanking on the words? The denial stage, where I just had you waiting. Not my fault that the lube dried up within that time. I grind myself against it, feeling it throb and grow even more. I spread my legs, attempting to push it higher. You want it so bad, don't you? You have to wait, darling. I want you to earn it. She put her hand on my head, lowering me down. The vessel of lust pressed against my thighs, and the pressure forced it up my stitch. The juices mixing as it lapped up my crisp deluge, pressing it up and dragging across her phallus, the feeling of it sending shivers through my body as I screamed as I clenched, the flow overpowering. Can I let it out, mistress? Please, it's going to leak. Yes, dear, drench me. I released. The feeling flooded through me, the liquid pouring out, covering us both. Fraviska pressed her hand against me, the flow spraying across both our bodies, the warmth compelling, the smell overt but lingering. Her growth was soaked, the sputtering of its pulsating veins as it slapped across my body, catching on the sticky wetness that lurched off and back again. I always ask when to go. It was heavy, full, and so enticing. I bit my lip as it continued up my body across my tits. I opened my mouth, preparing. Was this even possible? As if reading my mind, Fraviska answered. You will have to try real hard. I was going to keep it soft to help you, but I guess that isn't an option anymore. Here, I'll help you out. I gulped as she pressed her fingers over my nose, not giving me the opportunity of a full breath. The slickness, the smell, I wanted it so bad, to taste myself, to know it made this happen. I curled my lips over my teeth as it entered, the tip pressing my jaw apart. I tried to widen more, but it was futile. Use your teeth if you have to get it in. I can handle it. She pressed it in. I pulled my lips back, extending my mouth just enough for it to press in, lurching against the back of my throat. My head hit the door hard. The pain was coming from both sides, but it was countered with the true joy of having such a lovely peace inside me. Even if I was struggling to breathe, it made the experience feel more helpless, just the way I like it. Like a rag doll, the weight nothing to this finely built specimen of perfection. The instincts to please a woman, the mind to understand them. I was in heaven, and if this kept up, maybe for real. Fraviska pulled herself back and grabbed my neck, pressing hard as I tried to breathe in. Not yet, pet. Let it take you to the edge. My eyes were spinning, stars, darkness. I gasped as she released me. The pulsing in my head began to abate. I coughed, slobbering all over my chest. Good, I can use that. She pressed her hands against my breasts and swept her cock between them. Lick the tip, bitch, she said as she slapped my face hard. A tear curled in the corner of my eye. I obeyed and opened my mouth, pressing my tongue out. She thrust across my skin, pinching my nipples and pressing my desire, folding over her, encompassing the device of pleasure. I could feel it throbbing against me, my helpless tiny body a speck in the majesty of this spectacle. I probed it, the taste of her pre-cum lingering on me as it struck. I twirled my tongue, pressing against each side, caressing it. Fraviska grabbed my hair as she pulled back from me. I crawled across the floor as she led me to the bed. She sat down on the bed and pulled me across her lap, placing her protrusion under my stomach. It pressed against me as she flexed it, showing her strength and domination over me. Slap, 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 clap, clap, clap. She struck my bare skin with her hand, the harsh sound echoing in the room. I gasped and cried out as she continued. My skin felt like it was on fire. The heat was consuming me. Good girl, if you keep this up, I might reward you. Please, mistress, I'm begging, please more. Show me how much I belong to you. How am I not my own? I'm nothing. That's right, pet. She pulled my head up, yanking my hair, spitting into my face, and rubbing it all over. The female voice you used last time somehow made the story more enticing. It's still great this way, though. Yeah, because I was like in full... I was in like full mode last time, right? Like I was on, if you know what I mean. I smiled as I felt violated by one who could send such pleasure without even the effect of true flesh. Mama's got a present for you. Are you a good girl? Can you beg for it? I'm a dirty whore, Mommy. Show me how to behave properly. Show me the ways of a true woman. I need to feel you. Please, I'm your dog in heat, strutting with my ass in the air, ready to be taken. Please take me. Show me how worthless and small I am, mistress. I'm your pet. Do with me as you please. She smiled that dark smile, the one that told you it was over. You had pressed for the true face. Now it will take yours. She threw me onto the bed, grabbing my ankles and pressing my feet against her breasts. I tickled her piercings with my toes, the small crystals sparkling as I infused them with my magic, sending back to her as condensed my pleasure into it. I'm a good girl, Daddy. I could feel her cock pulsing, ready to explode. I gripped it with my hand, barely able to fold around it. I thrust my hips forward, closing the gap. The rush of finally being touched, pressed, prodded, handled. It was too much. Mistress, I'm going to spout. I screamed as her presence pressed against my clit, pushing it upwards, again, holding it erect. Let it out, baby girl. I released again, pissing everywhere, the stream catching the bed, the ground, Fraviska, me. It was glorious. I breathed heavily, my parts clenching and dripping. Magnificent. Fraviska pulled my leg up to her face, licking across my toes, savoring the flavor, the salty sweetness causing her to overcome the barrier holding her back. She was in a fervor now, nothing mattered but the goal. I spread my legs, grabbing her penis and pressing it against my slit. The feeling overwhelmed me. My head was pulsing as my vision was full of stars. There was no pain. It was just ecstasy. The pressure pressing against me. My juices had long since prepared the muscles and skin for the transition. I squirmed, trying to escape instinctually. Where do you think you're going? She pressed her hand against my throat again, that smile on her face, the lust in her eyes. Our mouths collided with a burst of motion. My eyes closed, trying to savor every feeling. She thrust inside me, both up and down. My body limped to her grasp as she was sundered. A ripple of pleasure shot through me. May I come, mistress? I need to come. Please, mistress, help me. Not yet, pet. Earn it. I'm a hopeless, useless tool. I can only get off from Mistress using me, abusing me, taking me, polluting me with your essence, creating a need you refuse. You refuse to fill, to keep me on the edge, ready to crash. Please, Mistress, let the dam flow. Release me before I explode. I need your approval. I would not disobey, Mistress. This just reminded me I have to message my dad. What the fuck, Callie? That's more fucked up than something Anki would say. What the how does this what? The fuck? I don't even know. I clung to the thought of choking in the pain of my body, using it to hold me back, pulling from the edge, keeping me on in a filled state. She thrust harder, deeper, removing her mouth from mine. She pressed it against my chest, pinning her teeth between my nipples. She bared down. I screamed and clenched my fingers, my nails pressing hard into Fraviska's back. The pressure building as I struggled to hold on to her. They pierced. I could feel the cold flow. I pulled as hard as I could. She threw her head back and howled a hiss of pleasure. It's that time again. To all of you, may your eventual sleep be truly restful and your dreams inspirational. Have a hangry beast to feed and some eyelids to inspect. Sean has the post-goon sleepies. Story's not even over. He couldn't even get through the entire video. You're gonna get it now, bitch. She slapped me in the face a few times before throwing me over onto my stomach. She put her full weight on me, pressing me into the bed. She licked the back of my neck and ran her tongue to my ear. You can come this time if you feel you can hold it for 1 minute. She thrust into me again, using me in the bed, maneuvering the momentum to carry her in and out as I flopped helplessly, the pleasure raiding my body. My mind all but lost to thought, only the thought of the pain and the pleasure of my mistress. I counted as I could feel the burn enter my body, the shakes begin to take me. Come, she commanded. I unleashed myself from the thoughts, letting only the feel of her body against mine fill my being. We were one in soul and flesh. I curled my nails into her skin as I felt the heat explode in my savaged pussy. Shit. In Before Dead, the juices squirting across my leg, bouncing off our legs, splashing across my face. She continued to pound me as my eyes rolled into the back of my head, the last of my energy spent. How did she keep this up? I could never know. Bitch, get ready! Fraviska grabbed my chin with her hand as she removed her cock from me, pushing herself up to my body to sit on top of my breasts. I reached out vigorously, clasping her shaft, pressing the tip into my mouth, feeling the warmth of the juices mixing, the pulsing as it held back. Then the moment of pure bliss. It released. I choked as I tried to swallow. The snort, the short snort enough to cause my downfall. The liquid expunged from my nose. I spat out the contents from my mouth and pressed my head back against the pillow, taking a deep breath and continuing to cough hard. The spasm stopped as I calmed myself. I had done it again. The spill hitting the back of my throat set me off. As if timed with my breath, it shot straight up my nose. You look so cute when you're struggling. And that's one of the, you know, spicy stories. So, I mean, that's what people say, not bad. I'm like, that's a first edit too, right? So it's like, it could definitely get better, more in-depth, longer. I gave it a 5.5 out of 10. See, that's not bad for like a first draft, right? Like, what's up, Callie? That's why I'm like, oh, come on, Cryogen. Let's go Cryogen. If I can get the editing phase down, we're going to be in prime condition. Because that's our worst thing. It's like, all of our stories are first drafts. So you have to take them with that. I think the thing that most took me out of it was the confusion of the parts and the gender. Yeah, see, that's my biggest problem, Book, is not being able to just state it. Right? Well, you made Callie and Sean goon out. I'm not sure what you mean, show book, Callie. Show book what? it was made clear later on, but early I was like AB now, but now AD or BD. What is going on? Yeah. A lot of my writing is like that. So I'm glad that you say that because that's something I'm trying to work on. So thank you for pointing that out. Because my problem, again, is like I need to establish it once and then not come back to it, right? Instead of just darting around it. Unless it's like very specific, right? Like The Banquet, for instance. Book so good, Callie wanted to text their dad. Well, bricked up. Yeah. What? I'm still confused on that one. I'm just not gonna look into it. But yeah, I don't know why this thing isn't working. My damn shit. But let's go to plot. Let's just try and pull everything up separately since these things don't work. And Cryogen. And we want to say what, so we're going to go down here and we're going to go, actually we're going to create an entirely new thing. Should we create an entirely new thing that's like specifically for editing? So let's go editing scene comparisons. We'll just call it that for now. And this is Cryogen scene is we want this scene structures.
Kali is wondering if you can read chapter 3.
Action and reaction. I think I need a nap. I'll be back in like 2 to 3 hours depending. Hopefully you're still alive. I probably won't be booked because I work tomorrow, so we'll probably be like around the 5.5, 6 hour mark. But it was good to have you here. We will be on again tomorrow. Same time as always, every day, 11:30 p.m. PST. See you next time then. Sounds good. Have a great night. Oh, Callie, you want me to read chapter 3? Do you stream, Bookbuyer? He had 69 followers. I'm like, I didn't want to follow because you have 69 followers, but now you have 70 followers. I'm sorry to ruin your 69. It's always good to have a 69. Okay. So, chapter 3. Callie, where is your chapter 3? That's what I want to know. Feel like I'm bad at asking for things. No, Callie, it's just I don't know where your chapter 3 is. And I've asked like 4 times where it is in the past, and I haven't gotten an answer. Yeah. I was like, is it the same Google Docs? It's the same Google Docs? Wait, where does chapter 3 start? This is chapter 2. Didn't we already read this? Because I remember this. And that's why I was kind of confused. Because I looked at this before and Chapter 3 wasn't in here. So, I'm not quite sure. That's okay, Callie. Take your time. Just breathe. There's no rush. Just, you know. That's this one, right? That's the latest one. There's nothing else in here. Unless you put it in a different channel. Yeah, maybe it was just the wrong link. Eggy, you know what's fucked up? I totally forgot about your edits of Chapter 1. I'm such a piece of shit streamer. I'm a fucking retard. I totally forgot about that. I just had no time for anything. No problem. I'll eventually get around to it, but we did another, like, while we're waiting, I can show you. So we didn't get a chance to post them, but we have, the unboxing video. We have 7 parts of Oblivion. We have 3 more reacts. And we have part 1 to 3, part 4 to 7, part 8 to 10, part 11 to 12 of the writing of Cryogen. Because we wound up with 12 parts, which is a total of, I believe, 12 hours? 11 or 12 hours, I think? Let's change the view and let's just see. Details. 3 hours, 6 hours. 9 hours. Yeah, like 11 hours. 11 hours and 15 minutes to write that entire 10,000 word chapter. And that's with, like, fucking around with Chad and not knowing what to do and, like, kind of doing other things. But some of it I edited out, some of it I didn't. So we got a lot of videos to post. And we also have the banquet for one of the last short stories. Plus we have the Hall of Ages, Shattering Course, Sweetmeat, and The Last Drive. So we've still got a good backlog of short stories to go. Okay, so Callie's going to the bathroom. Okay, I'm gonna go grab my food now. While Callie's in the bathroom. I'll be right back, and then we can start this. 5.01, I'm honored again. Honor on your cow. What did I miss? Hey, you rate the story 5 out of 5. You have one choice. 5 or 5. 5.01. Whoa, I'm honored. Honor on your cow. I think it's a 10 out of 5. Alright, you guys ready? Gawain, Chapter 3, Gawain's Death and the Making of a Skeleton. All those afflicted with hollowing red can never scream, only swallow their fear. So their corpses were a lot more delicious. It wasn't just ghosts. The rats could taste this, too. And the vomit from his mouth was as delectable as the blood from his chest. Nothing but bone would be left. Screaming in a desperate breath, wanting more from itself than silence, he would die alone. But there was one girl who understood what silence in this school meant. When not a single piano disturbed the quiet, she knew the rats were at play, especially because she too, much like a tiger, could detect infrasound. The rats hadn't been fed for a long time. At Gawain's feet, a flaming arm appeared from a hole above. The rats, disoriented from the sudden brightness, backed off of the boy. Even though the flames scorched his hands, he grabbed the arm and ran towards the door. The rats circled the boy, refusing to touch him. He opened the door and let go of the severed arm. Stella fell from the ceiling in front of him. "Hey, I was cooking with that," said Stella. Gawain, hyperventilating, eyes wide, couldn't express his disbelief. He embraced her. She handed him the doll she was stirring her pot with. "This is what made the hole in the wall. Sorry if it scared you," said Stella. Though he was deaf, he could read her lips. He stopped, and though he could not hear her, he sensed a rhythm in the way her lips moved as she skipped around him. "If my lover didn't take me, at least the devil would. My teeth will sing a skeleton song, and I'll have hands of wood. Then maybe he will take me, and like two lovers should, we'll dance in our self-made hell under the piano hood." Gawain knew the song ended here, as he heard it countless times before from his mother, but she kept going. "And there I'll be heard, once I will be understood. The best of me be seen, the talent, the beauty, the good. There an angel will stand where once a demon stood. Flowers will bloom from bone and mud where none could, except a single passionate thing to bud." He wiped the tears from his left cheek. The doll grazed his lips. He opened his mouth to speak, but he shouldn't have been able to. "Thank you," something said. Stella didn't hear those words a single time, but several, and the sound was like her ears had been stuffed with bees. "Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you," buzzed Gawain. The mouths ate his clothes, echoed like howling insects. What Gawain wanted so much to say. Gawain scraped at his body with his splintered nails, the parts of him where he itched most now pleading themselves to stop his scratching. Gawain no longer itched with his nails, but pounded at his body with the doll Stella gave him. "Gawain! Gawain!" shouted Stella. Wooden double doors opened from behind her. A hand wrapped around Stella's arm. "This is the end of the sound of silence for you, girl," said Nell to her daughter. Nell took her sharp forefingers and jabbed her daughter's eye sockets, then called the rats with a strange whistle that rung like hands at a piano. The whistle played Flight for the Butterfly. Stella's lips, with her mother's fingers inside her head, took on a stiff, wide grin to express the rest of what her eyes couldn't, a confidence that bordered on insanity. "Father knows about this silence, too, Mother. He won't like it," she said. The rats covered Stella from head to toe, and once they finished their meal, they went straight to the arm Gawain had in his right hand. The double doors slammed open again. Osric tackled the boy. Still, the rats chased. He carried Gawain over to a door that led to moldy wooden stairs. He moved his lips, but didn't make a sound. Because of the faces on his body heard him speak, they would be tempted to respond. "This would only hurt the boy more," he mouthed. "There's something we both hunger for. Like Nell, I am not one to let an instrument go to waste. So I'd like you to answer this question. What is the reason you play?" Gawain. "There was something in the way she played that lured me to her. A year younger than I was, yet she was charged with a strange wisdom, as if electrified by it. She was magnetic, albeit a little awkward. We must be enemies, but below we are friends. The master will be angry, but the pianos will keep playing, she said. Keep playing? Why do you play, Stella? I asked. I play because the fire plays, and one day I'll bring the fire to life with a sculpture. The boy started with glossy eyes. The boy stared with glossy eyes at the severed arm in his hands. Freakish. That's what they called me. A severed arm. You're no different than a boy with twigs for bones, but you are my perch now, Gawain thought as she shook her fist. Gawain escaped from Osric's arms and ran down the stairs. Osric chased after him. So did the rats. Stella's arm was still hot in his hands, as she flailed as if she still played with her doll. At the basement of the building were the main support beams, hidden in the basement from those above. The closer Gawain got to them, the wilder they flailed. You want to play? Gawain gave Stella the doll. He walked up to the support beams and let Stella wreak havoc on each. Beam after beam they fell. The house shook. Osric went over Gawain. A large slab of the building fell over them. He crouched over Gawain with his face in his chest, and bit his chest open. The next decade won't be kind to us. Osric devoured Gawain's heart, gagging in his effort to preserve the boy's blood. Blood that could prove to be the cure for hollowing red. Okay, it started out messy and got better later. It is what it is, right? I'm still a little bit confused. Like, okay, my biggest problem, Callie, is where does Osric, like, who is Osric? I feel like Osric just randomly comes out of nowhere. And then I feel like you refer to Osric when it's supposed to be Stella. And the same thing happened in, like, Chapter 2. Is Osric one of the other children? I'm not sure. Osric is Gawain's dad. Oh. Okay, I didn't know that. Is he the one who brought Gawain to the school? Because I remember in the very first scene, I remember there's Gawain talking to the dude, and then Osric came in. So Osric was there the whole time, like, because he's Gawain's dad? Because there was the other character they were talking to, too. Like Stella's guardian or whatever. Plus Nell, right? There were like 5 characters? Corwin. Yeah, Corwin was the other guy. Corwin, Stella, Nell, Gawain, and Osric. Yeah. Okay. I totally forgot about this. So I think we're going to watch this instead. And we're just... because I need something to do while I'm eating. And I totally forgot about this. But yeah, check this out, guys.
Hey there! I need a haircut, and today we have a kind of a special space-themed lightning round video for you guys. Haven't talked about space stuff as much lately as I maybe used to, but we're gonna fix that today. Space stuff. today's lightning round video. Thanks for joining us today. For those of you who don't know, lightning round videos are a thing that I do on this channel where I take questions from Patreon supporters and channel members who support at a certain level. They get to ask questions. I give them answers, to the best of my ability anyway. These are not as heavily researched as my normal videos, just more of a lightning round thing, which is why I call it lightning round. So if that's something you would like to do, you can just go to patreon.com/answerswithjoe.
Well, I was watching a
or just
stream
click on
about
the
this for
membership
like
thing
4
down
hours
below.
yesterday.
Take a look at what the offers are. Maybe you could ask a question like our first guy right here.
The anti-gravity thing?
Asked, what are your thoughts on the recent research into Exodus Drive and its reported anomalous thrust in excess of 1G? Are we seeing tendrils of new physics or just getting fooled by another vacuum chamber anomaly? Well, first of all, welcome, Corey. This is his first lightning round question, so let's see if I can do it justice. Okay, so no, I haven't heard anything about the Exodus drive before until I got this question, but it looks like it's another propellantless drive kind of thing, kind of like the M drive. So there have been several propellantless drives proposed over the years, like the M drive that I just talked about, and I've covered that way back when. Maybe we can put a little sticker up here, but the thing about propellantless drive, it really is kind of like the holy grail of space technology. This is why so many people are trying to make something
Tiger
like
Rights,
so,
welcome,
what we
welcome,
use
how's
right
it
now, they call
going?
it chemical rockets. That's basically what we call the rockets that we use right now. They use chemicals that you burn or combine in a certain way in order to, you know, push the exhaust out.
Taking a video
create
break
thrust
to
in the other
eat.
direction. But the problem is chemical rockets are extremely limited, and they're subject to what they call the tyranny of the rocket equation. So it's like, the bigger the payload that you need to get into space, the more fuel you need to get that.
It was funny, the guy had a Valiant moment, his mod was being ignored by someone in chat, so the mod muted him for 1 hour, and everyone was like, you can't force someone to acknowledge you, lol. So the mod had a tantrum and left the stream. Whoa!
Payload up there, because you're trying to get more mass up there. But that extra fuel to get that extra payload up there itself adds weight, which means you need more fuel to counteract the weight of the fuels, which adds more weight, and then you need more fuel to get that weight. There's a reason why they call it tyranny. So it's always this finding this fine balance. Getting a rocket into space is a very balanced equation of like just the right amount of propellant to get it up there.
This morning, so I had an update of a lot of file names, and now the story
if
and
you're going
series
out
and
into deep
official
space,
titles.
beyond
Nice!
the moon or Mars,
yeah.
Jupiter, that kind of thing, you can't just like push the whole way. You kind of do a burn to get out of the Earth's atmosphere, and you make sure that your trajectory is correct. And it's really more like firing an arrow. Like, you got to get it all just right there, because you launch it and then you just coast the rest of the way. Now that means that there's not a whole lot of adjusting you can do after you fire. There is some, don't get me wrong, there is some. But that's a problem. But there's also the problem that you can't really go very fast. You can only go a certain speed because you only have so much chemical juice to burn to get up to the speed to get where you're going. So like, if you were able to have a constant acceleration the whole time, even a tiny, tiny one, that adds up a little bit at a time. Over long enough periods of time, you get going super fast, like way faster than you could with a chemical rocket. This is kind of the idea behind ion drives, and I love ion drives. I think they're really cool. They have a very, very low thrust. You never launch an ion drive straight from the surface of the Earth into space. It has nowhere near enough power to do that. But once you're in space, and you're kind of going where you want to go, that ion drive will just add a little bit of acceleration, and it just compounds and compounds over time until you're going super fast. But even ion drives run out of fuel. They run on like xenon and argon and stuff. So this is why the idea of a propellantless drive is so alluring. If there's something that doesn't get expelled as you travel, something that doesn't run out over time, but even adds just the tiniest amount of acceleration, given enough time,
you can decide to go to the second read and correct for this title and put it on my Patreon.
This is why so many companies are working on
That's a good idea.
And this is why
always create more avenues for more content.
Drives,
always abuse the behind the scenes factor.
Have one tiny problem, and that is that it kind of breaks
gets
all
people
the laws of
enticed,
physics.
right?
Propulsion, as we know it, only operates on the whole every action there's an equal and opposite reaction thing. You push stuff that way.
It means I have to redo the first 5 chapters because I've already done
and
with them
you have
outside
nothing going
recording.
out this way, and it's still going that way. Again, it breaks all the physics. So, like, for example, this is what the M drive looked like. It's sort of an asymmetrical chamber where microwaves would bounce around inside of it, and because of some kind of pressure differential, it would cause it to move forward a little bit. That was the theory anyway. But as you can see in this article from 2021, it's been pretty much debunked. Yeah, there's a reason why they call it the impossible engine. But no, there are still some people working on the M drive. They still think that there's something there, but for the most part, all the measurements have been proven to be sort of false positives. We're talking about such minuscule amounts of thrust that it's really easy to see something that's actually something else, just even air movement or a twist in, you know, a cord or something that causes a slight movement. But anyway, that's M drive. We're talking about Exodus drive. So what's the deal with Exodus drive? So it's developed by the former NASA head of Electrostatics and Surface Physics Laboratory, a guy named Charles Bueller.
Bueller?
That laboratory is a mouthful.
I'd give it
but
to
it's
a maximum thrust.
It kinda
Hell
keeps
yeah,
rockets
I
from
can take it,
exploding
trust me.
Because of electrostatic stuff going off and causing fires and explosions. But yeah, in his time at NASA, being their top expert on electrostatics, he basically stumbled upon, you might say, some evidence of an unidentified force, which he just calls the new force. And he claims that it results from a certain type of asymmetrical electrostatic field. Or as he puts it, quote, essentially what we've discovered is that systems that contain an asymmetry in either electrostatic pressure or some kind of electrostatic divergent field can give a system of a center of mass a non-zero force component. He probably calls it a new force to avoid a lawsuit from Disney. So, do I understand this? No, I do not. Yeah, this is apparently something that he stumbled upon, like I said, 20 years ago when he was working at NASA, and so he kind of split off and formed Exodus Technologies. They've been researching it for a couple of decades now. But yeah, they've been improving the thrust on this thing over the last 20 years or so. It's been going up and up to the point that right now they're showing it just above 1G, which means it's breaking the force of Earth's gravity. So yeah, this news that they've broken 1G of force, I'm doing this for a reason, which I'll get to in a second. This is what made all the headlines. This is why I'm being asked this question in the first place. So 1G of force would essentially counteract gravity, which would be a huge deal. And this kind of does. Kind of. The explanation feels a little weaselly to me. So yeah, they first made this announcement in April of last year, this whole 1G thing. They have since kind of walked that back a little bit. Yeah, he did an interview with the Debrief, website called the Debrief, and he basically claimed that the statement was based on the weight of the propulsion surface, not the entire rig. By the way this works is like that's the thruster right there, and it's all kind of hanging from a string, and as they turn it on, it sort of rotates, and we'll have some video of that here in a second. So this whole rig weighs like 30 to 40 grams. And the thrust is only like a 10 millinewton thrust. But the propulsion surface that looks something like this only weighs like 760 milligrams. So what they're saying is that the 1G is the force that it would take to lift the 760 milligrams. So that's why it's a little bit weaselly. Also, to say that it beat 1G kind of implies that it's going vertical. It's a vertical force, and it's actually a rotational force, which is kind of a different thing. Which, on one hand, I get it. I mean, if you're going to do research on something, it takes funding to do that. You need to get funding.
Yeah, and you need to be spicy in order to get that funding. Just like you need clickbait titles in order to be a good YouTuber.
So if you're able to say in some tiny way that you're producing 1G of force, even if you're
which reminds me,
with it.
I was going to state. So, guys, do you think my thumbnail... Like, should I make my thumbnails more clickbaity? Instead of like these ones. Because I can make them really clickbaity, but I'm like, should I? If you know how to do that, go for it, because that's what gets you views. It's because I study other channels that do it. And that's why I'm just doing different things, right? So I'm like, I wouldn't know how to go about doing that. Well, I'm like, for instance, like these, you just fucking lie. That's what you do. You just fucking lie. Like, for instance, this one's about, like, buying a phone. So you could be like, the first beings created by God in a great religion of Christianity. How do they fare against God's wrath? But it's like a story about people buying a phone. I also wouldn't, because it falls squarely into marketing, and marketing is pure sleaze to me. Exactly Exactly, Tiger. It's like, I could do it so easily, but I'm just... I'm not going to yet. I'm not going to yet. But... You know, I'll be like, look, I tried to do it without being clickbaity, and then I want to do, like, the marketing campaign of, like, you know, experimenting with different things, right? Like, originally we just had, like, AI images, when we had, like, the stream, then we had, like, AI images through the entire thing, then we had just visualizations, then we had, you know, showing this text on screen, and then... We're like, oh, let's do a combination of visualizations, text on screen, and thumbnails. And I think that we're at the point where we're just going to do some bullshit-ass motherfucking... Especially with Cryogen. Get an hour-long story and be like, I got teleported to the future, and now I'm stuck as a trucker trying to make my life among, you know, with failing technology. Or something along those lines, right? Just completely embellished and bullshit. But hey, once they get into the story, and they're going to be like waiting for that moment that's never going to come, right? And then by the time they end, they put down a comment that says, this sucks. And then I get the traction from the view and the comment, and it's all fucking bullshit. And that's how YouTube works. It's a goddamn joke.
But on the other
People
hand,
are fucking
also
retarded,
getting
but
some
hey,
very
if you want to
serious
make money,
things
right?
advice from the other propellant drives that I've talked about, they all make these big claims based off of something really tiny, and then nothing ever came of it. But also, to be fair, they are getting some kind
I haven't
of
seen one
you can see
piece
in
of
this video.
advertising
You kinda
online
have to
that's
speed
honest
it
about a
up
product
because
that's
it
it's
goes so
selling.
slowly.
Neither do I,
But,
Tiger. You know why?
he turns
Because
it
the
on.
people that tell the truth don't get to the top. Because everyone's like, oh, well, there's a product that's better than that. But there really isn't a product that's better than that. That's just the one that says the actual truth about their shit. All the other products, truth doesn't. It's just like sex sells, right? Like, most of the way that I'm doing, like, my Kindle account is, like, all spicy romance, right? This penis enlarger will work one day. I just have to keep trying.
And the thing does start to rotate. This is, of course, if you're taking their...
Yeah, it definitely doesn't work. I can attest to
fraudulent
that.
The whole thing, which I don't. But I would say they're also being a little bit squishy with their wording here because we're talking about the size of that rig. That rig.
I can't seem to write
is
porn anymore.
Only a small part of it because they're pushing like 30 or 40.
Apparently, I got a 5 out of 5,
to
or
make
like a
this thing run.
5.5
It's a
out of
lot
10 on a
energy
first
to make this
draft.
thing run, and all of that
From a
is
woman.
outside of that rig.
So I think that's a
there's
pretty
something
damn
else
good
producing all of that energy to get that tiny,
rating.
tiny amount of thrust. But if they are getting even a tiny amount of thrust, that's still kind of
I know,
is
right?
Not
So
explainable.
maybe
That
someone
still
someday
breaks
will
the
read my
physics
shit and I can
everything,
make
if
money
there
from it
is
and quit
something new
Walmart.
there that we
But you
don't
know,
understand,
it's a writer's life,
that,
right?
we could get some understanding
From a
on, maybe we
woman.
could do
Yeah,
bigger
it's
things.
very important to
For the
be
record,
from
they
a
do
woman's
have
perspective because they're the
patent
ones I'm
on
trying to
this,
reach
titled
to
The
for them to
System
read
Method
it.
of Generating Forces Using
I ain't writing it
Electrical
for dudes. I'm writing
pressure.
it for women.
If you are curious about it, I'll put that in the description down below. You can go take a look yourself. But you know, I'll let you guys make of it what you will. You can talk about it down in the comments.
They are the market
This
for
guy
smut.
seems like a pretty affable guy. He is a worldwide expert in the thing he's making claims about, and they've been researching it for
I don't
decades.
write for women,
They've conducted
especially
literally
when I
thousands of
wrote porn.
tests. According to some of the articles I just read, it said that they've built over 1,500 tests.
I call it more romance, but yeah, it is basically,
so
but it's like, you know, descriptive in a poetic way without actually using the real words, right? And leaves it up to the imagination.
Keep track of like what went wrong with the M drive and all the false positives that the M drive people ran into. So they've been trying to like counteract that, try to you know, factor that into their measurements and whatnot. But yeah, make no mistake, we're not on the verge of like Fifth Element style flying cars or Star Wars land speeders or anything. Like this is about as minuscule of a force as you can think of. But yeah, their next step
I never
is to
wrote
try to
romance.
test
My
this out
stuff
in
was
space. And so
explicitly
far,
so
actually,
close to getting
no
guys to
propellantless
stroke.
drives have made it to space. There was one that was testing like quantum inertia that went up a couple of years ago, but something went wrong and it didn't actually work out. But yeah, putting it up in space.
We goon a lot
test.
around
Just
here.
put it up there, let it run, and just see if it changes its orbit or its trajectory in any way. I think this is something they're going to try to make happen in the next year or so, according to their plans. But yeah, no, you guys chime in the comments. Let me know what you think. I know a lot of people see stuff like this and they immediately scream scam. You know, a lot of people did with the M-Drive stuff. But, you know, like I was saying, I'm all up for researching anything. And you need the money to do the research. And to get the money, you got to make certain kinds of claims. Even if that might mean stretching the truth a little bit. Of course, that's how you also wind up with Theranos. But yeah, links to all kinds of stuff down in the description if you want to go check it out and see more for yourself. Thanks for the question. All right, next up we got space question number 2. Ryan Beswick asked, "Hey Joe, what are your thoughts on Starcatcher's ground-based test of their wireless energy beaming?" I hadn't heard of it.
Stretching
Let's
the
look into
truth
this.
is
By the
lying.
way, when I was
Yep.
doing a little bit of research on this, because I hadn't really heard of it before, it turns out
Lying is not
Starcatcher is the
science.
name of a graphic novel and some webtoons. So that's like 99% of what came up in any searches. That's fun. Okay, so first of all, this is not at all what I thought this would be. I thought this was going to be about like beaming power down to Earth, which is something I've talked about before. It's an idea that's been floated around quite a bit. It's like space-based solar power. You can collect the solar power up above the clouds where you can get 100% of the sun and then bounce that back down to Earth. You could create this global network of it and provide power to the other side of the world that's at nighttime, that's not getting any solar power. That's something I've heard a lot about. That's something I think is really interesting. That is not what this is, though. This is actually about beaming solar power to other satellites. So you're powering other satellites in orbit using solar power that's being collected by a solar collector in space. I might be getting ahead of myself a little bit, though. Let's talk about the demonstration they just did. So yeah, right here, according to their website, Starcatcher completes the first demonstration of space power beaming technology at Everbank Stadium. This is in Jacksonville, Florida. So you can see some pictures here of the actual collector. You can see the quote here: "Today's success puts us one step closer to eliminating power constraints in space and unlocking new capabilities for satellites and the customers they serve." So it says here, during the demonstration, Starcatcher's proprietary energy transmission system successfully collected and transmitted concentrated solar energy over 100 meters to multiple off-the-shelf satellite solar arrays, proving the viability of the company's space technology under real-world conditions. Is it real-world conditions, though? Because the actual conditions where it would work would not even be on the world, it would be on space. Syntax. But yeah, they've actually got a media kit here with some photos from the demonstration showing it collected over here. I think the idea is that they're collecting it on just regular solar panels that they would have on, or smaller solar panels that they would have on satellites up in space. Look at the size of this thing, though. That's a big boy. I will say I'm not quite sure if this is like they collect it, process it, and then beam it out through like a microwave beam or something like that, or if it's literally just an optical thing where they just bounce it around, because you can see mirrors right there. But there you seem to have like a laser kind of thing. But anyway, they tested it on a football field. It worked. They're calling it a success. The next thing they want to do is try to test it in space. They've gotten $12.5 million in grants. Pretty small potatoes when it comes to space travel stuff, but it's something that they can use to develop and grow off of. The big question, of course, is does this make sense? So their big idea is that they've gotten the size and the mass of satellites down incredibly small over the last 20, 30 years or so, but the power needs have not scaled down as much. Meaning you still need large batteries or a large solar array, which costs money, which adds space, which adds weight. So the idea is that they can get a solar capture network in space at around 1,500 kilometers in orbit, so pretty far up there. Then they could beam the energy down to client satellites, which cuts down on their costs, and then they can send the power only when and where it's needed. So like, I guess if the satellite is not needing power right now, it can just sort of power down, sit dormant, and then when, you know, a client wants to use that satellite for something, they can just take the power from Spacecatcher, from Starcatcher, and use the satellite when it's needed.
Just put a
So
magnet
I
in
don't
the
know how
craft
big
and a
that
magnet on a
is.
flat fishing
I mean,
line.
The upside is if they can commercialize this and commoditize power in space, make a little money off of it, that could fund their research, and then it wouldn't rely on, you know, taxpayer money and the whims of government, which can shift all the time. Ultimately, they say they want to set up something around the moon for like lunar power from moon bases, and maybe eventually Earth power, which I do think would be an amazing idea. Anyway, I'm all for technological advancement and progress. I'm all for researching and trying new things. I'm with them. I wish them the best. I do have a couple of reservations. Like, the cost of all these things that they're solving for, spaceflight, solar panels, batteries, the cost of all these things are going down. So I'm not sure how needed this is, especially in the coming 10, 20 years. Like a customer would have to do the math.
This
and
guy's a
figure out if
shill. The
cost of
moon
launching a
isn't even
satellite,
real. Agreed,
and
Eggy.
building the
It doesn't
satellite
line
and
up with
the
flat
launch. The
Earth.
launch by far is the most expensive.
And look at
part
his
of
look at his fucking
Would that be
shirt.
more or less
Like
than
what
the
a
cost they
fucking
would pay for an
retard.
ongoing
He has
indefinite
no idea what he's
subscription to
talking
this
about.
power service. Also, from what I read, it would take a lot of launches to get this network in orbit. This would not be a small thing. This would have to be a massive infrastructure. Like again, you can see the size of this thing. And
Of
it
course,
was
the
just a
moon
test.
is real.
This
Where do you
just a
think cheese
demonstrator.
comes
So
from?
actually getting a
Sure, it
real
looks like my ass
infrastructure in space,
after
it would take
gingering.
dozens. Like this is something that has to collect a lot of solar energy, so it's got to be big to collect all the solar energy. So in conclusion, good for them. Glad to see the progress. I think that's exciting. Interested to see where things go from here. They might have to do a space test in the next year or so. I would look forward to that. That'd be cool. Yeah, I'm not sure I 100% get it, but if there's something I'm missing, then please.
Oh my fucking god, Eggy.
All right, next question comes from Fishtail. He says, my favorite slogan, AU-H2O 1964, Barry Goldwater's presidential campaign slogan. What are your top 5 favorite slogans? Was that really his campaign slogan? Gee, I wonder why he didn't win. Now, AU, gold, H2O, water, gold, water, I get it. But, I mean, like, you have to be a certain...
Yeah, retards.
Most people aren't going to get that.
Yeah.
It is clever, though. I'll give it that. It is clever. It's just not everybody's going to get it. So this is one of those things where it's like somebody asks you what your favorite movie is, and then suddenly you can't think of any movie you've ever seen in your life. Like, some of you might know, some of you might not know. Before I did YouTube, I was an advertising copywriter for like 15 plus years. So this is sort of my domain. So you would think that I had some like geared up, ready to go, but I had to actually kind of think about this for a minute. So I know I'm biased being from Texas, but one that I would absolutely put near the top of my list would be Don't Mess with Texas. And the reason why I put this up close to the top is because most people hear Don't Mess with Texas and they think that it's like the slogan for Texas because you see it everywhere. It was
I know you've already
actually
clocked the big
an
silver thing over
anti-litter
his shoulder at
campaign
talks.
back in the 70s or 80s. And that's why I say it's a great slogan, because it has transcended what it was meant for. Like it was a slogan that was literally adopted by Texans as their little mantra, and it's lived beyond its intended purpose. And the
'Cause
reason
I did
why
too.
I think that makes it a good slogan is because it clearly tapped into something deep inside of Texans.
I mean, is it
proud
better
of
than
Texans.
ribbed? Is
We're like
finned
vegans, just
better
give us
than
enough time, I'll tell
ribbed?
you. So they were able to come up
That's
with
a
slogan
question
that
we have to
both,
ask ourselves,
served its
Eggy.
purpose of getting the idea
This
across
is now
that,
a science
littering
experiment.
is like messing with Texas. It's defacing this wonderful place that you love
What if
so
the
much,
fin
that you identify
spun?
with so much. But also it taps into that Texas pride, that Texas feeling of being tough, like we all identify as like being tough and stuff, you know, so like don't mess with Texas. And it kind of became just
I like
had
it.
a lot
I
of
like
people
it.
afterwards. Nike's Just Do It campaign is a classic. It taps into not just like what their product helps you to do, but it's also about the spirit of adventure and athleticism and getting out there and
You know what my slogan
embracing
is?
the world and embracing life. Just do it. It's a good slogan. It also, I think it transcends its actual product. I was always a fan of the Volkswagen
Isn't that the best
campaigns
slogan
from
ever?
The 60s and 70s. I think they were groundbreaking. They kind of...
How has he gone from
Actually, I
space
should
to the
probably say
Nike
50s and
tick?
60s. They kind of changed advertising. Because advertising used to just be a whole lot of
advertising
text, just
rant
like saying, you know,
about
9 out of 10
slogans.
doctors smoke camels or whatever, you know, but then Volkswagen came
He
along.
tangented like
and,
I do. He literally has a
and they started
tangent cam. I don't
introducing
know why he's not
cleverness
using
to
it.
advertising. So their Think Small campaign with the Volkswagen Beetle has always been a favorite of mine. Apple's Think Different campaign, even though grammatically it's not quite right. You know, a good measure of a good slogan is that it hits the target market, it hits the demographic. And that can mean reaching out to a certain group of people.
Wait, I
It
know.
can also mean excluding a certain
Cum
group of people.
slop.
You're sort of picking your audience. And when you say think different...
When you say
as
cum
Apple
slop,
did,
everyone just knows.
Especially at that particular period of Apple's company life. They were kind of on the outs at the time. IBM was taking over. Microsoft was the big deal. So
My family
Apple
breakfast.
created these computers that were bright in color
It says
and
it
were
all,
interesting and
Eggy
had
Daily, not
design-forward
family, for fuck's
elements
sakes.
to it, and they thought they came up with think different, be different, be a different person, think different, be creative, think outside the box, do the things that other people aren't doing.
Freudian slip.
You're that kind of person. You should get a nap. Diamonds Are Forever is a fantastic slogan because it works on a couple of different levels. First of all, people give diamonds and engagement rings, which, you know, a marriage is supposed to be forever. It's supposed to be for the rest of your life. It's supposed to be. So giving a diamond means you're really making a commitment to that person. But also, diamonds are forever in the sense that they are one
I'm
of the
going to
first
lurk to
elements
prep
on
for
the
my
planet,
stream.
and
Sounds
they
good,
do
Tiger.
come from like way, way back in Earth's history, so they are super old. Plus, wasn't there a James Bond movie named after that? Can't go wrong there. I do think that the Las Vegas, what happens
In
here
Vegas,
stays here.
what happens in Vegas
slogan,
stays in Vegas.
Is good. I think it taps into the sort of Sin City, you know, identity that Vegas has. The idea of like it's a place to go to do all the stuff that you can't do back home, get away, be a little naughty. You don't see a lot of cities like getting people to go visit them and be naughty.
My city
It's
has
not
that in my
I know I'm
in
over
the
5 at
tree
this point,
because
but
we have to
I'll
get rid of the
finish
bottom
up with this one. This one
15%
isn't
of people
particularly clever,
through drug
but I
addiction,
think it
sex
works
addiction,
really well, is the whole
and
Geico
violence
15
addiction.
minutes can save you 15% or more on car insurance. See how I was able to rattle that off by memory? I mean, A, they just used it so many times for so long that it does just get etched into your mind. But B, it's a very simple thing.
That is
15,
any city I'm
15,
in where my wife
you know,
ain't.
it's easy to remember, and it sells
But to openly
exactly what
advertise
can
it?
do. It sells the benefit right there in the slogan. Give you 15 minutes, we'll save you 15%. Done. But yeah, slogans are fun. Words are fun. All right, we got one more question.
Words
It is
are
back on the space
complicated.
topic, but before I do that, I got to give a shout out to all the new Patreons and subscribers. Zoe, get your wand ready. We're going to bless some people. Here we go. New Patreons this month. We got
I'm just
Zoe's number
gonna
one fan.
skip
Well
this.
done. Lady Liz Legenfelter. Make so much. All right, our last question today comes from JD Creeper, who asked, do you find the increased privatization of space to be concerning? Make no mistake, these are entities that explore and learn about the universe.
Grinder
for
is like
self-purpose and
DoorDash
profit
for
and
twinks and
control
femboys
Earth.
when you're in a motel. Not when you live in the
That's
middle of
a big
buttfuck
debate,
nowhere, you
man.
don't drive and there's not that
pros
many
and
people
cons.
around,
There's
Eggy.
pros and cons on that.
It's fucking
Like,
annoying.
I've often used the airplane.
If I lived in the
In
city,
the early days of
I wouldn't
aviation,
stream.
A lot of that was nationalized.
Let's just say
A
that.
lot of it was done by government agencies.
Well,
and
I mean, I
eventually
wouldn't
got handed
stream
over to private
to
companies.
on Twitch.
I guess my question is, would you want the airplanes to be nationalized and controlled by the government? I think in some countries that's the exact case. You know, once again, we're talking socialism versus capitalism in terms of how different countries run themselves. But my understanding is, kind of moving forward from this point, NASA's sort of ceding low Earth orbit to private corporations so that they can focus on more deep space throughout the solar system kind of stuff. And I feel like this is a natural progression of things, at least in the way we've always done things here in the United States. The government kind of first starts the technology and then it hands it over into private companies.
Yep.
I mentioned airplanes a second ago. You could say the same thing about internet.
Yep.
Now we keep saying that we're in a private space.
Can anyone
race
even
right
move
now.
to Vancouver? I mean, if you can
If
afford
I
a
had-
$4 million
if I had my
house
way, I
that's
would
only
prefer
like
the 1960s
25,000
style space
square
race
feet.
where, like, there's a significant percentage, or at least a noticeable percentage of the government revenue that gets put into space travel. I would love it if the space travel was that much of a priority for our country. But you know, with NASA's budget going down over and over again throughout time, and again, it's sort of subject to the whims of whatever party is in power, or person that's, you know, in control, then it can be hard to keep that on a steady pace moving forward, especially over long-term projects, which space things usually are. You know, I don't see a groundswell of support across the country for people paying extra taxes for space travel. That would be nice, but that's not where we are. But, you know, to your point about that they are profit-driven and that they want to control people.
I don't know if I've been to Calgary
I
or
feel
not.
like you can make that argument about any company.
I mean, I've
or
driven through
corporation.
it, but I don't think I've ever stopped
Every company
there.
wants to make money, and they want to at least control people in the sense that they want people to, you know, spend their money with this company to buy their products or services and whatnot. But you're right. I mean, it's a profit-driven enterprise, and there's always room for abuse in that. But this goes across every single sector of humanity when you look at it that way. But if it can be harnessed, if that profit motive can be harnessed to, you know, explore space, learn new technologies, and benefit us all back down here on Earth, which is supposedly the idea.
He gives me cuck
then,
chair
you know,
vibes.
Like I said, I would prefer it if we, as a country, was totally behind space travel in the way that we used to be. But in lieu of that,
It's a good thing, though, right, Iggy?
I think this is the better way to go. Like, I had done a video a while back about how, like, I felt like moon mining was absolutely going to be a thing if we were ever going to have real long-term permanent bases on the moon, because something was going to have to pay for that, and only by, like, you know, getting some kind of resource out of the moon, of some kind of value would actually, you know, fund that operation. And there's no shortage of sci-fi that is based on, like, the over-commercialization of space travel. I mean, you just point to The Expanse. But yeah, just like everything else, there's a whole debate around, you know, private versus public.
You're popping off again, bro. Some cool new chatters.
So
yeah, I know, right?
It's an ongoing debate. It's not going to get settled in this.
It's nice to have more people coming into the channel.
Yeah, like I said,
know,
pros and cons.
Especially when it's like they come in on a StarCraft day and they still stick around and they're still entertained. I've returned from my exile. Welcome, Levi.
Something that kind of started with the government and then got handed over into private hands. And there were pros and cons in that. There have been plenty of pros with the internet and the commercialization of the internet. There's also been some cons, like spam texts and spam emails. Like, you know, hey, just keep getting spam texts and emails, and no matter how many times you reply stop or hit unsubscribe, they just keep coming. It's like the worst game of whack-a-mole in history, and it's the bane of our current existence. That's because all these lists that you keep unsubscribing from are getting your information.
When I was trying to convince Atox to rub a magnet on his hard drive.
Some random plutonium laying around, and I want to sell that plutonium, and I don't have time to build a sales funnel with a landing page and social media campaigns, which it would probably get me in trouble with some various international nuclear watchdog organizations, but I just want to start sending out emails to people, but I don't have anyone to email. So I can go to these companies called data brokers, and what they do is they kind of mine.
He was reading smut, and I'm a good Christian boy, so I left. Oh yeah, I guess we can change the
information about hundreds of millions of people, including you, into categories, or buckets is what they call it, based on demographics and interest and stuff. So I can go to a data broker and find people who have an interest in buying plutonium, I guess. So now I have an email list, apparently, of people who want to buy plutonium, whatever. But I start sending out spam emails, trying to get people to buy my plutonium, and let's say you get one of those emails. You curse a few times, you hit unsubscribe, which is the right thing to do, especially the cursing. Congratulations, you are now off of my plutonium email list. You won't get any more emails from me. But you're still on that data broker's list, and there is no unsubscribe button for that. Which is why sometimes you'll set up an account on website A because you need to buy something for a gift or whatever, and then suddenly you're getting all these emails from some random company B. That's because within literal hours of you making that account for company A, these data brokers have bought that list from company A and sold it to company B. And the game of infinite whack-a-mole continues. All of this is somehow perfectly legal. However, it is illegal for them to keep your information if you directly ask them to remove it, which you can. You have the right to do that. But it's not easy. In fact, it's kind of impossible. There are hundreds of these data brokers keeping thousands of lists with millions of data points, all buying and selling to each other in a giant bird's nest of connections, and it's all automated. You could personally send removal requests to every single day for the next 10 years, and they'll never get off of all of them. It's you versus a giant machine.
So you about to sell us a service that auto-removes it? Tadfew! Well, freaky story, man. Yes, he is about to sell us.
Basically uses their own tactics against them by automating the removal process.
So,
they send out hundreds of removal.
Yeah, it is what it is. But we should get to Oblivion because we're running out of time. So we'll do editing tomorrow. Because GSL kind of took up a lot of the stream today. Oh, wait. Tomorrow's going to be Levi. So, yeah, we probably won't even get around to it tomorrow. Because we're going to have the collab tomorrow. But how's it going, Tadfew? Welcome back. We're on an Oblivion adventure. Good, your sanity concerns me, though. Is it a Grok one? Change the layout. No, it's not a Grok one. It is, we're playing Smash Ups. We'll be playing Tabletop Simulator. What is wrong with my sanity, though, Tadview? Can you specifically stay? You know, people saying it out loud might snap me back to reality, right? At least that's the thought. Okay, where do I repair my armor, first of all? Or, first of all, how do I level up my armory skills so that I can use armor repair on myself? The armory hammers. Repair hammers. Smash Up is a game for 2 to 4 players if anyone from chat wants to join. The story you made the second time I joined the stream. What story was that, Tadfew? Because all of my stories can be really fucked up. So was it the banquet, the guy eating himself? Was it the chick who was a slave? Was it by using hammers? You get hammers from smiths, or you can ask the smithy to repair stuff as a service. Oh, you mean the sex scene that I wrote? The spicy scene? There's a smithy somewhere on this street. But it says I don't have a high enough skill, so how do I get my skill high enough? Well, we read another one of those today, and I got a 5.5 from a woman, Tadfew. And that's a first draft. A first draft getting you a 5.5 out of 10? That's a pretty good fucking rating for a goddamn first draft. Okay. Fighters Guild in so it's somewhere around here. Hammer break chances to turn by level also. All things alchemical, hammer and tongs. Pickle girl will fix you right up. She's a girl, but she's got a pickle? I like me a pickle.
Not so loud, please. What a headache I've got. I'm Agnet the Smith. The Pickled, they call me. Sure wish I was pickled right now. If I liked you better, then I might tell you. Well, the local wine is great. It isn't cheap. But I don't bother with beer or ale anymore. And for a Nord, that's saying something. I offer the finest goods and the lowest prices in all Cyrodiil. I appreciate your business.
Only apprentice. Okay, so I can't clear.
What? Let me take a look at what you've got.
I've been playing Daggerfall, and a big part of that game is ask for directions. 90% of the time, they just say they won't tell me because of my race.
Stop talking.
True. Bro is playing African American Simulator. Okay, where are we going now? Where the bank? Why would I tell a filthy dark elf? Could do more Mage Guild quests, more of the main quest, or more Dark Brotherhood. Oh, what the fuck is that? Harpy? Going in. Is the original Oblivion worth playing? Because my PC can't handle this one. I don't think the original Oblivion's on. But yeah, it is. Yeah, yeah. You could definitely play the original Oblivion. You probably have to play a cracked version of it, but you could mod it. Or you could just play Sky Oblivion. You might be able to play Sky Oblivion. The Unity port of Daggerfall is goated. Is that another... No, it's not a portal to Oblivion. What is it? Hero's fate is known when the hero's fame is grown.
Dawn is breaking. Welcome, sister. The hour is late, but the Master still has need for willing hands. You may pass into the shrine. Harrow will take you to the Master for your initiation into the service of Lord Dagon. Do not tarry. The time of preparation is almost over. The time of cleansing is near. Harrow awaits within. You should not linger here.
I am Harrow, Warden of the Shrine of Dagon. By following the path of dawn hidden in the writings of the Master, Mankar Cameron, you have earned a place among the Chosen. You have arrived at an opportune time. You may have the honor to be initiated into the Order by the Master himself. As a member of the Order of the Mythic Dawn, Everything you need will be provided for you from the Master's bounty. Give me your possessions, and put on this initiate's robe. Very good. Follow me. I will take you to the shrine.
Saw loader meme, magic ring that makes you invisible and summons terrifying wraiths to your position.
Greet the new day, sister.
Like, what benefit is the ring? Daggerfall is hard to get into, but once you get over the initial hurdles, it's not so bad.
The dragon throne is empty, and we hold the amulet of kings. Praise be to your brothers and sisters. Great shall be their reward in paradise.
Praise be.
My cover is blown. The mythic dawn know I'm an enemy. I must reach the inner shrine and locate the amulet of kings.
The dawn is breaking! I do not fear. Lord Dagon will welcome your soul in oblivion.
Anger Cameron escaped to his realm of paradise with the amulet of kings and closed his magical portal behind it, but the Mysterium Xarxes itself is here in the shrine. I must get the Mysterium Xarxes. It is my only hope of finding a way to recover the amulet now. Like, if Boromir got the ring, he'd be absolutely stupid and try to fight Sauron head on with it. I don't get why only some dwarves were corrupted by their rings.
This ends here.
Paradise awaits me. The dawn is breaking.
Did the dwarves get corrupted? I thought the dragons got them. I think the rings made them weak enough for the dragons to get them, if I remember correctly. I thought the rings enabled them to accrue such wealth that it brought the dragons to them. Yeah, that's what I thought too. That, it was their greed that brought their inevitable downfall. But the ring led to their greed, right? And that's what made them dig deeper into the mountain. And not only did did call the dragons, but they also released the Balrog. Instead of normal dwarf greedy. Yeah, they went like full all in. So what am I supposed to do now? Did I fuck it up? Oops. Oh. Fuck. Fuck. God damn it.
Praise be. The dragon throne is empty.
So I fucking hate this shit sometimes.
Praise be to your brothers and sisters.
Fucking retarded.
Shall be their reward in paradise.
Praise be.
Hear now the words of Lord Dagon. When I walk the earth again, the faithful among you shall receive your
I
reward
literally
to be
shot
set
him in
above
the
all
back.
other mortals forever. As for the rest, the weak shall be winnowed, the timid shall be cast down, the mighty shall tremble at my feet and pray for pardon.
So saith Lord Dagon. Praise be.
Your reward, brothers and sisters. The time of cleansing draws nigh. I go now to paradise. I shall return with Lord Dagon at the coming of the dawn.
Greet the new day, sister.
Fuck.
We have a new...
You have come to dedicate yourself to Lord Dagon's service.
As I'm fucking trying to kill him.
Must be sealed with red drink, the blood of Lord Dagon's enemies. Take up the dagger and offer Lord Dagon the sacrificial red drink as pledge of your own life's blood, which shall be his in the end. Then Lord Dagon shall drink your blood instead.
New sister who wishes to bind it. Looks like we got a peep.
Let's kill Hero for your shit back.
Do not fear death.
The time of
Only the chosen will survive the cleansing.
Ow. Why am I getting so fucked when I fucked them up last time? I thought it was interesting Gandalf and Galadriel turned the ring down because they could go God mode with it. Yep, pretty much.
Praise be. The dragon throne is empty, and we hold the amulet of kings. The dawn is breaking.
You are weak like the gods you pray to.
Dawn is breaking.
The chosen will survive the cleansing.
Holy shit, I'm almost dead? Oh, and I have no potions. Do you think J.R.R. Tolkien would be a Reddit mod? I don't know. Oh shit.
Somebody help!
Fuck.
You are weak like the gods you pray to.
Wait for them to disperse, and you just gotta fight the main Lass and Harrow. Can I just do this? Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm attacking my scamp. Did I do it? Ha! Yeah, that's right, bitch. Get fucked.
Always skirting around in the
Balance.
I do not fear death.
I do not fear death. Paradise awaits me. You'll never take me down.
Honestly, crack way of getting rid of Arrow. His lightning was demolishing you. Still fucking 1 HP. Oh, I guess I have my items back, so I probably have a couple potions, don't I? Nope. Can I make anything? Oh. Oh fuck, I'm over encumbered somehow? What the fuck? Or I'm just moving slowly. I don't know why I'm moving slowly. Why am I moving slowly? I'm not over encumbered. What's going on? Oh my god! Does a grown-ass man not have any healing potions? I don't understand. I just all of a sudden was like over encumbered moving. I got hit by a burden. I hit caps lock. Oh, I hit caps lock. You're right. Yeah, I hit caps lock.
Be glad you will not live to see the day Lord Dagon walks the earth. Lord Dagon, your soul.
Lord Dagon will welcome your soul in Oblivion.
This fucking lightning magic, man. It's fucking destroying me. Levi is Gandalf, Atox is Frodo.
Who's there? Be glad. Paradise awaits me. Do not fear death.
Fuck!
Be glad you will not live to see the day Lord Dagon walks the earth. Paradise awaits me.
Fuck! Why was this so easy the first time? How did you die the first time? The fucking statue killed me! you reload an easier save, you can do it the easier way.
Only the chosen will survive the cleansing. The time of cleansing is on.
Fucking spellcaster, if I can just get rid of him.
I do not fear death.
Fuck! We were down to 1.
Must have been the wind.
Who's there?
Oh, Lord Dagon.
Paradise awaits you.
The dawn is breaking. Lord Dagon will welcome your soul in oblivion. Lord Dagon will welcome your soul in oblivion.
Fuck! No, 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 no. Just need to regenerate my health. Blow out this guy. What? What? This is fucking bullshit.
Always skirting around in the shadows.
Hello?
Making me jumpy.
Who's there?
Big
We'll survive the cleansing.
For Lord Dagon.
I give up.
That's what you get for going guns blazing on a room full of enemies.
I killed them the first time, though. That's what doesn't make any sense. It's like if I killed them the first time, I should be able to kill them at least again. I couldn't have got that fucking lucky on my first try.
Lord Dagon will welcome your soul in oblivion.
They killed each other the first time. Okay, I think we did it. Let's save. Silver dagger. How did he not die from that? Okay. We made it, guys. We made it. After like 18 tries.
You cannot escape the Master's vigilance.
Try me, bitch.
I do not fear death. Dark.
You cannot escape the Master's vigilance.
You are weak like the gods you pray to.
Then why are you running from me, bitch?
I do not fear death.
Then why are you running? That was big money, guys.
He's playing tricks on me.
I do not fear death.
Ow.
I do not fear death. Die, unbelievable!
Oh shit. Fuck, I'm dead. I'm stuck. Oh god.
Paradise awaits me.
Damn it, that is not the button I wanted to press. Can I go deeper into the other side? Just a dead end. The fuck did he get there?
I do not fear death.
Should still be like 2 more or 3 more.
Cannot escape the Master's vigilance.
Some of these tunnels seem pretty confusing. Yeah.
I do not fear death. Hello? Who's there?
there's even more of it.
I do not fear death.
Guess it was nothing.
Hello? Who's there? You cannot escape the Master's vigilance!
The time of cleansing. The time of cleansing.
I'm guessing that's Mehrunes Dagon. Okay, not that way. Dragon Shrine. This one there's no switch to. Oh, hey, you learned how to... No, I think I just got lucky. You can see how they're slow. Yeah, but how am I supposed to know that and then press the space bar? I swear I got that one. That was bullshit. Fuck! What the I don't understand. Well, so much for that. I don't know what to do now.
Oh no, he's lost.
Shut up, Leo. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm like, I can leave the way I came back in, right? Are you fucking kidding me? Let me go over. There, jumping, get your back. What? Get your. Fuck. What the fuck am I supposed to do? The only door I could have gone through is the lockpick one, which I decided to use all my fucking lockpicks on. What the fuck am I supposed to do now? Okay, this is a dead end. Wait, what? What? I'm so confused. What the fuck? Fleeing for his life, my ass. That needs a key, and then this one's locked. Dead end. Dead end. Dragon Shrine, which is a dead end. And then there's just that. I swear I have to go through this door. I don't have any lockpicks. And then there's no lever. I went through the door with the waypoint. That's just where I came from.
You cannot escape the Master's vigilance.
Wait, where's the store? Yeah, see, I can't get out this way. Oh, I didn't see this.
Somehow following waypoints is too hard for you.
No, it's just I didn't have the rock and I didn't know this thing was here. I even searched for a lever last time. Game's bullshit. Okay, we made it out. I've escaped with the Mysterium Xerxes, now deliver it to Martin. Alright, and that will be our quest for tomorrow, guys. Oh, I'm fucking bad. It's almost 7 in the morning. Oh. I forgot that we had the stream interrupted, so it's actually later than I thought it is. Because we had to restart the stream, so we're not like on point. So it's like 15 minutes later than I thought it was. But it is what it is, right guys? Thanks for hanging out, thanks for hanging around, thanks for coming out. We had a good time, it's all good, boys. I'm retarded, but that's alright. Remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. So probably tomorrow we'll start, because I'm guessing, Levi, you're going to start an hour later than me, so I'm probably just going to play Oblivion for the first hour. And then whenever you're ready to go, just let me know and we'll load it up. Well, we know who we're raiding. He literally just... Okay, I was like, he literally just went AFK.